Hello and welcome to another video. This is the 6th episode of the story in which Kakashi is given custody of Naruto. But indefinite babysitting was not something Kakashi wanted to do with his life. This story is from Twin Trouble. Please make sure to support him, her. Please like and subscribe to show your support. Time to start the show. 11-year-old Kakashi was reclining on a sturdy tree branch, observing his team from a small distance. Currently, they were bickering over the correct way to differentiate garden plants, herbs, and weeds. Their employer, who was being a much more attentive babysitter than the Jonin, settled the dispute with a solid knock to the head apiece from his broom. He flashed a grin at Kakashi, who grinned back. The old, civilian, employer was actually one of the lucky few ANBU to make it to retirement. True, I'm old now, I'm going to sit on the porch and yell at kids. Retirement, not the kick you out of Black Ops brand Kakashi had been subjected to. He had actually been one of Kakashi's teachers back in the day, years ago now, and had been delighted with the opportunity to force the spawn of that once devil child to manual labor. The kids had no idea, clinging to the belief that he was just another grumpy old man. Maybe he was, in a way. And hey, ex-ninja still needed their gardens weeded. And Kakashi could just sit and enjoy the peace. Quit it, brat. Sasuke-kun. I know what I'm doing. Or not. Kakashi sighed as his comrade broke up yet another fight, this one over the proper use of a trowel that Naruto had stolen from Sakura to use on Sasuke's particularly stubborn weed. The peculiar truce that Sasuke had attempted to instate a few weeks, or was it months, ago had all but dissolved. Truth was, the Avenger just didn't have it in him to be nice, and Naruto had too little patience to deal with someone so recalcitrant. Sakura only added to the problem, stressing both boys with her fangirling over Sasuke and her high-handed babying of Naruto. Of course, he knew the reasoning. Officially, the best male and female graduate had been paired with the early graduate to protect him. In reality, they had been grouped in an effort to keep the fatalities down should Naruto be attacked again. The theory was that as the best the academy could offer, Sasuke and Sakura had a chance of looking after themselves when assassins came out to play. Or something. Sighing again over his lot in life, Kakashi reached into his vest and pulled out a book and a letter. The book was from his father's office, a romance just touching the wrong side of raunchy. It had a fairly good storyline, but the knowledge of who had owned it first seriously weirded him out, so he hadn't made it very far in. The letter was addressed to him, sent from the medical wing of the Hirakanwa outpost. Rin had sent him a tentative letter 6 months ago, written with a kind of formal language that told Kakashi how nervous she was about contacting him. His reply, though short and almost painfully blunt, had somehow opened the gates for a flood. Sometimes he found 2 or 3 letters a week in his pigeonhole at the tower, quite a feat, as the outpost only mailed personal correspondence monthly. It was okay, though. Slowly, it seemed like they were repairing some damage. It was easier to do through a medium like letters rather than face-to-face, anyway. Sensei? Kakashi automatically covered the letter and looked down at Sakura, standing dirt-smudged and tired below him. Yes, Sakura? We're done, sensei. I think. It took a moment to convince his limbs to move from their comfortable position, but he abandoned his perch and jumped down next to her. A glance around showed she spoke the truth, and he reached out to tousle his son's hair. Good job, kids. Looking at his once teacher, he said, Are you satisfied, Watabe-san? The old bastard grinned at him. Yes, Jounin-san, that should do, he replied. It was a pleasure to have you all. Those kids are a bit unruly, though. Kakashi glared, but said nothing. The old shinobi had satisfied his curiosity over Kakashi's students and progeny, and was apparently pleased with what he had found. No doubt this would be spread around the old fart gossip circle until they were inundated with deranked requests from all the old-timers crawling out of the woodwork to poke at the new generation. Okay, enough missions for today. Let's go to training ground 42. I think it's time to learn something, he said to his genin. The way they perked up was somewhat amusing, especially as he was planning on handing each of them a kunai and telling them to walk up a tree again. They'd been getting good at the whole chakra balance on vertical surfaces, so he was going to make them try on chakra-sensitive plants that tended to push back and unbalance little genin tottering along with chakra footsteps. We'll see how happy you all are then. I feel an evil laugh coming on. The squad was lined up in formation when the captain arrived. He looked along the line, making sure he had everyone assigned to him. There were pale faces and nervous looks. After all, what they were about to do was extremely dangerous, and they had no idea if they could trust their untried teammates to pull through for them when it got tough. Okay, the captain said, looking once more down the line. Any last-minute problems before we go? An uncomfortable silence. Then, their youngest member, a boy barely 16, spoke up. Are we sure we want to do this? I mean, Itachi is a really hard target, and it doesn't seem like there's much reward. Coward. This is for your village, hissed another. The captain waved his hand. For silence before anything could escalate. That's enough. Hero is not a coward, his concerns are valid. But our orders are absolute. A henceforth silent Kunoichi chuckled. That leaf bastard will never see this coming. Like father, like son. Let's go, the captain said. Less than a second later, every one of them disappeared into the wind. Another day, another wait in the queue at the mission's desk. Kakashi slouched in line, one hand on Sakura's shoulder in an attempt to keep her from launching herself at Sasuke, who had apparently had his hair cut yesterday afternoon. The change was barely noticeable, but the female member of the squad approved, vocally. Sasuke was attempting to ignore the attention, poorly, as they slowly trickled through the tower towards the shinobi that would assign their day's work. Finally, they reached the front of the line. Irika was manning it today, using up his paid time until the start of the next school year. Ah, Squad 7, he said when they drew near. Here for a mission? Yup, Kakashi said, bumping Sasuke with a shin. The Uchiha glanced at him in confusion before remembering that he had a task to perform today. He approached the desk and offered a scroll, his mission report. Kakashi had decided it was time they learned to write them, and had arbitrarily chosen Sasuke to be the first to attempt it. He had been made to rewrite it 3 times before Kakashi had been satisfied. Irika took the scroll and smiled. Another successful D rank? Yes, sensei, Sakura piped up in Sasuke's place, drawing herself up with pride. What mission are we getting next? Naruto asked, standing on tiptoes to get an angle where he could read the scrolls on the desk upside down. A C rank? Kakashi stifled a flinch at the notion a second too late, if the amused smirks of the desk workers were any indication. Irika chose to answer. I don't think so, Naruto-kun. But we have a fun one. There's an orchard just outside the village wall that's asked for a genin team to help harvest the fruit. Should last several days, and you'll get paid out of village rates, even though it's close enough to come home every night. We'll take it, Kakashi said before Naruto could express his distaste. It didn't take long to be briefed. Basically, this particular apple orchard was run by a gentleman farmer, which was a polite way of saying someone who didn't want to work a day in his life. So every year, at harvest time, a genin team was employed to pick and sort the apples. How thrilling. Still, Kakashi supposed, a change of scenery might entertain the kids. So he ignored Naruto's pout, signed the roster to say he'd accepted this mission, and shepherded the trio out. Dad, why do genin have to do such dumb stuff? Naruto half-whined. Kakashi decided to treat it as a legitimate query from his student rather than a complaint from his son. Well, it teaches you a variety of skills that would otherwise need to be taught in potentially deadly situations that you would be cast into prematurely. It also give me the version that has the BS removed, Naruto interrupted. Kakashi grinned. Teaches you to obey orders no matter how dumb or degrading they are, and means the grown-ups don't have to do chores. Naruto nodded. Thought so, he said, ducking to avoid his dad's hair ruffle. Kakashi stopped to buy a packed lunch for everyone from a food stall on the way. There really wasn't time to go home and pack something, but there were no food shops in the orchard, and Kakashi would be frankly shocked if they even saw another soul, let alone were offered food on the job. And he couldn't very well let 13-year-olds go a whole day without food on a D-ranked mission. Or buy Naruto a lunch and not the other two. Besides, little gestures to make the other two feel loved meant he could skip the big gestures. They reached the village gates just as what looked like a three-man Chunin squad and client did. Kakashi gave them a vague nod and received one in return from the heavy-set Chunin. He would have kept right on walking, but his genin had other ideas. Daikoku-sensei. Sakura called, ever the social butterfly. How she remembered the name of the academy teacher she hadn't interacted with since she was 6 was a mystery for the ages, but the chubby man smiled readily enough. Hello, Sakura-chan, Sasuke-kun, Daikoku greeted, looking at each in turn. Naruto-chan, Kakashi-san. Off on a mission? Yes, sensei, Sakura said. Naruto tried not to react badly to the fact that he'd just been called Chan, even though he was nearly 11. We're going to pick fruit, he said instead. Daikoku chuckled. That sounds fun, he said. What are you doing, sensei? Asked Sasuke, dark eyes flicking between the teacher and the two other Chunin, who were obviously his teammates, talking to a civilian nearby. The chubby teacher smiled. Well, I've been assigned a mission, along with those two, he said, gesturing the men Sasuke had spotted. We are escorting a client home. That sounds interesting, Sakura offered half-heartedly, and untruthfully, eyeing the scruffy man by the gate arguing with the Chunin. Both green-vested men had rather long-suffering expressions in place. In the background, Kakashi smirked. C ranks were the bane of the adult shinobi world. Once they aged out of D ranks, got promoted to Chunin, it was no longer weeding gardens and painting fences. Instead, the dreaded escort mission stepped in as the most tedious, dreary and downright cringe-worthy torture that the desk nin could inflict. Daikoku shot him a sour look, no doubt guessing what the Jounin was thinking. How are you coping with your new genin team, sensei? He said, mostly out of spite, drawing attention to the Jounin's own torture. Kakashi's answer was blithe. Well enough. Where are you headed, sensei? Daikoku grimaced. Just to wave and back. Not far. Izumo and Kotetsu will handle most of the heavy lifting, they're younger than me. Well, good luck. And you. And they were off. The Chunin, Izumo and Kotetsu stopped arguing with the client when Team 7 walked past, each ducking into a bizarrely low bow aimed at Kakashi. The Jounin was a little bemused by the overdone manners until he remembered that those two had come with him that day he had rescued Naruto from his abductors years ago. I didn't realize I made such an impression on them, he thought, gleeful at the idea. I wonder if they'll call me Kakashi-sama. The Hyuga clan compound was designed to exude tranquility. Unlike the Inuzuka compound, which leaked life by the bucketful, or the Uchiha compound, which had been designed to showcase power, or the Yamanaka compound, which was designed to accommodate its civilian businesses, the Hyuga were all about calm, peace, and pretty koi pawns. The private home of the clan head was no different. There were soundproofed walls, ordered flowers, sweeping hallways. And, today, 2 children fighting bitterly in the garden. Hinata was sitting on the porch, peeking through her fingers as she watched Neji and her baby sister Hanabi spar. Hanabi was panting, but the glint in her eyes was furious as she attacked her cousin with everything she had. Neji, on the other hand, had set his face in a blank slate of seriousness, but Hinata knew he was equal parts resigned and annoyed. Hanabi had come to him and demanded a spar. When Neji had refused, tired from his own training, the girl had pulled rank. Hinata shifted uncomfortably. It was incredibly bad taste for someone so young to pull the "I'm part of the main branch" card on her senior, but Hanabi was all too comfortable doing so. She was also too confident in her abilities. Where most days Neji would be gentle with her, today he clearly just wanted this fight over with so he could go and rest. He managed to disarm and unbalance his cousin within 10 minutes, and sent her tumbling to the ground with one last strike. Relaxing his fighting pose, he moved to stand over the young girl. "You should yield," he said. It was obvious he had won. An ugly expression came over Hanabi's face, and Neji had just enough time to form an uneasy feeling before the brand on his forehead flared to life. With a muted scream, he fell to his knees, blinded by the agony. "Hanabi!" Hinata shouted, horrified. Neji's face was twisted grotesquely, his hands clutching at his head. Hanabi clambered to her feet and made a show of standing over him, smirking. "Yield," Neji gasped. "I yield." Hanabi didn't stop, if anything intensifying her focus on keeping his seal active. Hinata felt her heart jump into her throat. She's going to kill him, she thought wildly. Neji apparently reached a similar conclusion, that, or he couldn't stand the pain anymore. He forced one hand away from his head and picked up a kunai, hurling it with all his might at the young girl. Hanabi skipped out of the way, but it broke her focus and Neji jumped to his feet. Hanabi let out a little scream as her cousin bowled into her. It wasn't a ninja attack, it was closer to a big brother tackle. The boy pushed her to the ground, grabbed a handful of her hair and yanked, twisted her arm back painfully. He was probably keeping himself from using any proper fighting techniques in case he killed the little girl, but that didn't stop him from trying to hurt her back in a moment of petty revenge. "You asked me to spar," he shouted into her ear. "You ordered me to spar with you. Don't punish me because you lost." Hinata handed both hands over her mouth. She didn't know what to do as her little sister screamed. Hanabi was making enough ruckus to wake the dead, which seemed unfair as Neji wasn't even really hurting her. He had barely made a peep when she had been melting his brain. A tray with 4 cups of tea balanced on it slammed down next to her, and Hinata looked up to see her father stride past, jump the foot down off the porch to the garden, and stalk to the two squalling on the ground. Neji struggled when he was grabbed and hauled off of his cousin, but went limp the moment he realized who had come to intervene. His face changed from angry to horrified as he looked back at Hanabi and realized what he'd done. Automatically, his hand went to the curse seal in preparation for when his uncle activated it. Hayashi would, he knew. But he didn't. Instead, he set Neji roughly on his feet and scowled. Hanabi clambered back to her feet, making a show of how sore her twisted arm was. The smug look on her face left no doubt that she believed he was about to be punished severely. "Neji," Hayashi said. His heart was pounding with the worst kind of anger, at Neji, yes, but also at his daughter. "How dare you attack Hanabi? Have you anything to say?" For a moment, just a moment, Neji looked like he was going to defend himself, accuse Hanabi of activating the curse seal for nothing. Then, a horrible defeat entered his eyes and he tilted his head down just enough that he no longer met Hayashi's eyes. "No, sir." Hayashi narrowed his own eyes. "Self-control is the most important asset a shinobi can have," he said. "No matter how angry you are never to lose control of yourself again. As you cannot control yourself, I shall isolate you until you can. I expect you to go straight to my dojo in the East Wing. You are to lock the door behind you, you are to stay and practice there until I come and release you. You are not to stop for food or drink, or for any other reason. Do I make myself quite clear?" Neji's face was set, but Hayashi could see how upset he was. Once that dojo was locked, he would have no choice but to stay, it could only be unlocked from the outside. And it was incredibly unfair to tell him he wasn't allowed to stop to rest or refuel, especially as he had no idea how long he'd be there. Still, Hayashi watched as the boy steeled himself and answered. "Yes, uncle." He even kept his voice steady. "Go," Hayashi said, before he crumbled and recanted. Yes, perhaps it was unfair to punish and belittle the boy, but he couldn't go around attacking the main branch of the clan. He'd be killed outright, and Hayashi wasn't always going to be around to protect him. "I will find out if you disobey me." Neji nodded once, bowed, and left. Hayashi watched him go, and was perturbed but unsurprised to see him scrub his eyes with his knuckles just before he was out of sight. Hinata was still sitting frozen on the porch, looking as if she desperately wanted to say something but was too afraid to. She also looked like she was going to burst into tears at any moment. Unfortunately, Hayashi wasn't done being the bad guy yet. He turned to his youngest, who was trying to put her hair back in order and looking altogether too smug about Neji's fate. Hayashi felt another surge of anger, and wondered how he had raised such a vindictive little bitch. "Hanabi," he said sternly. "I am displeased with you." She looked surprised. "But he attacked me," she protested. Hayashi raised an eyebrow. "Did you, or did you not activate his seal when you lost a spar?" he said. Hanabi didn't even have the grace to look cowed. A light blush appeared over her cheeks, but she didn't look away. Instead, she had the audacity to shrug. "I don't think I lost," she said. "I found a way to win, I took it. I could have killed him when he was down under the seal." "He yielded," Hayashi thought, "and you still didn't let him go. Hanabi, you are talented, but not yet skilled enough to defeat Neji. In fact, I doubt you will ever be able to best him in a fair dash." He stressed the word, fight. Hanabi's face changed from smug to incredulous, and Hayashi went in for the kill. "I have never seen a main branch member act so disgracefully. You will spend the rest of today and all of tomorrow helping your branch relatives in the kitchens, and then every afternoon and weekend until I am satisfied you will never again use their seal against them unjustly." Hanabi opened her mouth to protest the punishment, she who had never set foot in the kitchens, let alone done any other chore her entire life, but Hayashi cut her off. "And," he said, drawing out the word to be sure he caught and kept her attention, "while you are scrubbing dishes, I want you to think on this. You are the second child of the clan head. Should your sister succeed me, you will be branded with that same seal you now abuse." That pulled the little brat up short, and she stared in horror at her father. Hayashi felt a twinge of guilt at the emotional blackmail, but he couldn't let her go around torturing her family. That would just end with her becoming a little psychopath, if he let it go on unchecked. Hinata made a soft sound of distress as well, but Hayashi backed his resolve and made sure to keep his most severe face in place. "I suggest you go now," he said, purposefully making his voice tight, as if he were just barely controlling his temper. "Present yourself at the kitchens, and be sure you explain the full reason you are there. I shall come check on you shortly." Hinata would have burst into tears at this point. Hanabi showed her individuality by clenching her jaw, tossing her nose into the air and stalking away. Her father watched her go and sighed. "What am I going to do with that girl?" Putting the problem aside, he approached the porch and sat down next to his eldest daughter. "Hinata," he said, retrieving the tea tray he had set down and offering her a steaming cup. "Tell me how your training is going." Her stuttering had improved a little, as he'd hoped it might, since she'd been put on that young kunoichi squad. But today, after seeing such an extreme family argument, her speech impediment was out in full force. We have been learning lots, father." Hayashi looked into the green tea in his hand and sighed. Neji hated him, Hinata feared him, Hanabi resented him. He was 3 for 3. Well, they are teenagers, or nearly, he thought. I wonder how the other clan heads deal with this sort of thing. Naruto stared at it. Day 1 of the fruit-picking mission, and something was wrong. A forehead protector was lying on the ground, unclaimed, half buried in leaves. The others were ahead, probably already up trees again filling their buckets with ripe fruit. He had gone back to the big storage barn to empty his bucket, and had spotted it on the way back. He frowned, looking around. There was no one around, no one to claim the lost Hittite. He squinted at the innocent cloth. No traps that he could see, either. Just an abandoned scrap half buried by leaves. Decision made, his hand darted out and fished it up out of the dirt. Metal glinted as he shook the ribbon out to scatter leaves, and he flicked it up so he was holding the body of the piece. Wonder if it's one of Dad's, he thought, noting that it was bent on an angle that would fit an adult head and so couldn't belong to him or his teammates. He turned it over in his hands, looking for a clue as to its owner, and froze. The shiny metal was engraved, but not with the familiar spiral of his hometown. Instead, 3 flattened bubbles were stamped into it, sparking memories of horrible moments in his youth. His hand jerked, grip slackening. The Hittite bounced on the ground, and Naruto backed away like it was poisoned. Kumo. The Hittite was from Kumo. Why was it here? For a moment, the image of the 4 men who had tried to take him so long ago swam in his vision, images no doubt exaggerated and made grotesque by time and fear. Those men had been his own personal bogeymen for years, even though Dad had assured him they would never be back. What if they had come back now? To try and steal him? A bolt of fear twanged through his gut, and Naruto flinched. After a moment of hesitation, he grabbed up the enemy marker again and ran to the house. Dad! Kakashi looked up. Naruto. I was wondering where you went. He frowned at his son's expression. You okay, pup? Naruto spotted Sasuke looking over curiously and took a deep breath, restraining himself. He wanted to throw himself at his father and babble, but his pride would never let him. Instead, he offered the Hittite. I found this. Kakashi's gloved hand took the Hittite gently, turning it over to see the symbol. For one moment, the Jonin froze. Where did you find this? He said in a tightly controlled voice. Naruto bit his lip. Outside. It was kinda half-buried, like it had been forgotten. Go back to work. I'll take care of it, Kakashi rasped. Nothing to worry about. A bit of relief entered Naruto's eyes, and Kakashi forced a smile. He rubbed his hand over Naruto's spiked hair and gave him a little shove. Go on. The moment his kid had turned away, Kakashi closed his eyes and tried to keep calm. It would do no good to go into a homicidal rage here and start searching for Kumo Nin to slaughter. He would scare the genin. After a moment of breathing exercises and imagining the soothing sound of an ocean, Kakashi felt in control enough to tuck the Hittite into his pocket, open his eyes, and direct his genin, subtly, towards a more defendable spot while still seeming unconcerned. No need to do anything rash. There was nothing quite as risky as walking into an enemy stronghold with the intention to rig explosive devices in broad daylight. But, of course, that was what this squad was doing. They strode into Konoha like civilians with false passports, hesitated at stalls and shops, mingled with crowds, and eventually regrouped beside a children's playground. Let's get this done, muttered one, shifting his backpack to his other shoulder. We're on a tight schedule. They were. This was one half of a 2-team double attack on Konoha designed to make an impact on the tree huggers. 2 families in Konoha were a particular bane to Kumo. They were there to deal with the Hyuga clan, the other squad would handle the Hatake family. Privately, each member of the Hyuga squad believed that they had gotten the better end of the deal. Of course, that didn't make it any easier to avoid denizens and patrols and rig an entire, 52-building complex to explode at a certain time later that night. The job itself took 10 nerve-wracking minutes, which was a short time to wait for a roast dinner but was an age when it came to rigging anything deadly. Everything went splendidly, and they were creeping out of the complex right on schedule. Of course, because nothing was ever perfect, trouble found them, almost too late. A shinobi clad in the white armor of a Konohan Anbu appeared just as the foreign squad dropped over the Hyuga's walls. All froze. The Anbu recovered first. "Hey," he shouted. One of the invaders glanced at another. "No patrols are supposed to run past here," he hissed. "You promised us that." "Argue later," another said tersely. "We outnumber him," grumbled a fourth. "Unit, backup arrives. Get out of here." The conversation flicked by in an instant, just long enough for the Anbu to pull out his katana and level it at the trespassers, obviously prepared for a battle. The intruders didn't wait to see what he'd do, taking off as fast as possible. The Anbu shouted after them, but they were gone. Almost. A single shinobi from the foreign group felt the ground give underneath him, sinking into it. An earth jutsu, he thought in disbelief. He actually caught me with an earth jutsu. It was enough catch and hold his foot, to trip him, and he tumbled to the ground. The rest of the squad kept going, uncaring of their teammates' capture. He had one last glimpse of his squad, disappearing without a backwards glance, before the Konohan hit him with the hilt of the katana, and everything went black. When he woke, he was strapped to a chair in a dark room. It must have been purposefully designed to be dark, because he couldn't have been out for longer than a few minutes with a knock to the head like that. Somewhere outside, it was still only early afternoon, he was sure of it. That didn't help him out of his current predicament. "So, a Kyumo ninja, huh?" The prisoner jerked at the sound, looking around to find that he wasn't alone. A masked Anbu was standing in the corner, examining the Hittite they'd found in his pocket. The prisoner glared, but somehow looked a little relieved all at the same time. The Anbu logged away the tiny detail and continued talking. "Feel like telling me what you were doing outside the Hyuga complex?" he said. "I mean, that didn't end well for you guys last time. And then the last time you came to our village." He let out a low whistle. "Broken does not do justice to those corpses." The Anbu paused for effect. Sure, his hostage looked scared, but didn't look in a talkative mood. There was no response at all, not even a "death to Konoha." Nothing. "All right," the masked man said. The foreign shinobi watched as he made a show of unwrapping several wicked-looking instruments. "As I'm sure you know, pain is never a very reliable method of interrogation. If I keep at you long enough with this dash," he brandished a set of pliers designed to pull fingernails out, "I bet I could get you to tell me all about how you spent last night being intimate with a giraffe while singing nursery rhymes about the moon. Still, we're on a limited time frame, so we really don't have much choice." The Anbu somehow managed to give the impression of a smile even through his mask, and selected his first instrument, an old-fashioned razor blade. "Okay," he said. "You probably don't care what my name is, but you can call me Tree Frog. All my friends do." "You got a name?" The prisoner didn't reply, just clenched his jaw. His interrogator sighed. "So it begins," he said. Kakashi stood outside the orchard's big barn, watching his genin ferry in the last of the fruit they had picked that morning. They would spend the rest of the day sorting it out and packaging it away before heading back out to the trees tomorrow. He was fingering the Hittite Naruto had found, turning it over in his hands as he turned it over in his head. Why was it here? The most obvious reason was, of course, that a shinobi from Kyumo had lost it at some point in the not-too-distant past. That didn't make sense, though. Between Hayashi and Kakashi, any Kyumo ninja inside Fire Country, illegally or not, would be on high alert. Cautious to the extreme. Dropping something like a Hittite spoke of incomprehensible sloppiness in face of such danger. And Kyumo was much more rigid in their discipline than Konoha, so it was doubled unlikely. Unless it had been left as a message? In just the right spot for Naruto to find it? But how would they engineer that? And anyone who'd done their homework would know that Naruto would turn straight around and hand it to his father. A message for Kakashi? It worked pretty well as a, "we were here," but it wasn't a very smart move to broadcast that fact. It might as well be a note saying, "Chunin are in the neighborhood. Kakashi, please hunt us down and kill us horribly." Chunin with suicidal impulses? Kakashi mused, watching the kids retreat into the airy barn to start sorting. Or a disproportionate amount of youth and arrogance per capita in this particular squad? Before he could contemplate it further, his senses warned him of a newcomer and he spun around, a kunai materializing in his hand. Semi-false alarm. It was a man in ANBU gear, Konoha's ANBU. He jumped down from the nearest apple-laden tree and stalked closer, seemingly unconcerned by the weapon Kakashi was pointing at him. There was a kind of stiffness in his movements, though, that told the Jonin he wasn't here on a social call. "Senpai," he spoke. Although Kakashi had recognized the man when he first appeared, the tone and choice of words were what convinced him to put the kunai down. He slid it back into its appropriate place in his pouch, and made a show of blinking in exaggerated surprise. "Hello?" The ANBU sighed and reached up to pull off his mask. A young man's smooth face was revealed, bordered by a peculiar Hittite that Kakashi knew was purposefully the same style as the Nidaime Hokage's. "Senpai," he said again. "I need to talk to you." Kakashi glanced at the Kumo band in his hand. "I'm a little busy, Tenzu. Can you talk while I do a perimeter sweep?" The younger man nodded instantly. Sure, I can do that." He fell in step, seeming not to notice how paranoid Kakashi was in checking there was no one within a 2-mile radius of them. Perhaps he was just used to the inherently more obsessive ANBU protocols rather than the D-rank with Jonin standard. Kakashi began to plod on his OCD round, moving a little more slowly than he normally would to give his friend some time to talk. He counted 18 steps before the ANBU began to speak. "I did an interrogation today," he said. Tenzu knew he had to be careful now. If he started with Kumo Hittite, he'd have a new, bigger problem in the form of Kakashi on a warpath. If he started with, "I hit him until he said something," he might be dismissed out of hand. Kakashi looked at him expectantly even as he kicked at a bush. The rabbit hiding there shot out, and Kakashi watched it go. Not an enemy ninja, not a henge. Just frightened wildlife. Tenzu hesitated again. He was picked up just outside the Hyuga compound," he said. "Owl found him. He says he's here to start a war. Was planning on going after the clan." Kakashi hummed, now inspecting an innocent birch. "He just told you this? Just like that?" Tenzu rolled his eyes. "He didn't just tell me," he said. "I encouraged him a little." "Duh. Does it really matter? Point is, I got the information." "So, he had a whole squad that got away, and he said there was another team somewhere outside the village wall. I thought you could help. So let me be sure I understand you," Kakashi said, stopping and pulling Tenzu to face him directly. "You discovered a threat to the village, to the Hyuga clan, over the course of an interrogation. And you didn't go to the Hokage, the council or even your own CO. Instead, your first thought was, I gotta get Kakashi-senpai." Tenzu blushed soundly, looking away. "Shut up," he said, scuffing the ground with his sandal. "I did tell my superiors, and I filled out the paperwork, but I just thought, it's going to take so long to go through the official channels, even if they do believe it wasn't just the captive blowing hot air." "Skip to the part where you came to me," Kakashi ordered. Tenzu shrugged. "Last time this happened, you dealt with it." Kakashi frowned. "Last time this happened," he repeated, "it was my own kid taken. I lost my temper and destroyed all chance we had of tracking the abductors back to their home. Besides, that wasn't even the last time this happened." Remember the prisoner a couple of years ago? The one they let bear at? He was here to kill, maim and destroy too. This is bigger than a stolen kid, Tenzu replied, impatient and completely ignoring Kakashi's other point. I think they're planning to kill them. Wipe them out, you know. Like the Uchiha. The notion was an unpleasant one. Still, Kakashi's response was to shake his head and groan. You know, I actually have my very own set of problems here. Naruto found this today. He offered the headband, and Tenzu took it, blinking at the symbol. That is a problem, he agreed. Kakashi was about to grunt and take the band back, but his friend kept talking. This is not a Kumo Hitaiate. Kakashi froze halfway through examining a tree for enemy Nin. What? Tenzu nodded. Yeah. Kumo's symbol has a kind of rounded edges rectangle bubble by itself, and just next to that two rounded rectangle bubbles connected together. They represent clouds. But this one, see? All three of the rectangle bubble things are discrete. It's been forged. Kakashi took the band and examined it closely. Tenzu was right, this missed the tiny link between two of the engraved bubbles. It was a sloppy mistake to make, but not one that caught the eye. How did you notice this? He asked. Tenzu grinned. My prisoner had one on him. Apparently, he was going to plant it. Kakashi's eye widened a fraction. Someone is waging a psych war against me, he realized. I, or the kids, are the second target. The urge to throw the Hitaiate away in anger was strong, but he bit it back and tucked it into his vest. Damn it. I'd almost prefer it to actually be Kumo again. Better the devil you know, Tenzu agreed. What do you think they're after? Kakashi shrugged. Until I know who they are, there's no way to tell. Could be an old enemy, new enemy, hired mercenary. Hell, it could even be Konoha testing my sanity, or someone who wanted. He trailed off, and Tenzu tilted his head to look at him. Senpai? Are you alright? In the short term, it could be to separate me from the kids, Kakashi said. The first thing I did was do a perimeter sweep, and I even took you along with me. I left the kids all alone. I've got Naruto and an Uchiha on my squad. Do you know what their net value would be on the black market? Tenzu paled as he calculated that, the price of the last Uchiha and the Hatake heir, each healthy, old enough to breed and young enough to control. The rough figure he came up with was enough to be a powerful motivator for either an individual or a village as a whole. Throw in a Hyuga or two, and maybe we should go back, he suggested, only to find that he was now talking to the shrub next to him. Kakashi had already taken off back to where he had left the kids. Tenzu made to follow and promptly tripped when the bush took offense to being abandoned and curled a thin branch around his ankle. Oh, come on, he growled at it. Stupid thing. It took a moment to concentrate his Makoten ability again and force the plant to release him. He must have let his control slip while he worried about Kakashi's boys. That, or he was losing his ability to manage his inheritance. A glance around reminded him that he was, in fact, completely surrounded by foliage. He shivered. Better catch up with Senpai before I'm molested by apple trees, he thought, deciding to stick to the ground instead of taking to the canopy. It was safer. The six-man team hidden barely 6 miles from where Tenzu had insulted a non-sentient being were tense. None wore any kinds of identifying marks, but each had at least one Hitaiate with a Kumo symbol hidden somewhere in their clothing. All would be acutely annoyed if they had heard the assessment of the one they had already planted, that there had been an error in the carefully forged items. It was a motley group. 2 men and a truly terrifying woman, were built like boulders and had the temperaments to match. The other 2 grown men and a teenager, wore sour expressions and had the kind of washed-out, flat hair of people who lived in a place of constant rain. It was an unlikely union, but orders were orders. The captain, one of the rained-on adults, shifted to change the pressure on his tingling behind. They'd been sitting there for hours, all a little too spooked by the idea of Hitachi freaking Kakashi to risk moving around. As if his slight squirm had been a signal, all the others started shifting. Predictably, complaints soon followed. "How much longer is this going to take?" asked one of the burly men. The captain didn't reply. Honestly, he was enjoying the stakeout. He'd finally dried off, for one. After all, he loved his hometown, would die for AIM, if he had to, but the cursed rain every day of the year made drying off nearly impossible. Most stores back home had "caution, wet floor" signs either hung on their walls or bolted to their floors permanently, and problems like mold and leaking roofs were rampant. Then the captain swatted the fifth bug of the hour and dryly supposed that all places had their problems. "I vote we go get him now," the woman muttered. Her own village mates scowled at her. "Do you have rocks for brains?" he demanded. "It's a distinct possibility," the teen snickered. The kunoichi's face darkened, and a second later the teen recoiled with a muted howl of pain. The captain sighed and reached to pull out the senbon now sticking out of his cheek. "Play nice," he said to the woman, who took her weapon back with an eye roll. "We stick to the plan. We take them at dusk." "Yeah," spoke up the thus far silent Iwanin. "We have to time it to match the other team, otherwise all of Konoha will be on our arses." "Oh, but it'd be easy," scoffed the woman. "We'll wait till he's on his own picking fruit again, duck in, kill him, arrange him so it looks like he's fallen asleep and leg it out of there. We'd be home for breakfast." The captain rubbed his temple. "We stick to the plan," he repeated. Now the teen was frowning. "Wait, no one said anything about killing the kid," he said. The adult AIM who wasn't the captain grunted. "Our goal is to start a war between Kyumo and Konoha," he said in the same tone used to explain that 1 + 1 = 2. "Murder will do the same as abduction on that front, and it's less expensive and easier." "Not if the kid we're trying to kill is guarded by a demon from hell," the kunoichi muttered. Noticing her teammates staring at her, she instantly turned defensive. "What? You really think Hitachi is human? That man has killed more than you or I could dream. Even when he was a kid. In the war, they called the yellow flash the devil. Well, Hitachi was the demon who followed him around." An AIM shinobi scoffed. "Oh, please. Keep your IWA superstitions out of this. He's just a man." "A man with a kill list a mile long," muttered one of the kunoichi's village mates. Then, after a pause he added, "Seriously, I've seen it. It's really long. Ugh, you're all a bunch of wimps. I've seen more spine in caterpillars. We just have to kill one kid, who's protected by one man. It's not that hard, right, Captain?" The captain just sighed, nursing his head in his hands. "I wish I went with the other group. Blowing up a clan complex in the heart of an enemy village would be so much easier than dealing with all of you." It was a relief, if not a surprise, to find the genin safe and sound. In fact, they were even coexisting peacefully for once. Kakashi looked around the barn where they were sorting apples, unwilling to miss any threats and checking on each of his team individually. All three were fine, busy searching for rotten apples in the piles they had picked and packing the ones they had deemed worthy into big barrels for transport. "Hi, Dad," Naruto greeted, halfway through emptying one of the collection buckets onto the floor so he could examine its contents. Kakashi reached for him and traced his face with one hand, reassuring himself that the boy was fine. Blue eyes blinked at him. "You okay, Dad?" "Yeah, I'm fine," Kakashi said, looking around again. If the purpose of the Kyumo Hitaiate had been to make him nervous, it was doing its job. The knowledge that it was planted by someone not from Kyumo was actually just adding to his anxiety rather than assuaging it. He nearly responded with violence when Tenzu appeared at his shoulder, for some reason covered in leaves. "Don't ask, senpai," he said before Kakashi could say anything. Just know that I hate apple trees, and the vine outside got my mask. Yes, he was missing his porcelain mask. Kakashi decided not to comment at all. Instead, he looked back at his kid, who was watching the exchange curiously. Naruto. You remember Tenzu-san, right? Naruto screwed up his face, trying to place the name, or face, of the man. I think so. Didn't you once show me some of the things you ANBU guys used to hurt people? That night Dad left me in ANBU HQ? No. Tenzu yelped, his voice rising to an embarrassing squeak as he panicked a little at the thought of being blamed for that. I didn't. I swear, it wasn't me, he added, looking at Kakashi. Thankfully, the father appeared to believe him. Well, he's come to help us with the harvest, he said, looking amused. Now Tenzu had a new reason to panic. Senpai, he squeaked in protest. Kakashi glared. Yes, Tenzu. Didn't you come out here just to find me? The implication was clear, he was staying and helping his superior contain the situation or else. And Kakashi-senpai's or else's tended to be a little more severe than a prank or a write-up. Tenzu was pretty sure his shoulders drooped as he realized defeat. Yes, sir. Kakashi smiled. Good, he said, turning back to the kids. I want you guys to stay inside, alright? You've all had enough sun for today. Tenzu and I are gonna go get your food, it's way past midday and you're all overdue a feed. You three just stay in this barn. Bye. And he was gone, pushing a mildly, though not verbally, protesting ANBU ahead of him. The genin watched him go, each silent and frozen in whatever motion they'd been halfway through before Tenzu came in. For a moment, the only sound was the mice rustling the hay. Then Sasuke spun and grabbed Naruto's collar. Speak, brat. Why is Sensei acting so weird? Why are we suddenly corralled in this barn and have two babysitters? Naruto squirmed, trying to pry Sasuke's strong fingers off his jacket. I don't know, he snapped. Leave me alone. He's your father. You know better than anyone, Sasuke countered, refusing to let go. Naruto gave up trying to force him away and instead slipped easily out of his jacket, leaving it dangling in the Uchiha's grip. I found a Kumo Hitai 8 on the ground today. It looked like it had been there forever, but Dad's really paranoid. He's probably just worried that the owner is still around. Sakura put her bucket of apples down and decided to join the conversation. Why? She asked, moving to the faucet to wash her hands off. I mean, why does he care so much? It's not like we're at war with Kumo. There was silence in the barn. Sasuke carefully didn't look at Naruto, or at Sakura, all his aggression leaking away. He crouched back down and returned to sorting his apple pile, tossing Naruto's jacket aside to do so. Of course he had heard about what had happened to Naruto, and Hyuga Hinata. His father had been very careful to tell him all about it, to warn him about strangers from other villages who might come for him. He just hadn't actually made the connection to this Naruto until Sakura had asked that question, somehow hadn't realized that this Naruto and the Hinata he knew were the ones in his father's favorite ghost story. Naruto struggled with an answer. He really didn't like reliving that episode in his life, and Sakura was at her core a civilian. She'd likely have a bad reaction. On the other hand, she was really annoying if you didn't give her the information she felt she was entitled to. And it wasn't like it was a secret. When I was a kid, I was abducted by Kumo ninja, he said, choosing the blunt approach. My mum was from Kumo, so they figure they have a claim to me. Sakura gasped, green eyes going wide until they were near perfect circles. Naruto prepared himself for questions about the abduction, his rescue, the shinobi, what his dad was doing about it now. He was still surprised. Sensei had an affair with someone outside our village, the girl all but shrieked. Naruto blinked, then cringed. I didn't expect her to care about mixed heritage, he thought uncomfortably. Surprisingly, Sasuke spoke up. It happens. Don't bother the brat over it, Sakura. Sakura looked surprised. No, she said, pushing apples out of the way so she could sit on the floor and hug her legs. It's so romantic. Love across borders, ah. She squealed into her knees, looking very much like she wanted to cuddle up to something and coo. Naruto shifted back a little, trying to get out of range. I don't know if it was Naruto. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, surprised to be interrupted, and doubly surprised that Sasuke had used his name to do so. The Uchiha shook his head. Don't bother correcting her, he said, jerking his head at where Sakura was now gazing dreamily at the ceiling. She'll be far happier with the forbidden love story than any mission baby idiom you've come up with. Naruto still hesitated, but a glance at Sakura convinced him that Sasuke was probably right. Why ruin Sakura's happy little daydream? Bet I can sort my pile faster than you can sort yours, he challenged. Sasuke's eyebrow rose a fraction. You're on, brat. The rakeage was cordoned in his office, barricaded against the rest of the village while he considered the guest he had cooling off in a secure holding cell. A runner from IWA had come knocking at his door. IWA was not a welcome symbol to see in Kumo, ever since the Third Great Shinobi War, when Konoha soundly trounced IWA, Suna and Kumo. The three defeated countries had retreated into their own borders and had been avoiding each other's eyes ever since. All three had wanted to lick their wounds and recover enough to regain the ground lost against the Konohan superpower, but that would be impossible if the tree hungers noticed them cozying up together and decided to nip a new rebellion in the bud. When the runner had appeared with a IWA Hitai 8 and a note from his Kage, he had immediately been grabbed, stripped, searched, and thrown into a dark cube. And the rakeage was left wondering what to do. Iwa's Tsuchikage had promised him the Hataki boy. For nothing. A gift, to rebuild their two countries' friendship. Whatever that meant. To say the rakeage was suspicious was an understatement, but he couldn't quite spot the catch. This couldn't be a convoluted plot to catch him out and give Konoha a chance to seek vengeance for the dead Hyuga. IWA hated Konoha, and wouldn't work with them even if Konoha was crushing their stony little heads together. Above all else, IWA held grudges, and had a lot of bones with Kumo. So why the sudden charity? After another long moment, the yondaime summoned his aide and told her his decision. They would reserve judgment, until such a time as promises were fulfilled. And if they weren't, well, the rakeage was a firm believer in the shoot the messenger philosophy. Some stamped up to the gates that marked the entrance to the Hyuga compound, feeling more than a little silly. Still, better safe than sorry. I'm here to see Hayashi, she said to the man at the gate, and he let her in without argument. Hayashi was sitting on his porch, gazing up at the late afternoon sky. Suddenly feeling very bulky and ungraceful in this serene setting, clomped over and thudded down beside him. The Hyuga looked a little surprised to see her. Tsum-san. I was just thinking about you, he said. He paused, then chuckled, some thought amusing him. I suppose it's too much to hope that you are here to give me parenting advice? Not today, Tsum said, noticing a tray with 2 full cups of stone-cold tea sat nearby, a third 3/4 full balanced on the railing, and a fourth mostly empty and clutched in Hayashi's hands. This visit's more practical. I'm here to save your life. The man smiled a little, obviously expecting some story of a prank or jilted villager, or failing that the words, "This is an intervention," for whatever reason. Tsum decided to be blunt. There's a prisoner that ANBU has, says he set explosives. The idea was to wipe your whole clan out, like the Uchiha. Hayashi had frozen. He said he had done this? Tsum nodded. Set to go off at dusk. Might be a false alarm, but dusk is in, like, 20 minutes. Might want to get everyone out just in case. The Hyuga considered. How did you come by this information? He asked. Tsum tossed her head, wild hair spilling everywhere. Inoichi was briefed. He's gonna interrogate tomorrow, but he kinda thought he should do something now, just in case. And he told you? Tsum was getting twitchy at the inactivity, and the fact that she was sitting in what might be a giant bomb set to go off any time. And I'm tellin' you, she snarled. What you gonna do about it? You can either ignore the threat, which is what the council did, and risk your life and the lives of everyone in this compound, or you can evacuate. And go where? Hayashi asked. Tsum groaned. You're a problem person, not a solution person, she accused, glaring. Me and the Inoshikacho clans'll all take about a quarter of you. That way, you're split up in case this guy's teammates didn't split and make another attempt. The news that she had arranged safe places for them to stay seemed to convince Hayashi that Tsum was sincere. He stood quickly and moved to the door. Him, he said to the girl in the next room, I need you to sound an evacuation. Now. Hurry. The girl, a branch member in charge of the clan head's housework, gave him a wide-eyed look of fear and took off running. Hayashi turned back to Tsum. Shall we help spread the word? Best idea you've had all day, Tsum said, and together they left the room. It was 30 minutes and a sunset later that they'd managed to get the entire clan out of the compound and quartered. Many Hyuga, Hayashi included, were looking suspiciously at the Inuzuka clan members who turned up to help guide them to the other clans' homes. No explosions as the minutes ticked by and soon the clan began grumbling. Finally, Hayashi turned to Tsum with a significantly raised eyebrow. Tsum shrugged. Well, better safe than sorry, she said. Guess he was just making stuff up. I still reckon you should keep your people out of there for tonight, and have a bomb expert look through the place carefully in the morn. She was cut off by, as predicted, an explosion. Just a little one to start with, but it started a chain reaction until 4 or 5 large blasts had been detonated. Several buildings collapsed outright, and a fire flared into life. Shouts of alarm and fear echoed down the street. Tsum, who had been knocked into Hayashi's arms by the shockwave, forced herself back upright and turned to look at the damage. She blinked at it for a moment. Ha, she said, turning back to Hayashi in triumph. You thought I was crazy, didn't ya? Well, are you glad you listened to me now? Hayashi seemed too shocked to properly reply, staring at his home crumbling and gradually being engulfed in flame. How had this happened? How had enemies managed to get into his compound and do this unchecked? Had he really been so arrogant, so secure in his own superiority, that he had allowed this to happen? Father. The voice of the scared little girl reached him where nothing else could, and he turned towards it in a daze. Father. Hinata was pale as a ghost, shaking uncontrollably as she pushed through the crowd to get to him. Go with your cousins, Hinata, Hayashi said instantly, already turning away as he presumed she was just scared by what had happened. His daughter's next words made him freeze, however. Father, I can't find Neji. Neji. For a horrible moment, Hayashi couldn't remember when he'd last seen the boy. Had he even been in the compound today? Then, the argument he'd had with the boy came flooding back, and he realized that the last anybody had seen, Neji had been locked in the clan head's home dojo. Would anybody have thought to check there, to get him? The answer came, horrible and insistent. No. Tsum turned to say something to the Hyuga clan head just in time to see Hayashi's face slacken in a way that denoted pure horror. A second later, he had turned on his heel and was racing as fast as he could back into the complex. Hayashi. Tsum shouted, then growled as she was ignored. Ah, damn it. Hana, get these people hidden away in the other compounds. Now. Hana nodded even as her mum dashed away. Father. Hinata screamed after Hayashi, then her eyes rolled back and she fell to the ground in a faint. Hana reached to catch her a second too late and the girl slipped through her fingers and hit the ground. "Hey! Girl?" Hyuga-san," she said to an adult, trying to pull the unconscious girl to her feet. "Please take her," she said. The Hyuga nodded and picked Hinata up, walking back to join her designated quarter of the clan. "Okay," Hana called. "We don't know if this is the end of it. Please, everyone, head to your hosts. Now. Everyone who's gonna hide out at the Inuzuka place, follow me." She led the way back to her home, hoping that she wasn't abandoning her mother to death. She had a job to do. She had to get the Hyuga clan hidden safely in the other clan compounds, away from the people who wanted them dead. Then she could come back and look for her mum. Inside the Hyuga compound, Tsum fought her way through the smoke, straining her eyes for any sign of Hayashi. Even the last few minutes had made a huge difference to the fire. It was as if it had grown into an inferno the moment people had entered, and there was no guarantee that the explosions had stopped or that the roof wouldn't fall in on them. The Hyuga was only a few meters ahead of her, also slowed down by the fire. But unlike Tsum, he didn't seem daunted by it. "Neji." Hayashi's voice was difficult to listen to. It was filled with a particular brand of grief, a special type of guilt, and the kind of desperation only a father was capable of. "Neji, where are you?" "Hayashi, we have to get out of here." Tsum shouted, loud enough to be heard over the roar of flames and crash of buildings collapsing. "I have to find him. We can't breathe in here." Hayashi hesitated for a second, which was enough for Tsum to catch up. She punched him soundly on the shoulder in punishment for running into a flaming, possibly collapsing building. The Hyuga didn't seem to notice, scrabbling at his clothing. He pulled on the thick cloth until it tore and handed a sizable piece to Tsum. A second, he held up over his mouth as a defense against the smoke. Tsum quickly mimicked him, and breathing became a little easier. "I will not leave the child here," Hayashi was saying, voice a little muffled by the muslin but still understandable. "I have to find him." Tsum nodded, understanding and agreement in equal measures. "We have to hurry," she said, internally tallying the odds that the kid was even still alive. They dipped lower every second, so time was of the essence. Where would he be? "I sent him to a dojo in the East Wing. He was to stay there and practice." He must still be there, he has to be." Tsum just nodded and curled her fist around a bit of his sleeve. "Can't get separated," she said. Hayashi nodded, then turned and plowed his way through the smoke. It took too long to find the dojo. They'd had to try 3 different ways before they found an uncollapsed passage that was not teeming with fire. When they got there, Hayashi threw himself at the door. The lock was a lost cause, as was the handle. Both would have heated to the point that touching them was impossible. Instead, Tsum lent her strength and a kunai from her pouch, and between them they managed to tear away a few wooden panes, enough to slide into the room. The kid was crumpled on the floor of the dojo, still clutching his kunai. He was so close to the door that Hayashi actually stood on him when he darted through the DIY hole. Obviously, Neji had tried to escape when smoke poured in, but had been overcome before he could unlock or break down the door. Tsum, eyes streaming, continued her assault on the door. They'd never be able to drag the unconscious boy out the little hole they'd squeezed in through. She was still unclear how Hayashi had fit, so she tore at the wooden panels with increasing desperation. It was getting hard to breathe. No wonder the kid passed out, she thought, ducking as low as she could to try and find some oxygen. Hayashi scooped up his nephew, slinging him over his shoulder and rushing back to Tsum. By now, she'd managed to widen their escape route by more or less tearing the door off its hinges, and Hayashi pushed her through. "Gotta get out," she panted, still holding that scrap of his clothing over her mouth. Hayashi had been forced to drop his when he picked up Neji, so he coughed and nodded, fighting the instinctive urge to gasp. There was no air in here, he had to breathe shallowly, or he might pass out too. Some led the way this time, her animal senses letting her avoid the worst of the fires. Hayashi followed, trying not to lose sight of her dirty vest or wild mane. They were unable to get out the way they'd come in, the fire had spread so that their path was blocked. Some paused to swear, and ducked into a sunroom. Hayashi knew it was a dead end, but couldn't seem to get enough air into his lungs to speak. The smoke was almost too thick to see through. Some shouted, and he thought maybe she'd been hurt. But it was just anger, frustration at finding no exit. "Window," he said, and she made a noise of understanding. A second later, one of the antique redwood chairs went sailing through the air, shattering the glass pane keeping them penned inside. Smoke rushed out, air rushed in, and suddenly the fire lapping at their heels roared higher. Some rushed back to Hayashi, grabbing his arm. "Gotta leave now," she panted, eyes wild. Hayashi nodded and shouldered her towards the window. She used the cloth she'd been breathing through to protect her hand as she cleared out remaining glass shards still clinging to the window frame and hopped out onto the tulips Hanabi liked so much. Turning back, she held out her arms and Hayashi passed Neji out to her, carefully holding him clear of the broken glass. Then he clambered out himself, took the boy back, and pushed some to make her start moving away from the fire. The air was still smoky, but clearer out here. That didn't change the fact that they were stuck in a burning compound, so they hurried to the boundary wall. A chakra-fueled hop later, they were out. They dragged themselves away from the compound. When they were far enough to be out of danger, Hayashi's knees gave out and he fell to the ground, still clutching his nephew's limp form. "Neji," he said, turning the boy until he was cradled like a small child. "Neji, wake up. Please, please be okay. Neji." Some was bent double, hands on knees as she took great gulps of fresh air and coughed out smoke. Somehow, she knew the taste of soot wouldn't leave her for days. She wasn't hurt, though, and eventually she straightened and turned to look back at the Hyuga complex. It was completely engulfed. Hazy figures armed with buckets and Suiton jutsu were trying to get close, but it was hopeless. The whole thing would burn to the ground. With no one in it, she reminded herself. The most important things that had been within those walls had been saved. Still, the Hyugas had lost everything, home, heirlooms, wealth. This would be a blow to them. Something glinted on the grass near her, highlighted by the fire. A Hittite. Stumbling over, she bent and lifted it off the ground. Kyumo. But, she looked carefully, a forged symbol. She barked a laugh just as a frantic-looking Koromaru bounded out of the darkness towards her. "That's just bad taste," she said to him, showing him the headband. Her dog didn't seem to understand, too intent on checking that she was okay. Irritated, Some waved him away and turned back to Hayashi. The kid was still pale and limp, and his uncle was shaking all over. Some limped closer and sat down next to him, patting him on the shoulder. "He'll be okay. We should get him to the hospital, though. Koromaru, go fetch a medic." Koromaru narrowed his one remaining eye, keeping himself between the burning complex and his master. "Can I trust you not to do anything dumb?" he rumbled. Some picked up a rock and threw it in her familiar's direction. "Get going. Injured kid. Get us medical attention afore I skin you and make you into a throw rug." That was apparently enough to convince the dog that she wasn't planning on running back into the burning buildings again, and he stalked away. He'd be back relatively soon, probably with a terrified medic's hand chomped between his teeth, but that would do. Some turned her attention back to her fellow clan head. "Neji," he was still saying, again and again. "Neji, wake up, please." The kid had a little more color in his face now, and he was still breathing, even if it was a horrible, rasping sound. He shifted a little, frowned, and, finally, opened his eyes. "You uncle," he said, and broke off into coughs that made some wince. "Calm down, kid," she said, seeing the young teen begin to panic. "You've been breathing in smoke. Damn near suffocated ya. We got a doc comin', you just keep on breathin'. Your lung'll hurt, but they'll fix ya up soon." Neji nodded, taking a few gulps of air and managing to make the coughing peter off. He was looking around with wide eyes that made him seem younger than he was, pale irises shifting to Hayashi, the flames, the darkness behind them, and back to Hayashi. Of everything around him, it was obviously his uncle that was the most shocking sight. Hayashi's usually pristine muslin clothing was ruined, smeared with soot and torn. His usually ordered hair was in disarray and had curled horribly from the heat. Worse than all that, though, was the tears he was so nearly shedding, and the terror still stamped on every inch of his features. Neji coughed twice, but wheezed out the last words, the only ones he could think to say, "Sorry, uncle." Hayashi put a hand on his cheek and pulled so that Neji ended up clutched to his uncle's chest. This was the closest he had ever been to his aloof relative in his living memory, even when he was very young. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Neji registered that Hayashi smelt just like his father had, though his embrace was much more awkward. "Sorry?" Hayashi repeated, apparently incredulous. No. How can you say, no? I put you in that room, I made you stay there. I didn't come get you. I am so sorry, Neji. How could I almost lost you. When I found you. Neji's chest was twitching in little almost coughs, no doubt as a response to the damage done by the smoke, but that didn't stop him from staring like his uncle had grown a second head. "You came in to get me?" he said. Somehow, he'd expected that his uncle had sent some branch member, or maybe that Inuzuka-sama had gone in with her dog and gung-ho attitude. To learn that his uncle had risked his life for some lowly branch Hyuga. "Of course I got you," Hayashi said. There was a bit of a commotion outside their immediate sphere of existence, and all of a sudden men were pulling the genin away, laying him flat on a stretcher to take him to the hospital. The movement made his coughing flare up again, and Neji barely registered Hayashi grasping his hand tightly. "How could I ever face your father again, if I hadn't," he said, ignoring the medics trying to make him let go so they could help the boy. "And I would have, too soon. How could I survive letting one of my children die?" Neji had no reply to that. Hayashi was convinced that he never heard, given how distressed he was and the general chaos around him that was the medics trying to get him to breathe. But he had. And he didn't forget it. Every second seemed to wind him tighter. Kakashi could actually feel the tension, the pressure coiling in each muscle until it was ready to snap. He was sure the enemy was just as impatient as he was, but he had to wait just a little longer. Tenzu believed they were ready. Still, their plan had an element of risk to it, risk that Kakashi wasn't sure he could bear. They had decided that the squad they suspected were preparing an assassination or abduction would wait until the trek home, when everyone was tired, relaxed and unprotected, at their most vulnerable. Kakashi and Tenzu had come up with a way to catch them, but the first step involved Kakashi actually taking the kids out into the open as bait, and he didn't know if he was prepared to do that. Tenzu sat cross-legged on the ground and watched the shadows thicken, waiting for Kakashi's nerve to harden or break. "You know," he said, scraping boredom-induced patterns in the dirt, "the longer we wait, the darker it'll get. The darker it'll get, the harder to get them and protect Naruto." He paused, then added the afterthought, "and Sasuke, and Sakura." Kakashi nodded. "Yeah. You're right. Let's do this." He considered. "Are you sure you've got everything set up?" Tenzu nodded. You just make sure you take the path we agreed, don't go too fast, keep moving. I'll take care of everything else. Okay? I'm gonna go get into position." The older shinobi nodded, so Tenzu turned to leave. He only got a step and a half before Kakashi had hold of his arm again and hissed a warning. He better not notice, Kakashi said, obviously meaning Naruto. I don't want a new batch of nightmares over this. He's only just stopped reliving his last abduction. Tenzu turned away so Kakashi would not see his exasperated expression. He never knew Senpai could be so overzealously protective. I'm beginning to reevaluate my belief that parenting was good for him, he thought, mostly in jest. I got it, Senpai, he said aloud, twisted his arm away and vanished into the trees. As far as plans went, this one was inelegant. Kakashi nervously gathered his kids together and sent them down the decided path, keeping them close by engaging them all in conversation. Naruto was chatty as always, and the other two just seemed delighted to be included, and so were yammering away as well. Even the recalcitrant Sasuke added a few comments. None of them seemed to notice Kakashi's anxiety, or the way he looked for danger in every shadow. But there was danger, impossible to spot. 6 of the shadows were not just twilight ghosts made by tree branches. One by one, each of those 6 detached themselves from their hiding spots and crept closer, and the noisy bunch of children reached their choke point. The captain didn't bother to look around as he fixed on the famous Hatake Kakashi. He knew the only other shinobi around were his own, anyway. They were all in place, waiting, the moment the first of the squad below set foot in the area they'd selected for ambush, he gave his signal and darted towards them as well. In and out, 4 to overwhelm and wound Hatake Sr., 1 to grab Junior and 1 to stab him. The other genin didn't have the training to react in time, and they'd be out of there before Hatake could recover enough to give chase. Well, that was the plan. But the captain had only gone 2 steps before the tree branch twisted up and around, catching him squarely in the gut and tossing him backwards. He was caught by a cradle of wood and promptly squashed by every other member of the squad. It was as if the forest had become sentient, picking up and tossing them together like tin soldiers. Hatake's groups marched on, oblivious, and the captain tried to squirm his way free, to salvage the situation. Only there didn't seem to be a way free. Everywhere he looked, it seemed like there was a mesh of branches, of living wood, and he realized that they had been trapped. When the cage stopped swinging, it was possible to make out a grinning face through the gloom. A body to match literally melted out of the tree until he was sitting on a branch, examining them in their ANBU armor-clad man reached up to tousle his own hair and grinned wider at their expressions. Hiya! Caught you! Let us out, shouted the kunoichi. Tenzu's grin disappeared. Why? So you can murder Kakashi-senpai's son? Or blow up the Hyuga clan? Maybe start a war between Konoha and Kyumo? The sight of their faces all paling made him grin again. You weren't as sneaky as you think, Ninja-chan. Anyway, you guys sit tight. I'll be back. Assuming I can convince Kakashi-senpai not to kill you, you'll all be arrested, interrogated, and eventually traded back to your own villages, when you tell us what they are, of course. But look on the bright side. You're all way better off in my cage than on the end of Senpai's blade. With that parting word, he activated a jutsu that sealed the cage with vines, making it inescapable, and jumped down from the tree. If he hurried, he could get to HQ and get the prisoners relocated before Senpai came back looking for blood. Stopped an assassination, stopped a war, got Kakashi-senpai to owe me a favor, he thought. Not bad for a day's work. After the events of the last day, it was typical that the one out-of-place thing Naruto noticed was the Chunin manning the desk when they turned up to report. Not a mission report, but rather a written account of all that had happened that day, but the genin didn't know that. They didn't even realize that as they hadn't completed their fruit-picking mission yet, they couldn't be handing in a report. Daikoku-sensei. Aren't you on a mission? The teacher looked disgruntled. No. We got an hour down the road before we were attacked by a puddle. Barely escaped with our lives, and then the client tells us that he's actually been targeted by a crime lord. Kakashi made an impressed noise. That was the sort of thing that usually happened to him, so he was inexplicably delighted that he had somehow skipped that little C2-ranked adventure. What did you do? Naruto asked. Daikoku shrugged. Kotetsu got scratched with a poison blade, so we brought him back here and stuck him in the hospital. What about the client? Asked Sakura. Will he still get escorted back to Wave? Daikoku's grin turned evil. Yeah, that's sorted, too. After we all expressed our extreme displeasure, of course. How? Oh, I explained the concept of royalties to the old drunk. Huh. Well, his story checked out, see? He is actually building a bridge that will, when it's finished, generate a lot of income. So I explained to him that even though he can't afford the price of an A-ranked mission, he should approach the Hokage and make a deal. They nutted it out pretty quick. Konoha will defend the entire bridge operation, builder and all, and in return get 15% of everything it makes his family in the next 10 years, as well as half the price of the toll they'll be putting on the bridge for the first year. It was a good deal, for both parties. Naruto scratched his head and screwed up his face as he tried to process. Wait, what? Sasuke made an impatient noise. Konoha Ninja will protect him, but he'll pay for it later with the profits he makes, rather than now with his own money. Get it, brat? Oh. Not really, but, okay. Daikoku just smiled. As for me, I'm going back to the academy. Too much excitement on that one. I know exactly how you feel, Kakashi said, handing him the report. Squad 7 paused within a few moments of one another and, as a team, turned to look up at the ominous storm clouds gathering overhead. There was a silence, their exercises forgotten. Sakura looked around, hoping for Kakashi-sensei to magically appear and grant a reprieve. No such luck, the man was true to his word, gone for the afternoon. We're going to get wet, she commented. Sasuke grunted back, head tilted so that his face was exposed to the sky. This is going to be a big storm. Naruto shook the ringing out of his ears and scrambled to his feet. We should go home for the day, then, he said. Sakura protested instantly. But Kakashi-sensei said to stay here until it was dark or we collapsed. Yes, I know, Naruto replied calmly, picking at the sleeve of his warm autumn jacket. But it's a storm. At the end of September. When it's cold. Trust me, Dad'll be cross if we don't disregard his latest order and take cover. Best get home quick, Sakura, and I'll take the blame if Dad gets mad. The girl still hesitated, but a rolling volley of thunder overhead made her mind up. I'll see you guys tomorrow, she announced, and took off at a quick trot. There was a silence between the boys for a moment. Sasuke was still watching the clouds carefully. He slowly lowered his gaze and weighed the kunai in his hand as if trying to decide whether or not to abandon his training for the day. After a brief moment of indecision, he stowed the kunai back in his pouch and grabbed Naruto's arm, giving the boy a rough but not entirely unfriendly shove in the direction of the 10-year-old's home. Get moving, brat. I want to get home before it starts really raining. Naruto's scowl turned to an expression of confusion as Sasuke took several brisk steps, in the wrong direction. Where dash? Sasuke cut him off with a scoff. I know better than to leave you to fend for yourself. I'll walk you home, hurry up. The young Hotake just barely caught a protest as it tried to launch itself at the Uchiha, and settled for glaring at the elder boy as he was marched towards home. The nerve of him, acting like Naruto needed an escort. Just like he was so very grown up himself, with all of his 12 years. The blonde huffed, hating the fact that this little stunt would earn Sasuke so many gold stars with Kakashi that the Uchiha would be swimming in them, but kept pace without fuss, not wanting to discover how Sasuke went about controlling unruly children who raced ahead or dragged their feet. Chances were he'd do something mortifying like Dad did, grabbing his hand and leading him like a toddler, or something. Bastard. As if the event had been choreographed by the fates, the heavens opened and torrential, half-frozen rain poured down not a second after the preteen duo had stepped onto Naruto's porch. There was a long pause, both boys looking at the heavy, icy downpour, and without a word Naruto unlocked the front door and walked in, leaving it wide open and saying flatly, "Take your shoes off, K?" Sasuke followed the blonde into his teacher's house almost reverently. He was more than a bit ill at ease, truth be told. He had never been inside Kakashi-sensei's house before, or indeed any house containing a broken family. It was surprisingly normal. Coats and spare shinobi vests were hung on hooks by the door, some pairs of clearly less worn shoes were placed neatly on a shoe rack while others, including the sandals that Naruto had just kicked off, were tossed on the floor nearby. Naruto had disappeared, so Sasuke explored further, somehow fascinated by this place. He knew, somewhere in the back of his mind, that Naruto's home life was different than his had been, before, when he'd had a home and a family. Somehow, when he'd deigned to spare a thought on the blonde misfit youngling who'd turned up in his class, he'd supposed that he had to have a mother somewhere, right? Just one who was a little absent-minded, or busy, because Naruto often came in with a nose smudged with dirt, or a shirt crinkled like it hadn't been ironed since it was purchased. Now, though, Sasuke knew better. Naruto had said so blatantly, after all, that day on the rooftop when he'd first met Kakashi-sensei. Curiously, Sasuke wandered into the kitchen, looking around at the home a single parent had made. It wasn't as bad as he'd expected, that day's breakfast dishes were still in the sink, but everything else was clean. Everywhere were reminders of Naruto's youth, art and photographs and tiny handprints in unknown substances left behind on the white plaster walls, with very few indicators of the adult who also lived here. On the fridge, pinned by a magnet, was a photograph that from the height of it had been put there by Naruto rather than Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke glanced around to see if the blonde had returned yet, then bent to examine it. Kiba and the brat, and a few of their other former classmates, all grinning and gathered around a finger-printed cake bearing the words, "Happy Birthday." Searching the young faces, he guessed Kiba to be around 7, making Naruto 5 or so. Kakashi was standing in the background beside a woman that even Sasuke recognized as Kiba's mother, though her given name escaped him. The Uchiha heir frowned, one slender finger reaching to almost touch the ink faces. Their children were in the same generation, but standing together like that, the difference in their ages seemed glaringly obvious. Why was Kakashi? A crash from above and ahead made Sasuke jump, and he was out of the kitchen and halfway up the stairs before he even escaped his previous train of thought. Once he did, it was totally forgotten, and his only thoughts revolved around what Sensei would do to him if the baby hurt himself on the Uchiha's watch. "Brat, where are you?" he called, even as his feet guided him towards the most likely candidate, the only open door on the landing. Pausing in the doorway, he peered in and instantly saw that the blonde idiot hadn't come to harm. A lamp had fallen off the desk, probably as Naruto backed into it, and had made the noise. Naruto himself glared at Sasuke, halfway through changing his clothes. Sasuke smirked, pushing into the room. "So this is the baby's nursery, eh?" he drawled, looking around. "It's none of your business, bastard." Naruto growled. "Get out." Sasuke's eyes skipped about the untidy space, noting a surprising number of books and the many, many kunai stuck in the ceiling in a macabre design, before alighting on the bed. Naruto watched a gleam enter the dark eyes that Sakura spent so long sighing over, and cringed. "What have we here?" Sasuke purred, plucking Oink from his spot on Naruto's pillow. The blonde flushed bright red, instantly wishing that he'd hidden the toy under the bed that morning. The Uchiha sneered, brandishing the toy like a weapon. "Still sleeping with plushies, brat? Heh. Do you have a bottle, too? Give him back." The words were low and either desperate or angry, Sasuke could quite decide. The little boy took a step forwards and held out his hand, shirt only half on and hair damp from where he'd obviously scrubbed his face clean. Sasuke's smirk widened. "Him, he mocked. You call it a him? Does it have a name too? Give him back. Naruto made a lunge, but Sasuke took advantage of his superior height and held the toy out of the way. Tell me its name first, he challenged. Blue eyes stared at him with absolute loathing. Oink, Naruto muttered eventually, folding. Now give him back. Sasuke laughed, a cruel sound learned from his elder brother, and tossed the toy in Naruto's face. The younger child's arms snapped up automatically to hold the ragged animal. Have it, baby. Wouldn't want to part you from your precious pig. With another derisive sound, the Uchiha stalked out of the room, leaving Naruto alone. Oink, the boy corrected mutinously. His hand tightened angrily around the plush as if around the stuck-up prick's neck, before he carefully laid his toy back on the pillow where he belonged. Bastard. Below, he heard the door open with a slightly less than perfectly shinobi calm energy in his father's voice echoing through the house. Hello? Naruto? You weren't in the training field, so you better damn well be here. Naruto crept out to the upstairs landing in time to see his father, soaked through and shivering, be met by Sasuke in the kitchen doorway below. Sasuke. Kakashi sounded justifiably surprised to find the Uchiha heir in his home. Is Naruto? Upstairs, Sasuke replied, a superior smirk forming on his lips as he read Kakashi's body language and figured out that he had finally erased the last lingering remnants of the grudge the man had carried against him ever since the Jonin exam. I walked him home before it started raining. Good. Kakashi looked up as Naruto slunk down the stairs, very much put out. He pouted at his father, hoping that Dad would ask what was wrong, but Kakashi took one look at him, assumed that the child's mood had to do with Sasuke's escorting him home and chose not to bring it up. Instead, the Jonin spoke a few approving words to the both of them, thanking Sasuke for seeing the blonde home, praising Naruto for having the sense to leave the training field in face of such a storm, and inviting the Uchiha to stay until the worst was over. Then he excused himself and slipped upstairs to get out of his sodden uniform. Naruto and Sasuke glared at one another when he was gone. I'm not a baby, Naruto announced in a deadly undertone. Could have fooled me, Sasuke hissed back. The weather wailed outside, and Kakashi reappeared. You better stay put tonight, Sasuke, he said, rubbing a towel over his wet hair. No thank you, sensei, Sasuke said stiffly, glaring at the brat again. He didn't want to spend 1 minute more than he had to in Hatake Naruto's company. I'll go home. Kakashi had his best concerned and serious parent face on. Jonin or not, Uchiha or not, enemy of Naruto or not, Sasuke was still a child with limited frontal lobe activity. This lack of foresight, which he would not develop until mid-20s, long after his life expectancy, and experience meant that Kakashi would have to look after him. Don't be an idiot, he said. You don't go out in this sort of storm. This sort of storm brings down trees and blows away cattle. Not to mention, the river was flooding when I was coming home. By now, at least a suburb will be under. Well, when he put it like that. Sasuke nodded his consent and allowed himself to be chivied into the kitchen. He watched his teacher putter about, cobbling together a meal. Naruto, meanwhile, had set himself up with a workbook and pencil, and seemed to be struggling through the infamous parent-assigned homework. He took a peek over the kid's shoulder and was almost blinded by the rows and rows of numbers, symbols and frustrated squiggles. What are you doing? He blurted before he could stop himself. Naruto made a face. I'm trying something called the quadratic formula, he said, his tone leaving no doubt about just how much he was enjoying himself. Sasuke just stared. It was mathematics on a level he'd never seen, way beyond the basic stuff taught at the academy. Only scholars usually extended themselves to algebra. Why do you need to learn this? He asked. Naruto made an unhappy noise. Dad, why do I need to learn this? He echoed. You don't, said Kakashi pleasantly. He continued tossing random vegetables into the stir-fry as he added, but the process of taking a series of baby steps to arrive at a logical conclusion, that, you will use the rest of your life. It might even prolong your life. Which is why I am making you learn it. Naruto's torment only lasted until Kakashi was satisfied with the meal, and before long the three were sitting in awkward silence around the table holding mismatched chopsticks. Sasuke focused on eating so he didn't have to make small talk. It was a little too bizarre, and uncomfortable enough to make his skin itch. The Hotakis spoke a little, mostly Kakashi asking if this window or that door had been locked against the weather. Sasuke wondered if they were usually this quiet at home, or if their conversation was being stifled by his presence. It was almost salvation when a shout startled him into spilling milk down his shirt. "Hataki-san! Hataki-san!" With a clatter and a squeal, a sopping wet Anbu was flung through the kitchen window. Kakashi sighed and gestured with his chopsticks. "That's what you get for not coming in through the front door. I warned you guys, my kitchen window is not a public walkway." "Ow," groaned the Anbu, peeling himself off the tiles. "What did you put in that ward?" "Something nasty," smiled Kakashi. "What can I do for you, Anbu-kun? Unless you just wanted in out of the rain?" As the Anbu shook himself out and huffed in annoyance, Sasuke noticed the look on Naruto's face. The little boy had gone completely blank, in a way that had to be hiding some negative emotion. Fear? Anger? A bit of both, perhaps? "Hataki-san, the Hokage has summoned you. Anbu Squad 4 is stranded in a flash flood. Hawk-san just barely managed to get a message through. Aim-nin are pursuing, you need to come now." "Seriously?" Kakashi broke in. "You're seriously going to go into classified details with two kids sitting right here? There are not even hiding, or anything." The Anbu hesitated, head tilted down in a way that could have accompanied a blush, not that anyone could tell if he was blushing or not. "Sorry, sir." Kakashi made an unhappy noise. "We'll talk about this later, rookie. You're panicking because of a bit of rain. Go tell Hokage-sama I'm coming." He turned to the genin. "At least Sakura isn't here." "Sasuke should be able to keep a secret," he muttered, standing and dumping his half-full bowl in the sink. He reached out and caught a fistful of cloth that coincidentally belonged to the departing Anbu's cloak. "What did I say about my window? Go out the front door. And lock it after." The Anbu left sulkily, and Kakashi shut and locked the window over the sink. "Sorry, kids," he said, tapping something on the sill. "Resetting the wards," Sasuke wondered. "Duty calls." Spotting both boys staring at him, he flicked a hand in their direction. "Eat," he said. "I'm going to go get changed." He disappeared up the stairs. Naruto looked down at his half-finished dinner and made a half-hearted attempt at another mouthful. It was obviously hard to swallow, so he gave up and took his plates to the sink, beginning the process of scraping the leftovers into a dog bowl and filling the sink to wash up. "Brat," Sasuke said, coming up behind him and dropping his dishes into the water with a splash. "What was that about? Why did Hokage-sama send for Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto looked at his teammate. "You do know our teacher is a shinobi, right?" he said. "Didn't your father ever go on missions?" Sasuke scowled. Quite aside from hating anyone referencing his family, he did not appreciate the kid talking to him like he was an idiot. "Your father is a Jonin sensei," he said. "He's a full-time teacher. The only missions he should be assigned are D ranks." "My father is a Jonin," Naruto snarked back. "He's not like an academy sensei, genius. And we are his day job. Ever wonder why he's late all the time? Or why we get days off all the time? He does A and S-ranked missions full-time and crams us into his free minutes." "Telling secrets, Naruto?" Kakashi was coming back down the stairs, dressed in the black cotton clothes that Anbu wore under their armor. He reached the kitchen, put his cloak on the table and started to slide into his armored breastplate. Well, I guess after Raccoon's performance, it's a little unavoidable. Sasuke, surprise. He closed his eye and smiled, pulling on arm guards with a blind ease. Then the cheerfulness faded away and he was Kakashi the Shinobi, already mentally in the ANBU mission zone. When he spoke, it was in the same tone he used to command his A-ranked teammates. Sasuke, don't you leave tonight. I don't need to be worrying about you two as well tonight. Naruto, you know the drill. Kakashi was speaking rapidly, buckling together the front and back plate of the armor with impressive dexterity. I can't afford to leave a dog with you, but Sasuke is here. Don't leave the house while it's raining. If it floods, go upstairs, just leave the furniture, don't try and save anything. We shouldn't lose the roof, but if we do I want you to get into the bathroom, in the bath, and wait it out. I should be back by morning, but if I'm not I need you to go to Tsum-san or Hayashi-san, if the rain has stopped. If not, you wait here and Tsum-san will come looking for you when it does. Sasuke's head spun with the information, though it had been spoken to Naruto, the speech was clearly meant for him as well. What did he mean, if he didn't come back? Naruto moved forwards to help fasten that one buckle his dad could never reach, and got a hair ruffle for his trouble. Sleep well, pup. Don't stay up too late. The father tugged his cloak's hood up but didn't put on his mask. Sasuke may know he was ANBU, but he didn't have to know which ANBU. Dad. Wait. What happened to you? Don't go out in this storm. Kakashi turned back and reached to cup Naruto's chin. Naru pup, you don't. I'm being sent out to rescue the idiots who did. Sasuke was a little perturbed by how upset his teammate looked. But you might get hurt, the blonde was saying, holding to his father's shirt. Kakashi was gentle as he extricated his clothing from his son's grip, but unyielding. Naruto, he said, and his voice was hard. This is my job. Now let me go. Blue eyes dropped, and Naruto nodded. Kakashi patted his head, an affectionate consolation, and swept towards the front door. Sasuke hung back, watching Kakashi open the door, watching the muscles in his teacher's bare arms work to force the door closed after him. He managed it, and suddenly the genin were alone. Naruto made a visible effort to shake off his worry and trotted to the linen cupboard, pulling out a few towels to soak up the rainwater that had leaked inside with the ANBU and his father's departures. Sasuke stepped back, letting the blonde get to the puddle. What will happen, he said, if he doesn't come back? Naruto shook his head and put down his final towel under the window for some reason. Dunno. Dad wants Tsum-san to look after me, but I reckon Arojiji, Jiraiya, my godfather, will take me. Hang on. He unlatched the window and threw it open, ignoring the almost horizontal rain that blew into the living room. Heya, ANBU-san, he said, leaning on the frame and seemingly speaking to the bushes below. Wanna come in? It's a bit cold and wet for stakeout duty, isn't it? There was no reply, or none Sasuke heard, but Naruto pouted. Ah, come on, he said. I'll feel bad if you drown out there. Hide somewhere inside, if you're so set on protocol. He pulled his head back in and forced the window closed. Water trickled down his collar, and he shook his head like a dog to get rid of the moisture. He noticed Sasuke staring at him. What? He said. I didn't want ANBU banging on the door about rookies with pneumonia. How did you know there was an ANBU there? Sasuke demanded. I couldn't sense anything. Naruto blinked. I dunno. I can just see them. You can see them? Sasuke tried not to be impressed, but it was hard. ANBU were kings of invisibility. Naruto shrugged. I've never had trouble spotting ANBU. Dad says it's 'cause I spent so much time with them when I was a little kid. There's a couple on the roof, too, but I'm pretty sure they're hiding in the chimney. They'll come inside before they drown, but they won't come out into the open. They never do. Sasuke looked at the boy, at the sadness on his face and the loneliness in his voice, and wondered what it would be like being all alone in this house. Surrounded but unaccompanied, watched but isolated. He still has his father, piped up the bitter voice in his mind that had never been truly silent since that night. He's still luckier than I am. It's late for babies, he said, cruel. Bedtime, brat. Of course, that sparked an argument. You can't tell me what to do. Actually, since Kakashi-sensei left me in charge, yes I can. He didn't leave you in charge. I'm not a baby. Then stop acting like one. Go get ready for bed. Naruto's defiant scowl raised Sasuke's ire, and he reacted. The hand came up before he could help himself, and he jabbed 2 fingers at the kid's forehead. Naruto backpedaled, slapping a hand up to cover the injury. Ow! Bastard, what was that for? Okay, I'm going. Sheesh. The younger Jonin stomped off, but Sasuke stood frozen, staring at his own hand. Where had that come from? He'd never done that, to anyone, in his life. He'd only ever been on the receiving end of, do you want to inspect me, Sasuke-sama? Naruto's sarcasm floated down the stairs, and Sasuke pulled himself out of his daze to walk to the upstairs landing. There was Naruto, looking mulish, in an oversized shirt that was probably his father's. Pajamas, he said, tugging at the shirt. Teeth, he said, pulling back his lips as if Sasuke could tell at a glance whether or not they'd been brushed. Are you happy now? The younger boy was standing there, looking up at his elder teammate. Somehow, that picture made an impression on the Uchiha. It was a familiar scene, only now it was Sasuke who was the elder, the bully. The thought was a shock to Sasuke, with his well-defined little brother complex, and it dawned on him for perhaps the first time that he'd been acting like a spoiled brat. It wasn't Naruto's fault he was on the squad, or that his dad had OCD. These thoughts were shoved down by the Uchiha's pride, but bubbled in the back of his mind as he followed Naruto into the kid's colorful room. Oink had been evicted from the bed, lying in a sad crumple between some dirty clothes and a crate of spare kunai. Stooping, Sasuke picked up the ragged toy dog from where it had obviously been lobbed with some force. Naruto tensed up, effectively drying the taunt on Sasuke's lips. The guarded look in the littler boy's eyes made Sasuke's gut clench. Damn it. He was an avenger. He wasn't supposed to have this twisted-up feeling inside. He wasn't supposed to care what 10-year-olds thought of him. The bitter voice told him to suck it up and mock the kid, but the tiny part that was left from before begged him to reconsider. He turned the dog around and looked at it, noting the wear that came with love. One of its ears was a different material, as if it had been replaced at one stage, and the end of its tail seemed to have been chewed clean off. He didn't need to focus very hard to feel his sensei's chakra imbued in the toy from long exposure to Kakashi, and suddenly had no doubt as to why Naruto slept with it. Taking a deep breath, he offered the toy to his teammate, suddenly wanting to make peace with a desperation that surprised him. When I'm at home, I sleep under my father's coat, he said. Naruto didn't respond to the bizarre admission, watching the Uchiha with suspicion. Sasuke brandished the toy again. Here. When the kid still didn't take it, he laid it on the bedspread and shifted from foot to foot, uncomfortable. I shouldn't have said that stuff about the toy. If you say sorry, I'm going to assume you're an imposter and attack, Naruto warned. In fact, I might anyway. Sasuke rolled his eyes. I behaved badly, brat. Don't think it changes things. The awkwardness of the moment was shattered, but something had changed. Sasuke suddenly felt easy in the young Hitachi's presence, in a way he never had before. If you're not asleep in 20 minutes, I'm coming back with chloroform, he said. Good night, Sasuke. Morning in the Hotake household was very different from both the serene family breakfasts of before and the heartbreaking silence of after in Sasuke's life. While it wasn't a screaming mess of chaos either, it certainly was disorganized. When Sasuke woke early in the morning and wandered downstairs, he was surprised to find Kakashi-sensei half-naked in the kitchen, busily disinfecting a nasty-looking graze on his collar. His mask was on the table, allowing Sasuke his first look at the man's face. Again, he was struck strongly by how young his teacher was, for a parent. In the early morning light, he looked barely older than Itachi. "Good morning, Sasuke." The cheerful tone that should have been a criminal offense at 5:30 in the morning jerked Sasuke away from staring like a kid. He did spare a second to be impressed that his sensei was able to pass a bandage around himself at such an awkward angle even when injured. "Did you sleep well?" the teacher said, using a foot to kick a chair out from the table. Sasuke stumbled into it and stared stupidly at Kakashi for a few more moments, watching the newly uncovered features rearrange themselves into a smile. "Are you okay?" he asked. Kakashi blinked, then glanced down at the mostly bandaged graze. "Oh, this? Yeah, it's fine. Night job got a little rough, don't worry about it. On the upside, the rain has stopped. It's a bit muddy, but the weather is fine enough for more fun deranks." "Ugh," Sasuke groaned. A noise that could only be described as a wail echoed down from upstairs, making Sasuke jump. Kakashi, bizarrely, just seemed amused. The reason he hadn't jumped straight into uber-protective death ninja mode became apparent a moment later, when Naruto clomped down the stairs in pajamas, the hair on one side of his head wet and sticking straight up. A large dog followed more sedately, looking undeniably smug. "Dad," whined Naruto, assaulting the Jonin at the table. "Why'd you sick bull on me?" "Well, if you got up on time." Kakashi let the mild statement hang, pulling a shirt on and settling it carefully over his injury before reaching for his mask. Naruto pouted. "You're mean," he said, collapsing into another chair. He spotted Sasuke and froze, as if he'd forgotten all about the Uchiha spending the night. "Dad's dogs," he said, after a moment. "They tend to jump on me in the morning." "You have dogs, sensei?" It was a mostly polite, partially genuine question. Sasuke had never had a pet, and somehow liked the idea of a dog in this big house. The Hotakes seemed to share a look that held great significance. "Oh, yes, Sasuke. We have dogs," Kakashi said, then clapped his hand. "Now, eat up. The council has hired you lot for some menial labor." "What are we going to be doing, Dad?" "Oh, you'll see." "Okay, kids," Kakashi said. A dozen genin looked in his direction from their various positions. Guy's team, for example, were directly before him on the sidewalk, giving the damp wooden planks an energetic and youthful sanding down. Kurenai's squad was avoiding puddles and pinning posters and decorations to the walls skirting windows in front of the shops along this street, while Asuma's team argued over how best to decorate the sodden handrails, benches and poles with the ribbons they'd been given. His own team was spread out, having apparently chosen to save time by approaching multiple tasks at once and avoiding fights through the dividing of ranks. Sasuke was creating holes and slamming wooden posts into them at regular intervals while Sakura followed his progress, hanging banners from the poles as they were designed to do. Naruto, the little monkey, was shimmying up signposts and wrapping fairy lights around them. It was festival time. Yay! Every genin in the village had been hired by the council to decorate the village in preparation for Konoha's biggest celebration. 10th of October. The defeat of the dreaded demon, Kyubi, by the Yondaime Hokage. Glancing up, one of Sakura's banners caught his eye and his heart momentarily stalled, seeing his sensei looking down at him, flickering back and forth in the wind. Forcing himself to take a deep breath, the Jonin tore his eye away, reminding himself to stay calm. He hated this celebration. Hated it. Not only because it was a terrible, harsh reminder that everyone he'd ever loved, barring his son, had been taken from him brutally, or because everyone always seemed so goddamned happy at the festival, as if it wasn't the anniversary of their Hokage's suicide, or even because every Kyubi festival that rolled around, he hated himself a little more for feeling, somewhere in the depths of his heart in a place he couldn't ever quite stamp out, a little glad that it had happened. If it hadn't, he wouldn't have Naruto, and Kakashi often thought that if he didn't have his son, he'd have followed his father's example to the grave before his 20th birthday. Most of all, he hated the festival for the ulcer-inducing fear that permeated every second of it, every moment a tense nightmare. What if someone realized who Naruto was? What if Naruto realized who Naruto was? What if someone got drunk and mistook Hatake Naruto for Uzumaki Naruto, or decided he didn't care who the kid was, that being Naruto at all was an executable offense? What if? What if? What if? Thankfully, last night's storm had blown itself out, leaving nothing but puddles and leaf litter behind as evidence. That was one less thing to worry about. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, one of Guy's students, the Hyuga, said, breaking through Kakashi's internal panic-induced seizure. Kakashi shook his head to clear it and willed his heart to stop pounding. Oh, yes. Who's finished their tasks? Me, Dad, Naruto said, sliding down the last signpost and landing lightly on his toes. Fairy lights are up and functioning. We're done too, piped up the bossy blonde female on Asuma's team, glaring at her male counterparts. Good. You lot need to move on to the next block, and once it's done, you'll be done too. So the faster you work, the sooner you'll be done. You 12 are only responsible as far as Elmer Street, another group is doing Hanson Lane and beyond. Okay? A dozen yes, Kakashi-sensei's were mumbled back at him, and Kakashi turned to leave, absently ruffling Naruto's fluffy blonde hair on the way past. Dad, he whined, combing the locks with his fingers as if to righten his hairdo. Kakashi knew for a fact that Naruto didn't even own a brush, though, and so knew it was just posturing to appear grown-up to his peers. He was grinning as he slipped back to the rooftop the Jonin sensei were lounging on, sipping cups of tea. Kurenai and Asuma were playing Go while Guy was in the midst of a 1,000 squat set that he had promised to do if he lost the latest challenge he'd issued Kakashi. 558. 559. 560. Konoha's green beast was shouting at the top of his lungs in time with his deep dips to the ground, the exercise one used to build pretty much all leg muscles. 500 and, hello, my rival Kakashi. You are back from checking on our youthful students. 61. 562. Thank you, Guy. I hadn't realized, Kakashi said pleasantly. How go the minions? The only female asked, glancing up from the board game. Kakashi shrugged, digging in his pockets for his latest novel from his father's library. He said, flicking it open. I think Inoichi's kid may be about to kill her teammates, but other than that they're getting on pretty well. Asuma winced. We should be out of here in another hour or so. 565. 566. 567. I will finish these squats before the Jonin call for US, or I will do 10,000 push UPS. I believe you, Kakashi said placidly, turning the page of his book and leaning against the guard rail. And if from this position he could watch the kids omnisciently, what of it? Purely coincidental. Below, Naruto was busily trying to find the one defective light in a row of fairy lights 8 meters long, a box of spare bulbs by his elbow. Sakura, having strung all of her banners, came and sat on the curb beside him, lifting the other end of the string of lights and beginning to look from that end. It's really exciting, isn't it? She said. Naruto glanced at her, then shrugged. I can't believe it's time for the festival again, it's my favorite time of the year, you know. Naruto made a polite, vague noise. Sakura watched him with pretty green eyes, her hand still working the row of lights, searching for the broken link. Look, she said awkwardly, my parents, we always go to the festival and I was thinking that maybe you and Sensei would like to come with us, or we could meet you there, or... Sasuke-kun's already said he'll meet up with us at the festival, and so I thought we could go as a team, which might be, you know, fun. Naruto's hands stilled and he turned to look up at his older teammate, slight confusion tainting his blue eyes. My dad doesn't go to the festival, he said at length. I'm too little. He gritted the word out, to go by myself, and Arogigi isn't in town, so I just won't go. The total shock on her face made him break out in giggles, but he quietened before she scolded him, and her smile was bright as she said, well, it's decided then. You can come with my family. Naruto hesitated. I'll ask Dad, he said. Sakura made a noise of triumph as she found the broken bulb and replaced it, before handing the whole line back to Naruto and saying firmly, I'll ask Kakashi-sensei. And then she left, leaving a confused 10-year-old frowning in the wake of an aggressively organized female. Squad 7 was only 15 minutes late to the memorial service conducted every October 10th to remember those who fell in the battle with Kyubi, and those who died in the war preceding it. Kakashi was frankly unable to let go of his small tribute to Obito on the day dedicated to remembering him, so the Sandame had made it a habit to start the ceremony 20 minutes behind schedule, just for him. He told no one, of course. It was easy to pick those who had fought Kyubi, they were all dressed in funeral garb. Kunoichi fisted their widow's weeds while Shinobi pretended they didn't know they were supposed to be in uniform. Kakashi was no different, and his son obligingly donned black on this one day of the year as well, which somehow made Kakashi feel a fraction better. They assembled before the Hokage tower, falling into formation. Kakashi's task through this service was to keep his three brats in line, and so far things were going well. Naruto's hair had been combed into something resembling a distant relative of neatness, Sasuke had shucked his traditional clan shirt in favor of a formal kimono, and Sakura had disposed of her usual bright and pretty ornaments, going so far as to bind her vivid hair back to sober her appearance. Then the Hokage appeared on the balcony a story above them, and the crowd hushed. My friends, the old man said, looking down at them, today we have gathered to remember. Today, we remember the sacrifice of the dozens of shinobi who fought and died for us, good ninja, brave ninja, loyal and loved. Kakashi listened woodenly as Sarutobi once again reminded them of the events of that horrible, terrifying day 12 full years ago, hating every moment, hanging on every word. Once the tale was done, the aged leader began to read from a list in his hand, the name of every shinobi felled in that battle. Kakashi found himself flinching now and again as the name of a close friend was read out, but stood with his comrades like statues, enduring the torment of it all. He started as something warm touched him, but looked down to see that it was only Naruto's hand, small and adorned with calluses new and old, sliding into his own. The blonde's blue eyes were fixed firmly forward, as if trying to ignore the moment of childishness by making it as discreet as possible. The sun was climbing to the heavens by the time the Hokage rolled up his scroll and made a few closing remarks. They were dismissed 3 minutes before noon, and Sakura and Naruto both became animated instantly, moving and squirming after so long standing at attention. Kakashi felt a moment of loss as his son's hand was tugged out of his own, but brushed it aside easily and smiled at his squad. Well, you can go, he said lightly. Have fun at the festival tonight, and stay safe. If you get in any trouble, just speak to one of the Chunin or Jonin who'll be everywhere today. Naruto, Sasuke, meet me on the Red Bridge in an hour, okay? Sakura put in excitedly. Naruto glanced at his father briefly before murmuring his agreement, Sasuke HN'd and turned on his heel to leave. Sakura looked up at her teacher one last time, as if weighing her chances of a positive answer if she asked him to attend again, but backed down upon determining them to be not good. Kakashi had given Naruto permission to attend the festival with Sakura, Sasuke and the Haruno parents, but he wouldn't partake in a celebration of his sensei's death. He wouldn't. Sakura bounced off home to change in preparation for the merriment that was to follow, and soon the square was emptying of shinobi until only a few scattered groups of 2s and 3s remained. The Hotake elder looked down at the younger and held out his hand. Naruto took it, and the pair of them made their unerring way towards the memorial stone, gleaming a polished black in the sunlight. When they arrived, they stopped and stood there, a two-person chain linked by hands and silence, and looked at the monument to people who had fallen. After a moment, the father let Naruto's hand drop and dug in his weapon pouch, pulling out a small bottle of sake, a bottle of water and 2 sake cups. Setting the cups on the ledge of the memorial stone, he unstoppered the sake and filled one of them. Then, twisting the cap off the water bottle, he poured a measured amount of alcohol into the water, clear liquid mingling with clear liquid. Setting the sake jar down on the stone ledge and dropping the cork stopper beside it, he resealed the water bottle and shook it vigorously before distilling a cupful into the empty sake dish and stowing the rest of the tainted water back in his pouch to be disposed of later, at home. "Here, Naruto," he said quietly, passing the child the much-diluted cup. Naruto took it quietly, expression uncharacteristically somber. "Drink to the dead," Kakashi added in a gentle order, lifting the undiluted cup himself. Pulling down his mask, he downed the shot in one. Naruto waited until he did so to copy him, and this year he barely spluttered at all at the unusual, burning taste of the alcohol, scant though it was. With a swift movement, Kakashi knocked the sake bottle over, watching its contents spill and spread over the memorial stone, wetting the names of people he loved dearly. There was silence for a long while. Finally, Kakashi shifted, bending to pick up the empty, dripping bottle and relieve Naruto of his cup. "You had better go, or you'll be late to meet Sakura," he said, trying for businesslike. Naruto chewed his lip, looking up at his father. The pain in his eyes was purely sympathetic. Kakashi knew, he was sad because Dad was sad. The fact had a sweetly childish simplicity about it, so unlike Kakashi's confused and torn feelings, and the elder smiled a little and rubbed his hand over Naruto's golden head. "Will you be okay if I go?" the boy asked anxiously. Kakashi nodded. "I'll be fine," he said. "I'll stay here for a while, and be home by the time you're done at the festival. You be good and mind Sakura and Sasuke, understand? They'll look after you. And stay out of trouble, and be home after the first set of fireworks. They're scheduled for 8:30, so I want you home no later than 9. Sasuke should walk you home, but if he doesn't, I want you to ask Haruno-san, Sakura's father, to do so, okay? Do you need me to send one of my dogs with you? Maybe that would be a good idea. Pakin? Or would you like Bull? He's big and scary Dad, Naruto said in an exasperated half-growl. I'm not a baby. I'll be fine, I promise. I don't need one of the dogs to babysit me. I'll be home on time. If no one will walk me home, I'll send word for you to come and get me, and stay with the Harunos until then, and I won't follow any signs saying, free hugs down dark alleyways. Okay? Kakashi half-chuckled despite himself. Yes, okay, he said, ruffling Naruto's hair one last time. Off you go. Have fun. With a grin and a salute, Naruto was gone. Sakura was thrumming with excitement as she waited for her squad on the Red Bridge. Her parents were waiting a little way back, talking to one another to pass the time. Sasuke was the first to arrive, 2 minutes ahead of schedule, still wearing the stiff, formal clothing that his clan had once worn on special occasions. He slid into place beside her silently and stood, waiting. Finally, the last member of their team arrived, still dressed, curiously enough, in the black clothes of mourning he'd been wearing at the memorial service. Sakura smiled brightly at him. Naruto. You made it, she said. Naruto nodded, his eyes traveling over her dress with the interest of a small child. It was pretty, with many ribbons and sparkles, and Naruto was so little she assumed him to be devoid of any lecherous thoughts. Come on, the girl said, grabbing his arm and Sasuke's in the same moment. Come meet my parents. Mom, Dad, this is Uchiha Sasuke and Hatake Naruto. Sasuke-kun, Naruto, these are my parents. Sasuke bowed shortly and said, it is an honor to meet you, in a bored monotone, clearly regurgitating manners that had been branded into his mind. Naruto offered a shy smile. Hi, he said. It's nice to meet you. I don't know many civilians, so. Ah, yes, you're the son of one of the higher-ranked shinobi in the village, aren't you? Sakura's father said, looking him over with renewed interest. And Sakura's teacher? Naruto ducked his head and nodded. Well, it's certainly nice to meet the two boys Sakura's told me so much about, the girl's mother said. Come on, let's head off, we don't want to miss the festival. The group began to move, the woman chattering all the way. Usually we're there by 9 in the morning, I don't know why we had to wait until now this year. Mom, Sakura put in hurriedly, agitation tinging her voice, I told you already, I had to go to the memorial service. But why? This apparently was a source of irritation for Haruno Sr., who frowned at her daughter. It's dreary and terribly long, and you could be doing such fun things at the festival instead. Ima, Sakura's father tried to divert the rant, but he just got an annoyed look and a swat from his wife. Sakura cringed, wishing to disappear forever so she wouldn't have to deal with her mother's inability to accept that she was a kunoichi and not a kid. And honestly, why do they keep dragging those names out and dusting them off? It was more than a decade ago, and I think it's well and truly time to let them rest in peace, and besides, you should be having fun and enjoying your holiday instead of wasting it listening to speeches. Haruno-san, Sasuke cut in smoothly, making the woman blink at being interrupted. If we do not remember those who died to save us, what meaning would this festival hold? The festival does not officially start until 1 p.m. for that very reason, it is only civilians and fools who begin early. How disrespectful would it be to forget our mothers, fathers, cousins and comrades who died on the anniversary we are marking, and simply use their suffering as an excuse to skip work and play games. Your daughter is very smart, she knows that if we ever are to move forward, we must look back, and remember. My dad lost his teacher today 12 years ago, Naruto piped up. And his best friend 4 days ago, 13 years ago. He says my granddad died in the war, too. Here, Sakura, vastly relieved that her teammates were, in fact, standing up for her and not laughing at her, noticed a tightening in her father's mouth, but didn't call him on it. So it's good to remember. I don't have any family, except for Dad. I'm glad that there's today put aside for us to remember people who aren't here anymore. There was a heavy silence for a while, until the group entered into the hubbub and excitement that was the village center, the festival in full swing. Sakura turned to Naruto, the kid, first. What do you like to do at the festival? She asked the younger, thinking vaguely of heading for the children's stalls, throwing darts at water balloons or scooping fish out of water with paper nets. Naruto looked at her in confusion. I dunno, he said. Never been to it before. Another moment of silence. Never? Sakura's mother looked scandalized. Naruto shrugged. My dad says I refuse to participate in a festival teeming with fools who want nothing more than to celebrate the suicide of my foster father. And I can't come by myself, and my godfather's never been in town in October, except once when I was really little, so he might have taken me then, but I don't remember it. Oh. Well, you have to try some games, then. Sakura said, enthused. Sasuke, come on, we can show him all the games we liked as kids. Mom, Dad, how about we meet up later? It'll probably be boring for you, but we'll be fine, we'll stay together and everything. Sakura's mother hesitated, but her father nodded. Okay, sweetheart, he said fondly. Have fun. An instant later, the trio had vanished into the crowd. Festivals, Naruto was discovering, were fun. In the last hour, they'd played 8 games, won 2 stuffed bears, a whistle and a rainbow ball between them. They'd also tried a half-dozen different kinds of food, including fluffy clouds of spun sugar, which would have sent Kakashi into spastic twitches if he knew, and found a good spot on a rooftop to rest for a while. It was exhilarating, as the sun went down and the energy of the village rose. It seemed like everyone in the world was crushed into Konoha's streets that evening. "This is fun," Naruto announced to the rest of the world, then bounced ahead of his teammates so he could beam at them both at once, too excited to sit still all of a sudden. "Isn't this fun?" The two smiled back at him, and maybe he was imagining it, but they seemed to be more sharing in his excitement than looking down on him for it. Then Sasuke spat all over the moment by realizing what he was doing and backpedaling into nastiness as quickly as possible. "Che. Sure, if you're a baby. This whole thing is so childish." The words were fuel to Naruto's quick temper, and Sakura wilted. But he was having such a good time, he couldn't raise the ire to be properly mad. Instead, he rolled his eyes and said, "You know, Sasuke, you put so much effort into being a bastard. If you'd drop the act for a few minutes, you'd actually be a decent guy." Sasuke was silent for a few steps. "You're not that bad, I guess," he said instead of the myriad of insults that had leapt to mind. "You're okay, for a kid." Sakura grinned. That was about as close to an "I like you, I'm sorry I've been a jerk, let's be friends" as boys could manage. The truce had somehow been restored, and she inwardly claimed it as her own victory. If she hadn't insisted on a team outing to the festival, they'd never have had the opportunity to be social and mend bridges. Feeling rather fond of both boys, she tucked an arm under the elbow of each and felt another small thrill when neither shrugged her off. "Come on," she announced cheerfully. "Let's go to the Goldfish Bob stand next." "Whoa, hang on." Naruto spluttered with laughter as she tugged him along. "My dad will kill me if I bring home any more goldfish." "We could always win you a puppy," Sasuke suggested. His finger was elegantly pointed at a balloon-decked stall where several small dogs were scurrying around in a pen marked "prizes." "Great idea, Sasuke-kun," said Sakura, giggling at the thought of Naruto coming home with a puppy in tow. Surely their uptight sensei would dislike a pet, especially a pet that could bite his precious baby. As an added bonus, the little Cocker Spaniel puppies were cute enough to cause aneurysms. "But can we play? Are we allowed?" she added, suddenly realizing that there were no shinobi in the line, just children without hitayatesh. Sasuke grunted. "Naruto can," he said. "He's not wearing his headband, and the sign says the game is for players under 12. "I don't think that's what it means," Sakura said. It was fairly obvious that the game was meant for non-shinobi. Sasuke twitched his shoulders. "But it's what it says." "Awesome. Loopholes for the win," cheered Naruto, and the trio stepped into line. They chattered amongst themselves for a few minutes, until a shout reached them through the general noise of the crowd. "Friend of Gai-sensei." Naruto stopped dead in the middle of a sentence. Both his teammates looked at him, waiting for an explanation, so he said, "Brace for an assault. Mini Froggy-san has arrived." The words were barely out of his mouth when he was, as per his warning, tackle-glomped from behind by a green blur of energy. Naruto screwed up his face in mock horror for the amusement of his team, then schooled his features back to politeness when his attacker crawled around to face him. "Hi. Lee-san?" Naruto said, half-guessing the name. The little clone probably wouldn't like being called Mini Froggy-san to his face. It seemed he'd both miscalculated and guessed correctly. He was enveloped in another hug. "Honored comrade. You have remembered me. Shall we then be glorious friends?" Naruto had to hand it to the teenager, he managed a very accurate Froggy-san impersonation. He levered himself away and forced a smile. "Sure, Lee-san. Can you please excuse us? We're, Miraculously, Sasuke came to his rescue. "You just cut the line at the balloon dart stall," he said, crossing his arms. "Let him go so he can play, or you'll cost him his turn." Lee dropped Naruto like a hot cake. "Oh. I am sorry, my glorious friend. I will also play." "No Shinobi," said the man handling the game. "Under 12s only. You 4 step out of line. Naruto's 10. "We're just here to watch him," Sakura said quickly, and the man huffed and grabbed a handful of darts for them. Lee was almost comical in his pose of dismay. Then he paused and appeared to consider. "We will not compete," he said to Naruto. "It is probably for the best, considering our glorious friendship. I will cheer for you and show my support. I shall always look after you and cheer for you, my friend. Wosh." Naruto spent several moments just blinking at the green enthusiast, imagining the hell that cheer had painted for his working career. "I think I'd prefer to be rivals," he said weakly. Lee patted him rather vigorously on the head. "We cannot be rivals, Naruto-kun," he announced as he pulled the blonde into proper gaming position and forced a few darts into his hands. The rest of Team 7 hung back, exchanging smirks and giggles at Naruto's misfortune. "You are much younger than I. It would be unwise for us to compete. No, we shall be glorious friends instead. Now we will play a vigorous game of youth." Naruto groaned. Officially, Tenzu was on duty. Just about every ANBU in the village was. It was a security nightmare, the same nightmare every high-end shinobi had been complaining about since the Kyubi festival was founded. At any rate, Tenzu had more important things to do tonight than his job. He was sitting in his stakeout position in the southeast quadrant of the village. The memorial stone, important enough to be magnetic for drunk vandals. Tenzu was supposed to be in the northeast quadrant, patrolling between Hoichi Square and that big statue of the tree that probably had some obscure significance. He'd twisted Owl's arm until the old man had agreed to swap with him. He'd heard a rumor that his Kakashi-senpai had a hard time of it on this day every year. Officially, he was here out of concern, and it was true, the need to watch over one's friends was a frowned-upon but immovable fact in ANBU. Most of those guys would camp out in hell to keep one another from breaking. But maybe, just maybe, Tenzu was here because he was, well, nosy. Seeing the great Hatake Kakashi have a weak moment? Tenzu struggled to picture it. Hence sitting here, getting his butt wet in the grass. It was less fun than he'd imagined, seeing Kakashi-senpai low. One of the strongest shinobi in the village was standing like a lost puppy by the stone, head down. His arms were around himself in an unconscious self-comforting gesture, which was heartbreaking, hugging himself because there was no one left to do it for him. He'd been speaking before, and Tenzu had wished he were anywhere but there, listening to his friend's voice crack again and again. Poor Kakashi-senpai, he looked like he needed a hug. Tenzu didn't have the guts to do that, though. What would he say, anyway? "No homo, senpai, I just thought you could use a cuddle." Kakashi would take his head off. Best to stay sitting quietly in the grass. He was nearly startled into flight when someone brushed past him. A Hyuga? The man walked sedately to where Kakashi was standing and clasped his hands behind his back. They stood quietly for so long, Tenzu had almost fallen asleep before the Hyuga spoke. "It was a cruel thing," he said, "to send children so young into such bloody wars. That was a long time ago." Kakashi hadn't moved, hadn't looked at the man who'd joined him. "And yet I think you still live in its midst," said the Hyuga, and now Tenzu recognized the clan's leader, Hayashi. "The past is a place to visit, Kakashi-san, but it is only that. You must live in the present and dwell on the future. Think of your son." "I do. Every day. I think that if I had just been different, been better, then he'd have a better life now. Or maybe you had to suffer so that he does not." Kakashi shifted, obviously dismissing the idea. Hayashi seemed to change tact. "Who do you come here for?" he asked. "Your teacher. Naruto-kun's mother? Obito." Hayashi was silent after that little admission, made in a voice so forlorn Tenzu was ready to tear his ears off just so he didn't have to hear it again. "His teammate, genius," said a female voice. Both at the stone glanced up as Inuzuka Tsum jumped down from the trees edging the field and stalked towards them. "Honestly, if you're going to come out here and try and defuse the Kakashi bomb, you should at least do your homework." "And how do you know about it?" Hayashi challenged. "I threatened the other teammate, Tamanaka," Tsum grinned. Kakashi sighed, eyes still fixed on the memorial. "Hello, Tsum-san. You know, she would have told you just as easily if you'd asked." "Probably, but I kinda liked threatening her," Tsum said easily. "Hi, kid. You look miserable." Kakashi shrugged one shoulder. He was beginning to look, in Tenzu's expert opinion, like he wanted very much to leave but couldn't quite tear himself from the names on the stone. He probably regretted staying a moment later, when the woman was suddenly right next to him. "Oh, Simir." Her arms grabbed Kakashi from the side and pulled, forcing him right against her. Tenzu caught a glimpse of Kakashi's single eye widen with alarm at suddenly finding himself pressed against the fearsome woman's bosom. "You can cry, you know. I wore my extra absorbent vest just for the occasion." I. It seemed the Jonin didn't know what to say. A stuttering Kakashi-senpai was another thing Tenzu thought he'd never see. "I don't cry. Obito would think it was weird. Don't bring flowers, either." "I don't think Kakashi-san is enjoying your embrace, Tsum-san," Hayashi noted. "Oh, hush, Hayashi." Tsum was familiar enough with Hayashi, Tenzu noted with surprise, to not only be comfortable scolding him, but to address him with no suffix at all. Maybe she was just preternaturally bold, she was holding a squirming Kakashi to herself, after all, which was brave by anyone's standards. "Tsum-san, please," Kakashi said. "I'm okay, please let me go." "You are getting a hug and that is final," Tsum informed him severely. Kakashi made a noise that was almost a whimper, but stopped trying to escape. Tenzu was fascinated. He'd just seen the impossible. Kakashi-senpai had been defeated. "What are you going to do with it?" said Sasuke. Naruto looked at the squirming bundle in his arms and shrugged. "What do you normally do with a puppy?" "It is awfully cute," said Sakura, leaning around Sasuke to pet the little thing again. "What will you name her?" "Why don't you name her?" Naruto said as they rounded the final corner before the main market square in the center of Konoha. Sakura looked surprised, then flattered. "Well, how about Cupcake?" She thought it was a perfectly good name for a puppy, but both boys screwed up their noses. "No," they said in unison. "Sakura, you'd never be able to call the dog with a name like that," Sasuke said. "It would be too humiliating." "How about we call it, Sakura too," said Naruto. He bounced the puppy and dangled it so the others could see. "It looks like a Sakura too, to me." "Sakura." "Kids." Sakura's parents were up ahead, waving. They had that weird kind of glow that long-standing couples got when they escaped responsibility and went on a reserved for the young date. "Did you have fun?" the father said as they reached one another. "Yeah," said Naruto. "We won a puppy." Sakura cheered. The Haruno's faces froze, looked at the dog squirming in Naruto's arms, realized that Naruto and not Sakura was holding it, and relaxed in unison. "Oh, my," said the mother. "It is a sweet little thing. But, won't your father mind you coming back with a dog, dear?" Naruto grinned. "I doubt it. He might be a bit irritated by how fluffy it is, but that's the worst of it, Haruno-san." The Haruno matriarch looked dubious, but didn't feel the need to fight this particular fight. It wasn't like it was Sakura bringing home a furry mouth to feed. Well, we'd better go. We'll miss the fireworks. They managed to snag a great spot near the river. The Haruno parents wouldn't let them climb the water tower. The fireworks shot into the sky and exploded with fervor enough to please even the least whimsical among the crowd. Naruto smiled up at the sparkling crescendo to what he had already mentally labeled as the best day ever, very glad that he'd been coerced into coming. "Thank you, Sakura," he said as the last few colors faded. "Thanks for inviting me. And convincing Dad. I don't know how you managed that, it was very impressive. Have you considered a career as a hostage negotiator?" Sasuke deadpanned, causing his teammates to dissolve into giggles as the comparison. "Thank you for letting us join you, Haruno-san, Naruto said, clambering to his feet and bowing to each of Sakura's parents in turn. "It was great to meet you, Naruto-kun," Sakura's father said. "Are you headed home already, dear?" the mother put in. Naruto winced. "Yeah. Dad wanted me home right after the first set of fireworks. He's probably at home with a search and rescue kit in one hand and a stopwatch in the other, so I'd better get going." A thought occurred to him, and he made a pained face. "Ugh. I have to get someone to walk me home." "Sasuke, please not you." Sasuke smirked. "Come on, brat. Let's go." Naruto made a noise like a wounded animal, and Sakura giggled. "Why don't we both walk you home?" she suggested. "That way it's actually walking you home, and not Naruto-chan needs an escort. Naruto twitched. "Never call me Naruto-chan again," he said. "Ever. Ever." That had a predictable response, and within a minute the Hatake scion was chasing the last Uchiha and the cloth merchant's daughter down the street, both of whom were hollering Naruto-chan, Naruto-chan, in an infuriating chant. Anko reversed her out of the window lean and looked across the sticky booth at Asuma. "Did you just see what I thought I saw?" she slurred. Asuma grinned the grin of a happy drunk. "Looks like Kashikuin's team's gettin' on, better," said Genma, choosing each word carefully as if it held great meaning. He was a philosophical drunk. Asuma dissolved into girlish giggles, and Guy, who tended to swing between an aggressive drunk and a sleepy drunk, put his head down and started to snore. "Maybe the kids have been at the moonshine, too," said Kurenai. She seemed sober, though she wasn't. A sensible drunk, the most boring drunk there was. "We should convince Kakashi to come to the festival one year," said Asuma through another shot of something that glowed. Guy snorted without raising his head. "It will never happen. My eternal rival is too hip and cool to ever, join us on this day of ZZZ. "Is he actually asleep this time?" said Anko. "He is asleep if he's sleeping," said Genma seriously. "But if he's awake, he's not asleep." "That is deep," Anko replied, blinking as she tried to get her fuzzied brain around Genma's logic. "You should be, like, a theologist or something." Asuma began to giggle. "This is the best holiday of the year," he announced. "Not for the ones working," Kurenai pointed out. "You Gugo, hey 8, that other guy." Each name made Asuma laugh harder. "I want more booze," Genma announced. "Ooh, get a jug of that glowy stuff, the blue glowy stuff, not the green glowy stuff," Anko demanded. This was met with a cheer and Kurenai swayed towards the bar for some more liquid poison. They really did have great fun when they got together and relaxed for an evening, and the festival was the best time of year to do it. They stayed at that bar until Guy woke up and started a fight with another patron for not wearing youthful green. They took that, or rather the bouncers that surrounded them, as the cue to move along. "Tsum-san, please. I think you're embarrassing him." Tsum didn't let up her embrace but used a spare hand to press down Kakashi's hair so she could glare at Hayashi over it. "If you're gonna try to instate some tag team parenting, you'd better wise up to the fact that, when dealing with kids, the woman is always right." That made Kakashi restart his squirming. "I'm not a child," he said. "You are to me, kid." "You are to me," Tsum said. "And to Hayashi." "Right, Hayashi?" The Hyuga's face was perfectly blank, but Tenzu watched him squirm a little with embarrassment. Again, the ANBU wondered what on earth was going on between the two clan heads. "You are young, Kakashi-san," was all he said on the matter, but that was enough to make his opinion known. Kakashi groaned, finally levering himself away from Tsum and glaring at the memorial stone. "If I didn't know better, I'd think you had something to do with this, Obito," he muttered accusingly. "Now I have parents." Louder, he said, "Look, I appreciate what you're doing, but I'm okay. I'm coping." "You're repressing," Hayashi said clinically. "Eventually, this is going to come to the surface, probably at the worst possible time. Then you'll be in trouble," Tsum said. Kakashi looked at the pair of them helplessly. "What do you want me to do?" he asked eventually. "Get over it," Tsum replied promptly. "Bury your dead," Hayashi rephrased. Kakashi's hand reached up and began to rub at his temple, a sure sign of an evolving headache. "That's impossible." Tsum looked like she wanted to shout or try and shake some sense into him, or maybe hug him again, which would be far worse, but Hayashi put a hand out to check her. "Will you make a promise?" "Then," he said. "Give me your word that you will come to one of us, or the Hokage, or Jiraiya-sama, or anyone old enough to deal with these problems, if you need help. If it gets too much, if you feel yourself losing control." Kakashi hesitated. It was obvious even from a distance that he was trying to interpret the hidden meaning behind that promise, and was coming up empty. Still, he nodded his head and said, "I promise." "That means proper grown-ups, not just your little friends," Tsum said with a warning flash of Fang. Kakashi sighed. "We're 26. Tsum nodded, as if Kakashi had proved her point. "Like I said, not your little friends. Grown-ups only. Swear." "Fine, fine." Before anything else could happen, an animal appeared from the tree line and trotted towards the group, effectively interrupting the conference. Kakashi turned to it instantly with a little too much attentiveness, clearly relieved for the distraction. "Yo, Kakashi." The little brown dog, the one with whose teeth Tenzu was a bit too intimately acquainted, sat up on his haunches to make himself a few inches taller. "Your kid's on the way home. You need to go if you're gonna meet him. You want I can go instead?" Kakashi roused himself, pushing away from his company. "No, that's fine. I'll go. I don't want him to know I made you stalk him." "Thanks, Pakken." He glanced at Hayashi and Tsum. "Bye." Tenzu found himself part of a trio watching the Hatake and his dog disappear into the night. Once he was out of sight, Hayashi sighed and brushed an invisible crease out of his clothing. "My children are not expected back until after the midnight fireworks. May I buy you a drink at the festival?" Tsum grunted. "You bet you can. I need it after dealing with that brat." They left as well, together, and Tenzu found himself left with a goldmine of potential gossip. The respective heads of Inuzuka and Hyuga going out so informally? It sounded like the setup for a joke. A Hyuga and an Inuzuka walk into a bar. Time to tell all his friends. It took him a long moment to realize that all his friends was not a very long list, and the only one living and not in jail wouldn't care at all. "Damn it," he said. "Why is Kakashi my only buddy? I need to tell someone." It was time for some networking. Normally, the day after the festival started slowly. Kids slept off sugar rushes while adults nursed hangovers and groaned into their pillows. This particular morning after, however, was buzzing due to a rumor that had spread like wildfire. It was a sad but true fact of life that Shinobi, and Shinobi villages, were terrible gossips. It probably came from living such regimented lives, where the slightest irregularity was something to be relished and picked over. Add to that the vast intra-village networks each formed by professional necessity, and a rumor could go from birth to common knowledge in the space of an hour. The fate of the Hyuga had been a hot topic for more than a month, ever since the clan had been rendered homeless. Everyone knew that they had been taken in by the other clans indefinitely, everyone knew that the clan head was shacking up with the Inuzuka head. So when the rumors of an illicit fling between the two leaders began to spread, it was accepted as fact without struggle. Everyone had something to say about it. Did you hear? Hyuga-sama and Inuzuka-sama are in love. Well, of course they're sleeping together. It's so obvious. Did you hear what she said? Did you see what he did? It's so romantic. It's disgraceful. I heard they were planning to elope. I heard Tsum-san is pregnant. I heard they're going to marry their children. It was getting worse by the minute. When the two at the center of the scandal ventured out, together, around mid-afternoon, it was amazing that the buzz didn't kill off those with weaker dispositions. As seasoned shinobi, Tsum and Hayashi were well aware of the eyes watching them sip tea together. Both were privately baffled by the attention, but didn't want to admit it. Neither thought much on it before dismissing the irregularity. Similarly, Hayashi didn't think twice before refilling Tsum's teacup for her. He was well-bred, after all, and it would never do for her to wait on herself when he was the one treating her. Add to that he wasn't entirely sure he trusted rough Tsum to handle the delicate teapot, and it became a natural thing to wait on her. It was comparable to the way Tsum didn't hesitate to steal one of Hayashi's dango sticks. In her mind, they were friends, and friends shared. Frankly, she lacked the breeding to know better manners. Hayashi let it go with barely an annoyed glance, completely unaware of how they were feeding a theory that would mortify him. "Now I've got you fair a quiet minute," Tsum said, flashing sharp teeth in a grin. "How'd you reckon Hinata-chan's doin'? She's so timid, I'm a little worried she's being squashed by my lot. D'you think she's okay? See if I can move ya to the Aburame compound or something, where it's not as rough." Hayashi took his usual long moment to consider an answer. "No," he said eventually, looking for ripples in the surface of his tea. "I believe that she is doing well, even improving. I admit that I was worried when she was first assigned to her squad, with a green Jonin and your rambunctious son." Tsum grinned at the diplomatic wording, sure that her friend would rather say, "Hellion," but I was wrong. She has grown much more confident in the last few months. I thought this latest business with Kumo would upset her, but she seems fine. Kiba-kun has looked after her. He is good for her, I think. A glowing report for a mother to hear. Tsum beamed unabashedly. The smile made the group of watching young women on the other side of the garden almost wild to know what was being discussed. "What are they saying?" hissed one. They're talking about their kids," another said, squinting to make out the lip movements. Her eyes widened as he recognized a particular phrase. "Hayashi-san just said, Kiba-kun is good for Hinata-chan. You were right. They are so totally hooking them up." That seemed to seal the deal. The girls dispersed to tell the tale to all their friends, leaving with enough clatter and flurry to make both clan heads watch them go with bemusement. "Hanabi! You didn't tell me you were engaged." The call echoed through the academy playground, and Hanabi wheeled to face her on-again off-again friend Kiki. "What? It's all over the village that you're engaged to Hatake Naruto-san." Kiki gushed. "Mionizan said Hyuga-sama was going to make the announcement any day. She said your sister was to marry Inuzuka Kiba-san and you Hatake Naruto-san." "Oh, I'm so excited." "Your sister was misinformed," Hanabi informed her friend with all the coldness she could muster. "Oh, I don't think so," piped up Hanaku, another classmate. "It's all over the village, Hanabi. Everyone knows." Hanabi looked from face to face, searching for a joke. There was none to be found, even random classmates she barely knew were nodding their agreement. It's not possible," she said. Father would have told me. Probably. Unless he was trying to discreetly arrange a way to get her out of the family as soon as possible. Kiki seemed to take her stricken expression as confirmation and giggled. At least Naruto-san's kind of cute. I mean, he's not Sasuke-san, but he's not bad-looking either. Thankfully, their sensei appeared to call them back to class and saved Hanabi from answering. Her mind was reeling. She had to stop this, before it was formally announced. Had to. She shouldn't be engaged yet, not until she was at least 16, and then it should be to a Hyuga, not some half-caste outsider. I'll find Neji after class, she decided. He'll help me. It was noisy in the Inuzuka compound. Hayashi was struggling over his documents, trying to focus. He, as the clan head, was faced with the problem of feeding, clothing and sheltering his destitute family. The other clans had been surprisingly kind, splitting the Hyuga between them, but that couldn't last. The Hyuga compound must be rebuilt, and the Hyuga fortune reamassed. The clans still had money, that which was kept in banks and in the Hokage's coffers, and were still the owners of a significant portion of the civilian section of the village. But so much had been lost. Priceless art and heirlooms, expensive clothes, antique weapons, the total cost was staggering. Hayashi could feel his blood pressure inching upwards, so he paused and closed his eyes, taking a few deep breaths. He reminded himself that no lives had been lost, and that the working Hyuga were still earning money. They were okay. Everything was okay. The door opened softly, heralding a visitor to the bedroom/study. Uncle. Father. Hayashi, already halfway through. Turning after the first salutation, heard the second and dropped his brush. It clattered onto the table, then into his lap and made a spectacular ink stain on pristine papers and clothes. The Hyuga man didn't notice, jumping out of his chair and rushing around to face his nephew and youngest daughter. "Oh gods, what's happened?" he said. Images flashed through his mind, each more alarming than the last as he tried to conceive what could be horrific enough to unite these two. "Are you two all right? Is she hurt?" Hanabi flashed him a perfect "don't be stupid" look. "Father, we need to speak with you," she said in her sulky little voice. Hayashi frowned and opened his mouth to ask her what the problem was when they were interrupted. Their hostess stood at the base of the stairs and hollered, her voice reaching every corner of the home. "Dinner time. Everyone to the table. Now." Hayashi hesitated, then stood. "We will discuss this after dinner," he said, looking between his daughter and nephew. He glanced down and realized how messy he was, and sighed. No time to change, but it would be unbearable to turn up looking like he'd been splashing in an ink puddle. Resigning himself to an evening of being overly warm, he lifted an overrobe and pulled it over his clothes, effectively concealing the mess. "Come," he said to his children, and led them to the dining room. The Inuzuka family were already there, fighting over dishes. This house belonged to Tsum, so only she and her 2 children lived there. It was something of a relief. Hayashi didn't think he could cope in a dorm-style room with 8 or 9 Inuzuka crawling all over the place. It wasn't far into the meal before Kiba stopped loudly recounting his last training session and turned to the guests. "Hyuga-san." Hayashi observed the relief of Tsum's face as her son added the polite suffix. Hiding a smile, he said, "Yes, Kiba-kun." The genin chewed noisily, gulping down his mouthful in a way that made Hanabi turn up her nose and Hinata look on fondly. "Why do you need to build a new compound?" he asked, already chomping on more fish. "Well, we must live somewhere." Hayashi thought that answer perfectly mild and polite, but the boy still scowled at him as if he'd been insulting. "I know that." "Kiba, don't shout," said Hana, simultaneously shoving an overly bold puppy off the table and swatting the genin upside the head. As uncouth as the action was, it caused Kiba to modulate his behavior and quieten down. Hayashi glanced at Hinata contemplatively, perhaps he could convince her to emulate Hana and take her sister in hand. Who knew? A sibling's punishment might succeed where his own had failed. It's a good point, said Hanabi, sounding as snooty and brattish as ever. I mean, here we are homeless while the Uchiha compound stands empty. Ah, damn. This argument again. Hayashi couldn't hold back his sigh as he laid aside his chopsticks and faced off against his daughter, again. Although it is currently empty, we cannot simply take over the Uchiha compound, he said. Why not? Hayashi turned back to Kiba, who had asked. Because it does not belong to us, he replied. It belongs to Uchiha Sasuke-kun. I will not rob him because he is young and alone. Perhaps once I would have, but... Well, why don't we just buy it, said Neji, who was very tired of the Inuzuka boys teasing him about his stiff manners and branch seal. Because it would be cheaper to rebuild our own, Hayashi replied, helping himself to some of the unidentifiable rice dish Hana had made. We still own the land and the foundations, and the few buildings that survived. The conversation died, allowing an unusual moment of silence to creep in. Hana dug at her rice with her chopsticks, one sharp canine chewing the corner of her mouth. It was obvious she was considering whether or not to speak. So, she said, a sparkle of humor in the eyes she glanced around the table with. I hear there's cause for celebration. Why, hun? Said Tsum, refilling her bowl. It's all over the village that there's a new alliance being formed between the Hyuga and Inuzuka. Hayashi and Tsum blinked at one another. A new alliance? Hayashi repeated, perturbed. He hadn't heard such a rumor, but it would explain a few of the knowing grins he'd been receiving from men around the village. Perhaps they thought he was taking advantage of Tsum's gender to work an alliance contract to his advantage? Clearly, these men had never met Tsum. He had a feeling that if he were to ever sign a contract with her, he would be the one on the short end. Hana was grinning, full of mischief. Well, she said, drawing out the word, it's being said that you two are so in love, adore one another to such a degree, that you are determined to unite our families. And, since you are both clan heads, you can't marry. The next best is to engage our respective scions. The three Hyuga had put on identical looks of horror. Tsum's mouth had fallen open, allowing a trickle of rice to tumble down her chin. Only Kiba was blank. What's scion? He asked. Air, Hana supplied. She watched the gears click around in her little brother's head, watched him realize who was the only son of the Inuzuka head, and who was the Hyuga head's eldest daughter. What? He hollered, jumping to his feet. Hinata turned all shades of red and began to sway. Ma! Kiba said, turning to Tsum. The shout seemed to unstick her, and she closed her mouth, swallowed what little remained inside, and then turned to her daughter with murder in her eyes. Don't kill me, Ma, Hana defended. Jiro-kun and Taka-san both asked me when the engagement was going to be formally announced during our mission today. Hayashi reached to take his daughter in his arms as she swooned, holding her upright. Breathe, Hinata, he said. Don't faint. It's all right. To Hana, he said in a much harsher tone, where did you get this preposterous idea? It's all over the village. Hanabi put in, indignant. That's what we wanted to talk to you about before dinner. Uncle, you can't marry both your heirs outside the clan, Neji put in. It's most unwise. Hayashi wondered if Neji realized that, assuming this fairy tale was true, he would be the next in line to lead the clan. Probably not, because chances were he'd jump at the chance to join the main branch and remove that seal. Tsum decided to intervene. Okay, enough. Ain't nobody marrying anybody for another 10 years at least. We'll talk this all over then, she said. Cept you, Hana, you better get your arse in gear and find yourself a man before I do it myself. Hana made a face. She doubted her ma would make good on her threat. Hayashi decided to put an end to the familial discord once and for all. There is to be no betrothal of any kind, he said firmly. There is no formal alliance between our clans, nor with the Hokage family. Tomorrow, I will make an announcement that I do not intend to engage my children and request that betrothal suits be put off until you are all old enough to accept them yourselves. That should resolve the issue. The 4 children at the table looked at one another, the distress slowly leaking off every face to be replaced with a peculiar peace. Hayashi looked around the table and marveled. He had just professed separation, but it seemed to have had the opposite effect. The young ones were united. So, drawled a voice, I was thinking a June wedding. The group froze at the sound, and one by one turned around to see the Jonin crouched like a spider on top of the wall. He titled his head and smiled. Yo! Kakashi. Kurenai was the first to recover and smiled. We don't often see you this time of day. Yeah. Kakashi slithered down the wall and stood to lean against it, terrifyingly casual. Do you guys see this patch here? He gestured to his left shoulder. A wet, brown patch had darkened it. Naruto threw Mr. Uki at me while screaming something about arranged marriages. You guys wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Oh, look at that. Wide, innocent looks all around. No, Kakashi, said Anko, pulling a dango stick through her teeth so her cheeks bulged with all 3 balls. Kurenai patted her on the back when she started to choke, shifting and accidentally giving Kakashi a clear view to Tenzu. Since when do you hang out here? You're a jerk, never introducing us to your ANBU friend, Kakashi, said Asuma. Kakashi noticed the protective circle his friends had, subconsciously, he was sure, formed around Tenzu, and had to suppress a laugh. You're allowed to have friends, Ten, he said. I'm not mad. I'm not even going to dob you into the head of ANBU for this little. I'm going to go with unauthorized jaunt outside HQ. Are you on duty, Tenzu? Kurenai said, surprised. Most of the rest of the group shared a kind of smiling grimace at her innocence. She was the only one of them who'd had no contact with ANBU at any point in her career. Anko rescued Tenzu before the embarrassed man had to explain. You can't just wander around when you're in the Corps, she said. Ever wonder why you never bump into Hyuga or Hayate at the supermarket? You have to apply for leave to go into the village, or, well, anywhere. They keep you prisoner? Kurenai shrieked, jumping to her feet in horror. Kakashi decided to step in. They don't keep them in cages, Kurenai, he said, putting a hand on her shoulder to stop her from flying off to boycott HQ with a "Free the Operative" sign. The idea is to keep the village's best weapons ready to use. All of ANBU can be assembled and ready to fight a war in less than a minute. It's pretty easy to get permission for outings, and you can resign at any point as long as you're not on a mission. The panic in the greener Jounin's eyes calmed and she began to look embarrassed too. That was cute, standing next to the oh-so-uncomfortable and socially awkward Tenzu. Kakashi briefly wondered if he'd be able to get the whole lot of them blushing. A photograph of that would be prime post-on notice board material. A moment later he dismissed the idea in favor of saying, so, back to my problems. Because we all exist solely to solve them, teased Hyuga. No, you seem to exist to cause them, so you can listen to me whine when they happen. Kakashi crossed his arms, trying for an intimidating pose. I know one of you was the source of these rumors. And when I find out who it was, I shall not hurt you, or scare you, or harm you in any way. Instead, I shall tell Naruto, Kiba-kun and each Hyuga child who the culprit is. Kakashi had no intention of following through on his threat, Naruto alone would tear them to pieces, but he enjoyed the uncomfortable look on his friends' faces. Especially Tenzu, the rumormongerer. Even if Kakashi hadn't sensed him at the memorial stone during the festival, he'd be able to read it now in the ANBU's face. Still, it was good that the shy Mokkiden user had made some new friends he was apparently willing to sneak out of HQ for. Kakashi was pleased. He smiled, and said, "Well, now that's settled, I'm going to have a nap." He wandered away, keeping an ear open to hear the conversation restart just before he was out of earshot, congratulating Tenzu on his escape, and assuring him that no one would betray him. With a grin, Kakashi jumped into a tree and pulled a piece of paper, a brush and a tube of ink from his vest. He thought about it for a moment, then dipped his brush into ink. "Dear Rin," he wrote, "this has been a crazy week. By now, you would have heard the rumors. Don't worry, I'm not auctioning off Naruto's hand in marriage. You see, since his compound was destroyed, Hyuga Hayashi has been spending a lot of time with Inuzuka Tsum. In a place as dark as his own mind, the constant drip, drip, drip of water that threatened to drive him further into insanity. The cold made old injuries ache. This is ridiculous." The man shifted, trying not to react as a teenager stormed up to him. "It's not like you to come in like that, Itachi," he said quietly. The teen hesitated, and spoke in a much more controlled manner. "Madara, it is a total waste of my time to continue searching for the Kyuubi. I will not do it anymore. You will do as you're told." The younger raised his chin. "No," he said again. The man he'd called Madara sighed inwardly, silently bemoaning how teenagerness made rebels out of the most compliant of boys. But he couldn't very well leave Itachi wandering around without a purpose, he'd get into trouble of some kind. The trouble was, he'd been increasingly unsure of how to proceed. Kyuubi was gone with his host, and might never return. That great demon fox had slipped through his fingers and disappeared, taking any hopes of completing the master plan away with it. How would he do without the Kyuubi's power? And meanwhile, they lived on in Konoha, happy and oblivious. Murata's fingers clenched around the arm of his chair at the thought. It made him furious, to think that he might be happy, might be anything less than absolutely miserable. He didn't deserve to be happy. A new thought occurred to him, and he paused mid-mental rant. "Oh," he said aloud. "Very well, Itachi. I have a new task for you." Dinner was being hosted by Inuzuka Tsum, something that had occurred at least once a month since Naruto was tiny. The table had become more crowded since the Hyuga had moved in, though the overall chaos of the evenings had remained roughly the same. Kakashi and Naruto turned up at the compound a little after 5 and were welcomed by a random Inuzuka. "Tsum-sama is around somewhere," he said, gesturing vaguely. Kakashi nodded. He knew from experience that he had maybe half an hour before he was expected to eat. He was comfortable enough to wander into Tsum's home unaccompanied. The living room was empty, so he chose to chill out in there for a while. Curled up in a corner lounge, he took advantage of finding some rare quiet time to open the letter he had picked out of the letterbox on the way over. It was addressed to him in a familiar handwriting, and he wasn't surprised when he opened it to see it signed by Rin. "Dear Kakashi," it read, "I'm glad Mr. Uki survived being used as a weapon. I remember Sensei giving you that plant for your birthday. Obito had wanted to get to a Venus flytrap, and I'd argued for something with blossoms. Minato-sensei was adamant that you'd like that plain little fern, though, and, well, he was right." Kakashi chuckled. He hadn't heard that story before. He could just picture it, the three of them in the nursery looking at rows and rows of plants. Obito had probably broken something. Rin would have catalogued every plant's pros and cons. Minato-sensei would have won every argument by simply declaring his right to veto. His son pulled him back to the present. "Dad?" Kakashi folded the letter so it couldn't be read by any curious little eyes and looked expectantly at Naruto. The genin had gained a few interesting grass stains since he'd been unleashed to play, and had materialized seemingly out of nowhere. "Can I go with Kiba and a couple of his cousins to play at the creek? It's just outside the compound gate that way." He pointed to the left as if his father could see through walls. The little creek was one Kakashi was familiar with, and it was just where Naruto had said. "But what about dinner?" Some will call us in soon. We won't go swimming, Naruto pleaded. Kiba thinks he can catch the little fish in there, and I told him I bet he couldn't, and now we want to see if we can figure out how to catch them. A bit of childish nonsense, then. What could Kakashi do but wholeheartedly support it? And send along a well-known wet blanket tattletale to prevent mischief, of course. Certainly you can go, he said. Just as long as Neji goes with you. Invite Hinata too, if it's not a boys-only adventure. Ah, Dad, whined Naruto, but didn't try to plead his case. He trotted off, presumably to find the Hyuga. Kakashi opened the note again, reading the rest of the message. It went on to tease him about the rumors of arranged marriages that had reached her and chatter about the events of Rin's life. He'd just finished reading when a soft sound made look up. Hayashi was standing in the doorway. Good evening, Kakashi greeted. How are you? Hayashi returned politely, moving closer. I heard that you were down with a flu. Are you recovered? Good as new, Kakashi said. He didn't bother with any more polite small talk, just said, Is something the matter, Hayashi-san? Hayashi did seem discomfort. There is a group of children leaving the compound, he said. They insisted that Neji accompany them. Naruto-kun assured me that you gave your blessing. It was phrased as a statement, spoken as a statement, but was still a question nonetheless. Kakashi nodded. I did, he said. They're going to see if they can catch silverfish. I told Naruto he could only go if Neji went too, so that was why he probably seemed very keen for Neji-kun to agree. Relief passed almost imperceptibly over Hayashi's face. It made Kakashi wonder what he'd been afraid would happen. Then again, Neji was a boy with a great number of inherited disadvantages, perhaps Hayashi worried over the cruelty of children more than he let on. But amusement chased the expression away. Now that he was assured it wasn't the setup for a prank, Hayashi gave one of those Hyuga just barely a smile face twitches. He is rather irrepressibly sensible, he said of his nephew, obviously very aware that Kakashi had insisted he join them to chaperone rather than for Neji's benefit. Settling in the opposite corner of the couch, he added, perhaps the other children will even trick him into having some fun. While he's out with them. Kakashi laughed before he could stop himself, but recovered quickly and shuffled a bit further along the sofa to give the older man more room. How are the plans for reconstruction going? He asked. Hayashi grimaced. Slowly, he said. Trying to get the elders to all agree on a blueprint and stay within our budget is challenging. Half of them want the compound rebuilt exactly as it was brick by brick. The other half are pushing for upgrades in design, but seem to think we can gild the whole place in gold and still have money to spare. Kakashi winced in sympathy. That sounded like a headache and a half. Really, for all that being a family of two could be lonely, at least he was the unequivocal lord and master of the Hotake household. It would drive him insane to have to barter and negotiate with a full committee before any major decision was made. Companionable silence reigned for several minutes. Kakashi went back to the letter. He smiled as he reread the final paragraph, which contained a very familiar admonishment to look after himself. It catapulted him back in time, to an era when Rin would say that to him every day during training, when he pushed himself so hard it bruised his flesh, tore his muscles and fractured his bones. Gradually, the memory faded and Kakashi became aware that he was being observed. Hayashi was watching him read and smile and reminisce, taking in the picture with an unreadable face. When Kakashi looked up at him, Hayashi's eyes drifted down to the paper Kakashi held. Seeing the Hyuga looking, Kakashi quickly folded the note so the words couldn't be read. Then he realized how secretive that would seem and waved it a little. A letter from an old teammate, he said in what he hoped was a light and dismissive tone. Hayashi seemed to weigh him with his gaze. I rather thought that you and Tamanaka-san were somewhat at odds. Kakashi winced, wondering why he was feeling sheepish at being caught out grinning at a letter from Rin. We're patching things up, he said carefully. Hayashi stared at him for a moment longer, then nodded once. It is good to repair old friendships, he said, tone as neutral as ever. Kakashi nodded back. It's nice not to be fighting with her, he admitted. It's been so long, I'd almost forgotten what it was like. Hayashi's mouth softened in the way that stood in for a smile. I can imagine, he said. He opened his mouth to say something further, but was cut off by a shriek. Ma! Naruto fell in the stream. Kiba's voice traveled through the walls clearly, loud enough to make both men jump. I did not. You pushed me. Naruto was just as loud, and completely outraged. Kakashi rubbed his temple. How do they manage to be heard from outside the compound, he said. Hayashi shook his head, debating whether to go and attempt to sort out the dispute or to leave it to the other parents. Kakashi solved the dilemma for him, getting to his feet. I'll go fetch them in and get them all dried off enough to eat, he said, long-suffering. Hayashi nodded back, watching the young man go. Did spawn of mine holler, said a lazy voice from behind, less than a minute after Kakashi had left. Some, standing at the window. Hayashi turned towards her. Kakashi has gone to sort it out, he reported, and the woman grinned at the dodged responsibility. She clambered through the window, making Hayashi wince at the marks her shoes left on sill, and shook herself off when she was inside. What were you and the kid talking about so serious-like? She asked. Before the Fourth Great Shinobi War erupted outside? Hayashi straightened his collar, smoothing it down carefully. Nothing of consequence, he said, shrugging. We were discussing plans for the reconstruction of the compound, and some letters Kakashi has been exchanging with the young doctor who was his teammate. What? Hayashi blinked, not having expected Tsum to have exploded at such volume. Well, he knew from whom Kiba had inherited his impressive communication skills. Don't you remember what happened the last time she was in town? Tsum half shouted, jabbing a finger at him to emphasize her words. She's a train wreck. Don't you think you're being just a bit dramatic, said Hayashi. No. You ain't being dramatic enough. You're all who dash, she waved her hands vaguely around herself, nothin' bothers me, I don't care about nothin'. Hayashi rolled his eyes. He had been more open about his emotions with Tsum than he had ever been with any person since his twin had died, including his own wife. Tsum knew it, too, when she was calm, so he didn't bother to correct her. It's just a letter, he said instead. No, it's what the letter represents, Tsum insisted. It represents a desire to reconnect with an old teammate? Honestly, women baffled Hayashi. Why did it matter if the surviving members of Team Minato were in communication? Surely it was a good thing that they were no longer feuding. Reconnect, Tsum echoed derisively. Bah. He's lookin' to connect with her under sheets. Why does your mind always go to that? Hayashi said, exasperated. Honestly, Tsum managed to work the topic of intimacy into almost every conversation they had. Despite her anger, Tsum took a moment to flash her sharp teeth in a grin. I'm a worldly woman, Hyuga. I know how things work when you're young and dumb. And what girl wouldn't want Kakashi? He's a catch. She glared as if daring Hayashi to say otherwise. Hisashi shook his head. He couldn't deny that it was possible that what Tsum was saying was true, though he highly doubted the consequences would be as catastrophic as she predicted. I don't see why you feel the need to intervene, he said. You've often told me that you wished Kakashi would socialize more, speak to women his own age. Now he is and you're upset? Tsum glared. What did you do if it was Neji writing little love notes back and forth to some girl who almost ruined him? She demanded. I'm not sure the letters are romantic in nature, Hayashi repeated, ignoring several glaring flaws in that comparison, namely, that Neji was under Hayashi's guardianship, and bound by a dangerous seal, and 14. Kakashi was clear that they were just attempting to mend some bridges. I believe it has yet to develop into something more, if it will at all. Tsum snorted rudely. Well, of course he would say that, he knows we'd tell him off. Hayashi sighed. Hard. Then he sucked in air and sighed again for good measure. What was that thing that he'd seen some of the younger generation do in this kind of situation? A face hand or facepalm, whatever they called it? He was beginning to see the appeal. It is none of our business, he said, as clearly as possible. If Kakashi means to woo this girl, there can be no argument against it. Bullshit, Tsum said bluntly. That kid has suffered enough for a lifetime. He needs to be protected. Tsum, if he is indeed interested in her, and I maintain that it is none of our business if he is, our interference would cost him happiness and he would never forgive us. If he is simply attempting to re-establish a friendship, he would not thank us for complicating matters. A variety of expressions flickered over Tsum's face, mostly variations of frustration. Finally she growled and flopped down beside him with a huff. Fine. We'll leave him alone for now. But I still don't like it. That is your prerogative, Hayashi said. Tsum rolled her eyes and shuffled further down the couch so she sprawled against him. You're a good influence on me, you know that? But don't you go tryin' to teach me manners and stuff. That would be a mammoth undertaking. Oi. Well done, kids. You're all getting much better, Kakashi praised. His sticky, sweaty, exhausted genin panted up at him, too worn out to even hate him for his patronizing tone. Sakura, today was a perfect example of how despite the fact that you have excellent chakra control, you need to work on your stamina. Naruto, you're the opposite. For the sake of everyone in Konoha, please remember to aim away from the village when you learn new jutsu. Sasuke, no comment. Sasuke glared. Sakura glared. Naruto laughed. Kakashi smiled and reached a hand to help his child to his feet. You three are done for the day. No missions this afternoon, have a half holiday. I do mean that, no more training today. You all need some time to recover. We'll pick this up tomorrow morning. Let's all go out to lunch. Naruto suggested. Kakashi looked down at him, surprised, before his expression turned indulgent. If you want, he said casually. Naruto cheered and turned to try and haul his teammates onto their feet. FOOD, he hollered. Come on, Sasuke team, Dad's buying. I didn't say that, Kakashi protested on principle, but a look from Naruto and he folded. Ma, fine, fine. My treat. The teacher, seeking to avoid arguments as much as to at least make an attempt to drill manners into his hard-headed child, asked Sakura to pick a place for them to eat. Blushing and shooting Sasuke nervous looks, Sakura chose the barbecue restaurant that Asuma's team frequented, though Kakashi doubted that she knew it as such. After distributing promises to Naruto that they would have ramen for dinner and to Sasuke that after a meal he would be free to disappear into solitude, the decision was voted a good one and Squad 7 proceeded to the restaurant for food. Kakashi preferred to walk 2 steps behind the kids and listen to Naruto, standing in the middle of their little 3-person line, chattering away animatedly about whatever crossed his mind. Movement flicked on the edge of his sight, and Kakashi automatically began scanning for threats before his conscious mind had even registered the disturbance. It turned out to be a tiny shadow skimming the ground. Kakashi's eye followed it up until he spotted what was causing it, a brown bird of prey, circling high overhead. He sighed, and looked reluctantly at the kids. Duty called. And then he fell into the stream, and we had to chase him all the way to the Red Bridge before we could fish him out again. Didn't we, Dad? Dad? Naruto had stopped and was looking up at him with wide blue eyes, having realized the Jonin had stopped following them. Are you okay, Dad? Something's come up, Kakashi replied, cringing inside at the way Naruto's face fell before the blonde hurriedly hid the expression. Digging in his pocket, he fished out his wallet and handed a generous sum of money to Naruto, adding, "You go ahead. I'll see you at home later. Sasuke, Sakura, tomorrow, 8 am sharp." He disappeared in a Shunshin cloud before he could spot the eye roll or, far worse, forlorn face aimed his way. He rematerialized on top of a water tank 2 blocks away and began to walk briskly towards the Hokage tower, jumping from rooftop to rooftop easily. Slipping into the window set in the wall of the corridor outside the designated meeting area when the hawk was used to summon them, he nodded to Asuma, who was just coming up the stairs. Opening the door, he let Kurenai through first and slid inside after her, looking around. Seemed everyone was here. He chose a spot in the back, as far from Guy as he could manage. Sarutobi was sitting in his padded chair, front and center, his Hokage hat tilted low so only his pipe could be seen protruding from beneath it, a tendril of smoke curling upwards. After an appropriate pause, the old ninja spoke. "Seeing who I have invited here, you probably are all aware of the purpose of this meeting." Kakashi blinked. Surely it couldn't be time already. No, because then Naruto would be almost 11 instead of just 10 and that was not happening. Beside him, Genma shifted. "Have you told the other Kage yet?" he asked. "I've noticed a bunch of foreigners wandering around the village lately. When's it going to be?" "1 week from Wednesday," Sarutobi replied, reaching to push his hat back enough that he could see the group standing before him and they in turn could see his face. "That's a bit sudden, isn't it?" Kurenai murmured. Asuma nodded at her. "Listen to my official announcement," the Hokage commanded. "In 10 days from now, on the 1st of July, the Chunin exams will commence." A murmur went around, despite everyone in the room having known what was the Sandaime was going to say. Sarutobi's mouth curved into a knowing smile at the excitement that swept through the room. The Chunin exams were always a big deal for the Jounin sensei. In another few moments, they'd begin clamoring to nominate their teams. "Now, then," he said, getting down to business before chaos erupted. "I would like to first hear from the teachers of our 3 rookie teams. Kurenai-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Asuma-sensei," and he almost didn't stumble over the added "sensei" to his son's name, step forward. Kakashi pushed through the crowd to get to the front, joining Asuma and Kurenai in a row before his leader. "Tell us," the Hokage said, "do any of you think your students ready for the exam? They have all completed the required 8 missions needed to be eligible. Beyond that, it is up to your judgment. Kakashi, you may speak first." Kakashi froze. Even his heart stopped dead in his chest, he was certain. He stared at the Hokage like an oncoming train as the world seemed to freeze and spin around him all at the same time. Chunin exam. His students. Naruto. What should he do? Every eye was on him. He knew they were waiting for him to speak. But his brain was stalling, he couldn't think, let alone form a respectful reply. Kakashi took a deep breath and forced himself to think logically, quickly. Sasuke, he was probably ready for the exam. Sakura, she could stand a chance, maybe. But Naruto, his baby boy, the son that had been dropped in his lap without consent or warning. The boy he had spent years raising, years learning to love. There was no way he was ready for the Chunin exam. Those other, bigger shinobi would eat him. Besides, when he became a Chunin, the Hokage would tell him the truth, that Kakashi was not his father, that he had been lied to his whole life. Naruto would want nothing more to do with the Jounin after that, Kakashi was sure. He'd probably even demand a name change, from Itachi to Namikaze or even back to Uzumaki. Kakashi just wasn't ready to take that risk. Not yet. But what about Sasuke and Sakura? Was it fair on them? Not really, but he was sure they'd survive. He'd just force-feed them some nonsense about needing more experience until they believed it. And Naruto was only 10, he could wait a few more years before becoming a Chunin. Raising his chin, he looked the Sandame square in the eye and said, "I, Hatake Kakashi, Jonin sensei of Squad 7, do not nominate my squad for the exam. I do not believe them ready." Another whisper went around, this one shocked rather than excited. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow and blew out a puff of smoke. "Are you certain, Kakashi?" he probed. "Many have been expecting your son and Uchiha Sasuke to be the first put forward for the exam. You are sure you do not think they can handle the exam?" "They are too young, Hokage-sama," Kakashi said honestly. "Too green. The exam could destroy them." "You were just 6 when you passed the exam, with flying colors, I might add," Sarutobi pointed out. Kakashi felt a flash of annoyance. "Sarutobi-sama, I have strived much of my life to differ from my father, and I do not wish to push my son as hard as my father pushed me. There is no need to rob childhood and force my child to what he is not, mentally or otherwise, ready to do. In many ways, I feel it was a mistake to allow him to graduate from the academy early, and truly only signed the paper authorizing it out of a very real fear for the continued existence of Konoha's denizens' houses and sanity should I not relieve his boredom in some way. Even if there was a need for more Chunin, would still refuse to nominate my team. They are not ready." He finished his little rant with a stubborn jerk of the head and glared at the Hokage. How dare the old man question his judgment? Protective instincts were flaring wildly, making him want to bundle Naruto away where no one would hurt him. He wasn't entirely sure why he was feeling this way, but chose not to question it for fear of finding an answer he didn't like. Sarutobi on the other hand rolled his eyes a little and nodded. "You have convinced me, Kakashi-sensei," he replied, sounding only vaguely exasperated. "Asuma, sensei? What have you decided?" Asuma grinned in Kakashi's direction before stepping forwards himself. "I, Sarutobi Asuma, am not a wimp like Kakashi and accordingly nominate my genin for the exam." "Asuma," scolded Sarutobi as the rest of the room tittered. His son gave him a defiant smirk, and he sighed. "Very well," he said tiredly. "Kurenai-sensei? What do you say?" Kurenai glanced between her two once classmates. My team is ready. I'll nominate them." Sarutobi nodded. He glanced once more at Kakashi as if half expecting peer pressure to change the young Jounin's mind. Kakashi didn't blink, so he nodded again. "All right. 2 rookie teams will be entered. How about the rest of you? Gai-sensei?" Gai shot Kakashi a fairly significant look as he stepped forward, and hesitated before speaking. Watching him, Kakashi mused that he'd likely been planning on using the Chunin exam to prove he was a better teacher than his rival and win challenge. It was funny to watch the battle between his fanatical devotion to competition and the need to do right by his students. In the end, the needs of his students won out. "Hokage-sama, I nominate my team for the Chunin exam." "They are ready." "Well," Sarutobi said, looking between the 4 Jounin again. "This is sure to be interesting." Jounin-sensei wages were frankly depressing. They were paid the same pre-tax percentage of mission profits, nearly 17%, but that added up to a miserable sum when all the missions they took were deranked. Sensei also got a weekly stipend to deter them from taking on C ranks too early and or murdering their students out of sheer spite. Still, it was a fairly significant drop in income. As 3 of their group now lacked the funds to bankroll what used to be their weekly night out, the group congregated instead in Kurenai's apartment. They were drinking soda instead of beer and playing one of Kurenai's battered old board games instead of winning bets with a dartboard, but it was still much the same atmosphere. Naturally, after the lack of money and alcohol had been sufficiently complained about, conversation turned to gossip. Topic of choice? The upcoming Chunin exam, and the announcement made about it by the Hokage. "Did you see Dad's face when Yuhishi put forth his team again? I swear, he just about slammed his head against the wall," Asuma sniggered. There was a sort of general titter over the shared misfortune of their fellow Jonin and the Hokage. Yuhishi's genin, singular, the other two had long since been promoted and re-promoted. One even had his own genin team already, was something of the village headache. Sweet and gentle and very skilled, he inexplicably failed the Chunin test. Without fail, every year. This is going to be Kabuto-kun's 10th attempt, said Kurenai. You gotta think that he's eventually going to have to give up. He can't do that, Asuma said. I mean, could you imagine if Kabuto-kun didn't make Chunin? Ever? There is nothing wrong with being a career genin, Guy said more pointedly than usual. He always had a kind word for the poor, pathetic medic genin. I didn't mean it like that, Asuma protested. He knew that Guy's own father had been unable to progress beyond a genin rank for his entire career. Rankoism was something of a pressure point for Guy. I just meant, look, the kid's got the skills to be a Chunin. I've seen him training, and he works shifts unsupervised at the hospital now. He just freezes in exams. Part of the test is whether you can stay calm in a stressful situation, Anko argued. I mean, would you want to be on a team led by someone who can't keep his nerve the 9th time he's faced the same controlled challenge? Yeah, the kid just freaks out, Genma agreed. He'd been a supervisor last year in Suna and had seen how Kabuto had gotten all the way to the final round, then had a meltdown and refused to participate. Hey, speaking of freakouts, Asuma began. Genma groaned bodily. No, he said. Just no. We're going to have one evening where we don't obsess over Kakashi's neurotic tendencies. We do that all the time. He doesn't even hang out with us. We're still his friends, Kurenai said. Besides, he doesn't have as much time to hang out as we do. It's not like any of us have a kid. My rival is antisocial, but it is part of his charm, Guy said, almost convincingly. To be honest, I'm still holding out hope for a tumble with him, Anko admitted. Yeah, he's only been saying no for 15 years. He could still change his mind, mocked Genma. Anko grinned at him. Exactly, she said brightly. I thought my rival had managed to turn your head to Aoba, Guy said, his expression torn as always between amused and disgusted. Guy was really too innocent to live in the adult world. Anko wrinkled her nose. Been there, done him, got bored in the process, she said, in just the right kind of tone to make the rest of the group recoil. Ugh. Why would you say something like that? Anko, you're not allowed to talk anymore. See what happens when we let Kakashi be the topic of conversation, Genma whined. Come on, guys. Can't we hang out just once without it turning into an exposition of all of Hatake Kakashi's problems? Sure, said Kurenai carefully. But, could it be next week? I kind of really want to gossip about Kakashi's little scene today. You mean his rant about Naruto? Kurenai nodded, waving her hand. Kakashi had an amusing reaction to the exam announcement. Discuss, she said imperiously. A couple of the others giggled. Was anyone really surprised? Asuma said dryly. I mean, really? We all know that Kakashi is protective, no way was he letting Naruto into a dangerous exam. I worry about that kid, Anko mused, digging in the bowl on the table for her favorite variety of sweet. She ended up with a handful of orange yubes and stuck one between her teeth victoriously. I mean, she said through it, he's, what, 10? 11? By the time we were his age, we'd already seen so much combat it hurt. I would not wish that on any child, particularly the beloved child of Kakashi, Guy said sternly. Anko rolled her eyes and threw a yubei at him. Duh, she said. But, I dunno, shouldn't there be a balance? That kid's gonna get himself killed if he doesn't get some field experience. Asuma snorted. Good luck getting Kakashi to take them out on anything higher than a D rank, he said. Naruto's gonna be Konoha's next career genin, just you wait and see. I dunno, Genma said dubiously. Kid's got some serious skills. More likely he'll be promoted up the chain and suddenly dumped into a situation he can't deal with because he's been overprotected. There was a moment of communal fretting. Maybe we should do something? Kurenai suggested dubiously. She was met with no fewer than 4 eye rolls. Remember the last time we tried that? We were lucky to escape with our skins, Anko retorted. Asuma got up and moved to the fridge to get more soda. It's gotten so bad I've even mentioned it to Dad, he said, selecting the most obnoxiously electric purple drink there was. And? Guy prompted when he didn't immediately continue. Asuma shrugged and clambered over the back of the couch to reclaim his seat in the middle. He made a bunch of excuses that basically boiled down to how he doesn't care, he said, disgust palpable. He's not gonna force Kakashi's hand one way or the other. Then maybe we have to, Genma said seriously. Anko, Asuma, and Guy nodded. Kurenai made a noise of disbelief. What, so when Genma says it you all agree? I just said we should do that. Yeah, but Genma said it in his deep sexy voice, Anko said cheekily. Kurenai made a noise of frustration and threw a checker piece at her. Anko threw a handful of sweets back, causing Kurenai to catch up the whole game board and pinwheel it through the air at her. It will need to be soon, Guy said, the only man in the room not silently rooting for the altercation between the two women to turn into a wrestling match/catfight on the living room floor. Genma sighed as the girls settled down. This is why I didn't want to talk about Kakashi, he mourned. The guy's a buzzkill. Guy shot him a baleful look. It will need to be soon, he repeated. If we intend to intervene with my youthful rival and his treasured heir. Yeah, probably pre-exam, unless we want to put it off until after the whole thing's done with. Anko ran a hand through her hair to dislodge a stray checker and reclaimed her seat. None of the others seems inclined to delay, so she added, and we'll need a really bloody good plan or else Kakashi will dismiss us out of hand. Did this just turn into a plot how to fix Kakashi's problems meeting? Genma said. Come on guys. Next week, no Kakashi discussion, Kurenai reminded him. She was holding the front of her shirt, trying to work out how to fish out the sweat that had fallen down her bra without it being too obvious. Genma subsided with a grumble. And after the exam Anko and Hayate can treat us all to a booze-up with their proctor bonuses, Asuma declared. Anko's shouts of dismay were drowned out by cheers. Kakashi wandered into the Hokage tower. Well, wandered was his attitude. More literally, he jumped, clambered, shimmied and crawled into the tower through the back entrance, the one that bypassed the front desk and its crazy Chunin. He was pretty sure it had been made by the first or second Hokage, or even the third in a fit of youthful whimsy, back when the tower was being built. After all, easily in meant easily out. He knew that Minato-sensei had used it on occasion to dodge the extra paperwork that came from being the boss. However the passage came into being, it was now the main road of traffic into and out of the tower for anyone Jonin and up. Kakashi slid through the powerful wards and made his unhurried way through the back passageways, looking for the room he was supposed to be in half an hour ago. It didn't do to be too late to meet Sarutobi. Yo, he said as he pushed open the door, and blinked in surprise. Quite a crowd of was gathered. Hi, everyone, he said, coming inside and selecting a seat. Kakashi. Asuma spoke, and his voice sent all the worst kinds of alarm bells ringing in Kakashi's mind. Another look around the room showed not just a crowd, but his whole social peer group. Suddenly he was less sure that this was a mission briefing. What? He said. His friends exchanged wary looks. You're our friend, Kakashi, said Kurenai. You've got our back, added Anko. You help us out whenever we need it. Were we ever in mortal peril, you would be the first to take action. Guy asserted. And if you saw us doing something dangerous Genma began. Or unwise Yugogo interjected. We know you'd try and help us, Genma finished, flicking his sunbon in annoyance and frowning at Hyuga. No matter what. Right? Right. Said Kakashi slowly. This was obviously a rehearsed speech, but everyone was so nervous they were falling over their own parts. And they hadn't yet reached the point, which was unusual. A horrible thought occurred to him. Are you guys in some kind of trouble? What's going on? Again they exchanged looks, a ball of hesitation being passed from one person to the next before finally being lobbed out the window by Anko. This, she said, is an intervention. That threw Kakashi for a loop. What? He said. Anko, don't be Kakashi, we all love you, and we know you're really doing your best, Kurenai broke in. Her hands were being clasped together like she longed to reach out and touch him but didn't quite dare, and her voice had gone fast and high like it did when she was anxious. Please, just hear us out. We're your friends and we really want to help. With what? Kakashi spat before he could help himself. He looked around the circle, alarmed by the grim, set faces on every side. There was no hint that this was a joke, no whisper of a prank. They actually felt there was something seriously amiss. What's wrong? We're worried about Naruto, said Hyuga. He is not progressing as a youthful shinobi should, said Guy. If Kakashi had been sitting, he would have jumped to his feet. As it was, his back muscles actually tensed as if to raise non-existent hackles. Are you saying I'm not doing a good job teaching him? You want him reassigned to another Jonin? No, scoffed Asuma. Of course not. Dad raves about you, so we'd never get him to go for it anyway. No, we're just worried. We were thinking you needed our help with him. He needs to see some blood and hellfire, for his own good, Anko added. Keep away from my son, Kakashi gritted out, fingers twitching with the urge to do something violent. Fear and anger bubbled in equal measure, feeling like a war between ice and fire under his skin. All of his friends tensed, ready to flee at the moment his sanity snapped, a fact that only added to his irritation. Chill out, Kakashi, snapped Asuma, unconsciously leaning forward so his body was between Kakashi and Kurenai. No one is going to go all baby snatcher on you. We learnt that lesson from Rin. Glares all round made him roll his eyes. Too soon. Sorry. Back to relevant stuff, Anko said, jabbing her elbow into Asuma's side. Kakashi, we are not aiming to hurt your kid or your family. We're just worried about the two of you. We think it's time to let him dip his toes into shinobi life. Enough preparation. He's had 10 years of it, that has to be enough, agreed Hyuga. What are you talking about? Kakashi asked. He couldn't have been more suspicious if he tried. Genma scoffed and pulled his sunbon out his mouth, beginning to use it to clear the dirt from under his fingernails. That's disgusting, said Kurenai. Don't put that back in your mouth. We have arranged for your squad to get some C-rank experience, Genma said to Kakashi, ignoring her. We spoke to the Hokage and no. Kakashi said. Naruto's not ready yet. He has no combat experience. Because you coddle him too much to let him. Anko half-shouted back. Kakashi, when you were his age you were leading missions into IWA territory with survival odds 5-1. And I don't ever want my son to have to face that. Kakashi screamed. There was a silence that lasted long enough to settle on them all like a blanket, long enough for Kakashi to become mortified at his lapse and take a firmer grasp of his emotions. Then you should have made him a librarian instead of a shinobi. Genma said, voice low and serious. Or a cook, or a mailman, or a lawyer. You don't understand. I couldn't Kakashi fell silent, forcing his own words back down his throat. There was never any choice about Naruto becoming a weapon of Konoha, but he couldn't tell his friends that. He had never longed to more than he did at this moment, though, maybe if they knew the truth, they'd understand why he had to protect Naruto for as long as he could. I had no choice, he said eventually, keeping his voice controlled. To his surprise, it was Asuma whose face spasmed with empathy. Usually one of the girls had that particular lapse. But a second later, the Sarutobi said, I get it. You're a big-shot shinobi genius. Of course those bastards on the council would demand you turn Naruto into the next generation's you. They did the same thing with me, and never quite managed to accept that I'm never gonna be on the same level as my dad. What? Enko sounded outraged. She turned to Kakashi. So you really wouldn't have stuck Naruto in the academy and stuff? You were forced to? Kakashi struggled to answer that one. I didn't know what else to do, he admitted. I never bothered to think of another path for him because I knew he would be a shinobi. Finally, Hey-8, who had been sitting quietly until now, spoke. The past is gone, he said. We must deal with what is. And Kakashi is smothering his son. I am not. I am sorry, my rival, but you are, said Guy, ungly gentle. Enko was less so. Use a pillow, it'll get the job done faster, she said. Seriously, Kashi, he's gonna end up dead at this rate. Kakashi hesitated, trying to crawl through the terrifying slush of emotion and back to his cold, rational shinobi mentality. He had to try and see what his friends were saying. They had to be really worried to try something like this intervention. If you were right, what would you suggest? He asked cautiously, and watched hope kindle in each face watching him. You need some time apart. It's past time to cut Naruto's umbilical cord, Kakashi. The codependency is concerning, said Hyuga. So, you are going to go on a mission with Genma. The senbon-toting Jonin looked more than a little nervous, hiding it poorly behind a smirk and a cool dude lean. He had lost at paper-scissors-rock fair and square, though he was still convinced that Enko and Hey-8 had cheated. Somehow. Genma. Kakashi's voice was perfectly blank, and Genma cringed. It makes sense, Kurenai hurried to explain. He can't go far, because he's a proctor for the exam. The exam starts next week, so your mission, all our missions, will be done and dusted with time to spare. For the final exam, Kakashi replied. For when Hey-8 calls in sick, because we all know he will. There was an awkward pause. You're not supposed to know that, Hyuga said serenely. The three proctors drew lots for it, if it makes you feel better. Genma lost. He's really nervous, so you have to be nice to him. Ouch. That hurt. Kakashi looked at Genma, saw it was true, then looked around the circle. Do I really frighten you? He asked them all, trying not to let his dismay show. If even his friends were afraid of him. He was slapped upside the head. Don't be so stupid, said Enko. You're not that powerful, added Hey-8. I periodically piss off the most powerful shinobi in this village. It's my job as his youngest son, Asuma drawled. Believe me, compared to Dad you're nothing to lose sleep over. Genma just didn't want to be stuck babysitting you. Trust me when I say it's a worse job than babysitting Hatake Jr. Do not feel insulted that we noticed, my rival, counseled Guy. Feel loved that we care enough to put up with you anyway. Somehow, that was the most insulting thing Guy had ever said to Kakashi, but he decided to just let it go. And what about Naruto? He asked. Then, as an afterthought, and the other two? Guy, Asuma and I will each take one, Kurenai told him. We've cleared it with the Hokage and have chosen some easy C-ranks to give them a bit of experience. Shouldn't last more than 2 or 3 days apiece, and they won't encounter any worse than wild animals and maybe petty thieves. What? Kakashi said, muscles tensing at the thought of his baby out in the field without his supervision. No. That's two, it's this or Enko taking all 3. Which would you prefer, said Genma. Kakashi grimaced. Enko had this grin on like she would really like him to pick her, like she had been looking forwards to the evil thing she could do with a genin team. But, he said. They really are very easy missions, Kakashi, Hyuga said, putting a hand on his arm to try and comfort him. And Enko, Hey-8 and myself will follow to supervise, just to be extra certain that no harm befalls any of your genin. Even though he was masked, no one had any trouble seeing how unhappy Kakashi was with this arrangement. I don't think this is a good idea. Guy gave him a truly terrifying grin. Thankfully, my eternal rival, the decision does not rest with you. Naruto was almost ready to go when someone knocked on the door. After a glance at Bull, snoozing and completely untroubled, he trotted to the front and pulled it open, then blinked in surprise. Sasuke, he garbled. The last Uchiha was standing there with a bag on his back and a scowl on his face. At least the latter looked more token than sincere. Brat. Naruto pulled the toothbrush out of his mouth and swallowed the toothpaste foam. What are you doing here? Kakashi asked me to come get you, said Sasuke impatiently. Pack a bag. Dad sent you? Naruto repeated, a spike of fear lancing his heart. Why? Where is he? Is he okay? Sasuke looked a little alarmed at how panicked Naruto got so quickly. Calm down, brat, he said, pushing Naruto back into the house. Breathe. Is this freak-out thing genetic, or am I going to catch it, too? That checked the younger genin a little. Sorry, he said. I guess it's a habit. He stuck his toothbrush back by the kitchen sink, where it had lived since Kakashi had realized his 6-year-old had been habitually skipping the ablution. He grabbed his mission bag, packed the day he became a genin, from the cupboard in the hall and shoved his shoes onto his feet. Ready, he said. There was no conversation as they walked, first to Sakura's house to collect her and then to the great gates at the front of the village. A crowd was gathered there, but no Kakashi. Team 7. Asuma-sensei called when they drew near. Good. I was beginning to wonder where you were. Good morning, Asuma-sensei, said Naruto. Where's my dad? You dad's been called away on a mission, kid, Asuma returned. You lot are going to come with us. Hey, everyone. Naruto turned. Kiba, he cheered. Kiba grinned and gave him a friendly bump on the way past. He had arrived with Hyuga, Neji and Hinata, which completed the squads assembled. Sorry we're late, Hinata whispered to Kurenai, barely loud enough to be heard. The Inazuka compound is a bit further away than we thought. Quite alright, Hinata, Kurenai said fondly, barely glancing up from where she was checking Shino's bag for some reason. Kiba, get in line. I need to check your equipment. Ah, sensei, whined Kiba instantly, dancing back a few steps. Akamaru barked his support. Kurenai raised one eyebrow. Do you really want to risk a repeat of last mission? She asked, and Kiba hung his head and came to stand tamely next to her. Glorious genin. Guy made his introduction. Today we shall partake in youthful teamwork. Each of Squad 7 will accompany one of our squads. We will now divide you, so please pay attention. Oh, please, no, Naruto whispered, eyes fixed on the green-clad man. Sasuke had just enough time to wonder what Naruto knew that he didn't before Guy pointed directly at him in the most dramatic pose he'd ever seen. Uchiha Sasuke. Guy-sensei shouted. You will come with me on your glorious first C rank. Interestingly, it was the relief on Naruto's face that filled Sasuke with dread. Have fun, the little blonde said, far too cheerfully. Neji-Nizan will look after you if you start to drown in youthful green. Won't you, Neji? He waved a hand at the elder Hyuga, who raised his chin. For you, Naruto-kun, he said, pale eyes flicking over and dismissing Sasuke. It made the Uchiha feel peculiar, to be so disregarded. He got the sense that this boy didn't think him any kind of threat at all. I'm 10-10, the girl spoke into the awkward silence. Our last team member, Lee, is completing a challenge. He should catch up with us before we get too far out of the village. Outside their immediate sphere of existence, another of the Jonin spoke. Sakura? Wide green eyes turned to the gentle voice. Kurenai smiled. I'll be taking you. Do you remember who I am? Sakura's brow crinkled. Kurenai-sensei, Kurenai rescued her. You'll be coming with me today. For a moment, the girl looked panicked at the thought of being separated from her team, but she calmed again almost instantly as her rational side won out. There was no way her sensei would send her into any kind of danger without an overkill of protection detail. This Jonin must be pretty strong if she was in charge of Genin. The last of the instructors spoke up. And so that leaves Naruto to come with me, he said, beckoning for the Hokage to join his little group. What? But Asuma-sensei, Naruto whined, trotting over anyway. Can't I go with Kiba? Or even Neji? Please. Oh, that's nice, said Ino before Asuma could respond. Just ignore that you've known the three of us your whole miserable life. Weren't Shika and Chuji your friends in the academy? The words nipped his building pout-fest in the bud, and Naruto had the grace to look ashamed. Sorry. I didn't mean to say you guys weren't my friends. Ino, be quiet, Shikamaru grumbled from his place flat on the ground. You're so troublesome. What team Naruto-kun wants to be on doesn't necessarily revolve around friendships, Ino, Chuji added through a mouthful of shortbread. Enough. Asum cut in before things could get too far out of hand. Actually, you're all right. Chuji is the most right. Naruto, you have to come with me, end of story. Relish the diversity while you have it. Ino, be nice. Shikamaru, try to be patient. Ino huffed and fidgeted, Shikamaru seemed to have fallen asleep. Off to the side, Hinata was hushing Kiba as he giggled. Neji placed a hand on Naruto's arm. Fate leads us down many roads, Naruto-kun, he said in a low voice. Some we would prefer not to tread. Don't you start. Ino half-shouted. It was very clear that she knew that she was the reason Naruto didn't want to go with her squad. Naruto flapped his hands at her. Oh, don't get all offended, he said. He wasn't actually trying to placate me, he was complaining. I'm sure it won't be so bad, Nizan, said Hinata. You have a lot in common with Sasuke-kun. That is what I am afraid of. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Sasuke felt vaguely like he should be offended, if only by the tone of Naruto Brat's laughter. He felt strangely uncomfortable here, surrounded by people Naruto apparently knew well. He really should know most of these people personally, he realized, but had considered them below his notice in the academy. A glance at Sakura showed her in her element, shyly chatting with the female Jonin and shooting scathing remarks at Ino simultaneously. All right. Everyone has their teams, so we should all go. We can all meet up and have a meal or something at the end, okay? Asuma shouted over the din. He seemed to be talking solely to his peers. We'll send the message around to fix a time and place when we all get back, okay? Good luck. That was the cue, apparently, because suddenly everyone was calling farewells and good lucks to everyone else, detangling teams from one another. Sakura was physically steered through the gates by Kurenai, who had one hand on her shoulder, one hand on Kiba's shoulder, and Hinata smushed between them. Shino trailed behind, buzzing faintly. Asuma's team was next out, with Asuma literally kicking Shikamaru to make him move, then assigning Ino to pull him by the ear if, when he slowed down. Naruto violently objected to the joking offer to hold the Jounin's hand, and the group was laughing as they disappeared into the trees. The last team eyed one another awkwardly. Then, another teenager ran up, on his hands, was greeted by Guy, and they were off. Okay, then. Genma leant backwards and flicked his sunbon to the other side of his mouth. You've seen them off. Happy? Kakashi, sitting next to him in the shadows of the watchtower, was as tense as a coiled spring. He didn't reply. I fixed on the spot where Naruto had disappeared a few minutes ago. And his other two, but it was no secret that the Hokage had an unhealthy fixation on the youngest. Come on, Genma grumbled. It took some doing, but he managed to cajole Kakashi towards the intelligence headquarters. Their mission was going to be a boring, paperwork-based one, driven up in rank by the sheer sensitivity of the information the documents held. He'd argued for a more action-packed mission to keep Kakashi's mind his kids, but the others had argued that a distracted shinobi was a dead shinobi. So here they were, stuck going through all the files of people who'd been cleared to enter the village for the Chunin exam, looking for threats. At the door of T&I, a masked figure waited. Hi, it said. Genma, senpai. That was a voice Kakashi would find hard to forget, even if he didn't recognize the mask. Tenzu. What are you doing here? Tenzu has graciously offered to help with our mission, Genma drawled. The way he said it left no doubt that the ANBU had not offered anything, but had been strong-armed, or possibly thanks-buyed. Oh, Tenzu. You really don't cope well with peer pressure, do you? Kakashi mocked. He knew the man well enough to know he was blushing under the mask. Genma smirked and flicked his sunbon. Leave him alone. Come on, we got work to do. Kakashi chuckled, but followed the others into the headquarters. They got through all the hallways without challenge, and finally reached their apparent destination. A dingy room, the sort that ANBU HQ was full of. A single light bulb dangling above a single table, stacked high with papers upon papers. Bundles bound together with paperclips, each with a photograph stuck on top. Every bundle had a red stamped insignia, TNI, torture and interrogation. Intelligence division, a green stamp would have indicated the other division. Ugh, said Genma, flicking on the light and squinting as if it would make the papers disappear. All of these? Really? Reality refused to bend itself to his will, so he sighed and picked up a pile. Let's get started, then, he said, shoving it into Tenzu's arms. This mission, Genma decided, had been the most grueling of his entire career. Ever. Dealing with a hopped-up nervous copy Nin Kakashi at his absolute most impossible was the stuff nightmares were made of. Not that Kakashi was anything but focused on their mission. Kakashi was, after all, a shinobi. A shinobi of the highest caliber, one of Konoha's elite. The best of the best. He was also being torn up inside with worry over his only child, so he had thrown himself into his mission with a tenacity that would have a weaker man feeling a little intimidated. Not Genma. Kakashi, he said for easily the 9th time, holding up a wad of paper with the details of one of the foreign genin teams on it. You cannot mark every team as suspicious. We don't have the manpower to revet each one of these teams. They've already been passed through security, we're just double-checking. So double-check, Kakashi challenged. That squad needs it. Justify this to me, Genma said, waving the paper. Kiko-sensei has filled out all of our paperwork, he's been recommended by his own Kage, he's cooperated with Konoha teams when missions have intersected. There is nothing in here that warrants extra scrutiny. He's from Kiri, Kakashi said. So? Kakashi-senpai, we really can't use this mission to discriminate against a village you don't like, said Tenzu, face down on a wooden bench he had created about 3 hours into this mission. Kakashi crossed his arms. Firstly, I have nothing against the village as a whole, he said blandly. Secondly, take another look at the genin stats. The younger boy. What about him? He has a bloodline. So? So he's from Kiri. With an acknowledged bloodline. There was a long silence. Then Genma sighed and placed the papers on the reinvestigate pile. Sometimes I hate how much work you generate, Hitaki. Around the time it was estimated that the Jonin squads should be returning, Genma ushered Kakashi into the Jonin standby lounge to wait. He was thoroughly over his role as babysitter by that point, and had decided that whoever had failed to drown Kakashi as an infant had unleashed a terrible blight on the world. Kakashi seemed to have formed a similar opinion of his minder, and they waited on opposite ends of the lounge in prickled silence. Guy was the first to reappear, pristine as always but actually looking vaguely irritated. He all but stomped into the lounge, hesitated when he spotted his friends, and walked right past them. "Your student requires rigorous work," he said. Kakashi raised a hidden eyebrow. Really? Honestly, he'd have expected Sasuke to be able to keep up with Guy's team, at least well enough to avoid frustrating Guy to this degree. The green beast nodded, tipping hot water into a teacup with sharp motions. "His attitude is infuriating." Ah. Kakashi chose not to respond. Kurenai was next through the door, half an hour later and wearing mud and a smile. "Good afternoon," she chirped happily. "Sakura did really well, Kakashi, you should be proud. Might pay to pawn her off on a female jounin now and then, though, she's been taking advantage of all male company." "She has?" That was news to Kakashi, but whatever. He didn't have much mental space for Sakura at the best of times, and right now he was preoccupied. Where was Asuma, and Naruto? By the time Asuma finally returned, Genma was about ready to kill him. Kakashi had been all but chewing the carpet in his worry, and it had only made him worse the more time ticked by. The older Jounin didn't get a chance to yell, however. Asuma stomped right up to Kakashi and began shouting first. "What the hell is that kid?" he demanded. "I know he didn't inherit any of that crazy shit from you." Kakashi froze, then lurched to his feet. "Is Naruto okay? What happened? Where is he?" Asuma shook his head. "I sent him to the hospital with the others to get checked over." "What?" Strangely, stupidly, Asuma blocked Kakashi before he could leave. "Tell me what is up with that kid," he said. "I've never seen that much power before." Did he get it from his mother?" "I'll explain later, let me dash," Kakashi said impatiently, trying to pry his arm from Asuma's grip. He didn't want to hurt his friend, yet, but he was getting close to that point. Asuma held on. "Oh, for goodness sake, Kakashi, he's not hurt. Calm down for once, would you?" The sharp tone actually got through, and Kakashi stilled, narrowing his eye. "Then you had better tell me what happened, quickly. And why you sent him to the hospital." "That's what you're supposed to do when a genin activates a Kekai Genkai, isn't it?" said Asuma, frustrated. "Look, we were supposed to be clearing out a wild animal, but it turned out to be a massive summon and things got a little out of hand. And in the time between me realizing that and signaling Yugugo to help us out, Naruto had Kakashi looked gray. "Naruto what?" he said. Asuma shivered. "He flared all over with a weird chakra," he said. I almost feel like I knew it, but I couldn't place it. It felt bad. Scary." Kakashi drew in a quick breath, but it was obvious Asuma had no idea where he had felt that chakra before. He probably assumed he'd encountered one of Naruto's maternal relatives in the field before. Which he had, technically. The story actually helped Kakashi place the chakra taint clinging to Asuma. He fought against the revulsion, the nausea that rose when he recognized Kyubi, and tried to steel himself against memories of that day. "I suppose that is a legacy from his mother," he said, trying to keep his voice level. "I doubt it would mix well with white chakra." "All perfectly true. I need to go find him before the medics set him off. I don't think he can control it yet." "And you can?" Genma said dubiously. Kakashi fixed him with a flat glare. "I guess we'll find out." Naruto was sitting between Shikamaru and Neji. Kakashi was mildly surprised to see the Hyuga, but his arm was sporting a bandage that might have hidden stitches, so perhaps he had a reason to be here. A bigger surprise was Sasuke, whom he knew from Guy's report was totally unharmed, leaning against the wall a few yards away. A wave of inexplicable affection rose in him when he realized Sasuke was here out of concern for Naruto, and he reached out to ruffle the Uchiha's hair. Sasuke jumped, then scowled with the embarrassment of being discovered. "I'll take it from here, kids," Kakashi announced. "They're saying Naruto activated his bloodline limit," Sasuke said, words so heavy with resentment it was a wonder they didn't choke him. "Ma. People talk a lot. Don't mind it too much." "Dad?" Naruto looked up at him. "Am I alright? I'm not sick or anything, right?" "Of course not," Kakashi said, missing cheerful by a few crucial notes. "Come on, pup, let's find somewhere to sort this out." It was hard to sense Kyuubi's chakra tainting Naruto's clean, bubbly essence. Harder to put a hand on his shoulder and guide him instead of flinching away, but Kakashi would never hurt his son like that. "Hataki-san?" A nurse called the name, then blinked as she recognized the adult in the little cluster of genin. "Hataki-san," she said again, tone completely different. "We were just about to check your son over. The doctor is ready for him now." "Thanks, Nurse-san," Kakashi said lightly. "But I think I'm gonna take him home instead. I got this." The nurse looked concerned, but technically it was the family's prerogative if they wanted to deal with a bloodline activation in-house. She did extract promises to return if even the slightest thing seemed amiss, then reluctantly let Kakashi steer the little troop to the door. He shooed away the kids he wasn't responsible for and took a firm hold of the one he was. 2 flicker steps later and they were on a rooftop a block away. "Alright," Kakashi said, letting Naruto go. "Wanna tell me what happened?" Naruto looked almost scared. "I don't really know," he blurted. "The whole mission came tumbling out, everything that had happened. We were on the mission, and Asuma-sensei told us that there was a wild tiger terrorizing a bunch of farmers, so we had to kill it. But it was a summons from this crazy guy who totally wanted to take a bunch of Konoha shinobi hostage, dunno why, something about revenge on this shinobi dude who stole his girlfriend. He was mad, it was a dumb plan." Kakashi said, making a mental note to get the details from Asuma and find out if the rogue man still needed dealing with or not. "Anyway, so we totally were doing okay tracking the tiger but then we found it and it's like huge. I might have frozen up a bit at first but then we got into it and it was alright. And we were fighting and suddenly the guy is there and there's like 8 of the tigers and Asuma-sensei's freaking out and telling us to fall back. And then one of the tigers got Kiba in its mouth and he screamed." Naruto paused and swallowed. "It was awful, Dad. I thought he was dead. I got so angry." "That's understandable," Kakashi said. He was gripping Naruto's hand tightly, trying not to fall into a retrospective panic attack at the news of the danger his son had been in. I don't really remember what happened after that, I guess I kinda blacked out. But when I came to, the bad guy was gone and Asuma-sensei looked majorly freaked out. He asked me what happened and when I said I didn't know he wanted to know about my bloodline." Naruto shrugged. "I told him about the white chakra, but he didn't, that wasn't what he meant. Then he went all quiet and brought us straight home to the hospital." "Yes, this is something that you haven't inherited from me," his father confirmed. Naruto's forehead was furrowed in deep concern. "You think that this is, from my mum?" Oh, if only he knew. "Your mother had many gifts," Kakashi hedged. "And, well, we weren't a good match." "Damn straight, they weren't a good match." Kakashi's inner 9-year-old curled up in revulsion at the idea of pairing himself and Kushina. Arugwag. He pushed aside the inner cringe and refocused on diffusing a situation that had the potential to completely expose his son to unfathomable danger. Not to mention bring to light every lie he'd ever told his son. "I'm worried that our genes may not have mixed too well," he continued. "There seems to be some issues now that you're mixing bloodline inheritance from your mother as well as me. So I'm wrong?" "No, Naruto, you are not wrong. You are, a question that has never been posed before," Kakashi said. He reached out and put a hand on his son's head. "There is nothing wrong with you. But I have no framework for what's going to happen, no prior experience. I can't guide you through what will happen as you grow." Naruto looked frightened, and Kakashi's heart clenched. "We'll work it out together," he promised. Then he smiled. "Until then, though, I might call Jiraiya. We're gonna lock down the extra chakra with a seal until you're a bit older and ready to deal with it, okay?" A moment of indecision flickered over his face, then Naruto nodded. "Okay," he said quietly. His voice strengthened when he added, "That's a good plan." The boy tossed himself at his father, and Kakashi caught him and tucked him under an arm. "It's gonna be okay," he promised. Naruto nodded against his side. "I'm glad you're here, Dad." Kakashi hummed a little, patting golden hair. He was already plotting what he would have Jiraiya do, a 5-point seal to dampen the Kyuubi further, perhaps, and maybe it would be a good opportunity to integrate it into the original containment seal. That would give them a great excuse. If Naruto or anyone else ever noticed it. "Of course I'm here," he said to the boy. "Where else would I be?" By mutual consent, everyone was allowed a day to recover before debriefing. As a result, Kakashi wasn't surprised to see Guy approaching across the training field the next morning with a look on his face that indicated they had things to discuss. Kakashi turned towards him, ready to listen to the account of how Sasuke had gone on the mission. He would receive similar reports in the next 24 hours from Kurenai and Asuma. "No." Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, who had gone an interesting kind of milky gray color. He said. "Did you say something, Sasuke?" "I'm not going back on his team," the teen said, gesturing at Guy with something like desperation. "You can't make me. I won't do it. I'll resign first." "Wuss," Kakashi said unfeelingly. "Go practice that double flip then." Sasuke was relieved enough to actually bob his head in a tiny, shallow bow of thanks before bolting for the other end of the training ground, further away than he strictly needed to go for room to practice the maneuver. Kakashi turned away from watching his student flee at top speed and smiled at his peer. "So, how did he do yesterday?" Sasuke landed from his latest attempt at the flip, off-center, but at least he was managing to get his feet beneath him now, and stood. He didn't move, eyeing Guy off suspiciously. Kakashi raised his hand in an unmissable summon. "Get over here, Uchiha." Grudgingly, Sasuke approached. "Yes," he said, stopping a good 10 yards from Guy. Kakashi was willing to forgive the Guy radius. It had taken years to chip away his own. To this day, he wasn't really sure how Guy had managed it. "You owe Guy-sensei an apology for your rudeness," he said sternly. Sasuke's face fell into an immediate scowl. He looked resentfully through his bangs first at Kakashi and then at Guy. "They were rude to me," he said. "Guy's genin outrank you." "They're allowed to be rude," Kakashi pointed out. "Apologize." "Sorry." The word was correct, but the tone was about as close to a "screw you" as possible. Guy seemed to sigh at him. "You seem terribly impatient, child." "You are making good progress," he told him. "Trust your teachers, we shall guide you to greatness." An actual growl burst from Sasuke at that, too quickly to be stifled. He clenched his fists, glaring at the adult. "That's not true," he snarled. "Why are you even here?" "At least Kakashi doesn't lie." "I'm nowhere near as advanced as, I don't even have my Sharingan. Guy blinked. For a moment, he actually looked shocked to the core. You have not, he agreed. But I have always considered that a triumph. Words failed Sasuke at how unimaginably ignorant this freak was. He felt another flash of irritation that he was being forced to suffer him when he could be doing something useful. A triumph, he managed to spit. It's a failure. I'm too weak. When he was my age, he was already Sasuke's own anger and frustration choked him, so he rounded the rant off with a growl. He watched Guy glance at the other genin who had stopped to watch the altercation and then glance at Kakashi, and vaguely registered that the adults were considering moving this conversation. Sasuke raised his chin stubbornly. He had no intention of taking a single step to shield his peers from this sensei's stupidity. After a significant pause, Guy spoke again. When I was young, he said, choosing every word carefully, I too compared myself to another. It seemed that he was better than I in every way. My elders would point at him and scold me, admonish me to be more like him. It took me many years to understand that my own strength was as great as his, but different. He seemed strangely determined not to look at Kakashi as he spoke, and Kakashi seemed about to say something but stilled too quickly for Sasuke to tell for certain. He didn't care, anyway, just like he didn't care about the learnings of this idiot. This extrovertic weirdo would never understand. But his next sentence shocked Sasuke. I have spent many years and much youthful vigor on studying your clan's blood gifts so that I could develop the ultimate Sharingan defense, Guy told him. I have seen invariably that possessing such skills does not help, Sasuke-kun. Your brother, I believe, was twisted by the Sharingan he possessed, and it drove him mad. You, by contrast, have the chance to become truly great in your own right, without relying on a Sharingan crutch. You know about the Sharingan? Sasuke blurted. Could that possibly be true? Could this strange man teach him how to defeat Itachi? Was that even possible? He looked at Kakashi in search for some confirmation, explanation, anything. Kakashi just watched him with an unreadable eye before pointedly looking over at his comrade. Following the prompt, Sasuke looked the Jonin over again with new eyes. Yes, he was eccentric and yes he had appalling fashion sense, but he stood like a shinobi. Like a killer. He held himself with the same easy confidence that Itachi had, that Kakashi had. The confidence that came with long hours of practice and proving time and again that no matter what the world threw up in his face, he would survive it. The new clarity shook Sasuke to the core, rattled him in a way he didn't understand. He took a step back, then another. I'm sorry I was rude, he found himself saying in an attempt to excuse himself. I'm going back now. The adults let him go. Before you all leave, Kakashi said, stopping the genin in their tracks. The day was all but done, and all three had been doing their final cool-down stretches. 3 sets of eyes on him and he smiled easily. I'm sure you've all heard the rumors by now, he said. The Chunin exam will be hosted by Konoha this year. You 3 will not be participating. He paused and waited for the response. There wasn't really one. Figured, Sakura said, shrugging. You're not completely scot-free, Kakashi protested, a little disappointed at the lack of reaction. I've been asked to help proctor some of the exam, since you lot aren't in it, so I think we should use this as a learning exercise. You lot can come, watch and learn, and in 6 months or so when I enter you, you'll know exactly what to do and I won't have to refuse to show my face in public out of sheer embarrassment, Kakashi finished up with a mask-hidden smile. His son rolled his eyes. Yeah, 'cause that would be such a huge change, he muttered. Now, there are going to be a lot of foreign ninja around, Kakashi lectured. I want you all to look out for one another and watch each other's backs. Report anything suspicious, don't accept anything offered to you and don't follow them anywhere. Alright? This is stupid, Sasuke muttered, turning away with a growl. Damn it, even if you won't enter the baby, you could still enter me, he exploded at Kakashi. The Jonin raised a silver eyebrow at him, inwardly delighted to have the reaction he had been looking for, albeit a little delayed. Sasuke, he said flatly, a rank doesn't necessarily denote skill. You could be labeled a Chunin now and you wouldn't be any more skilled than you were 10 minutes ago. I'd have thought you'd be pleased with me not wasting your time on an exam that, for all intents and purposes, gets you no closer to your goal. Do you really need the Hokage to assess your skill level? Or would you rather me help you improve it? Yeah, you'd probably survive the exam, might even be promoted, if you're lucky and impress the judges, but I promise you, your brother is above Chunin level. When I think you can survive the ANBU captain exam, then I'll waste your time with assessment. Okay? Sasuke scowled and turned away, but he was obviously appeased by Kakashi's little speech. I'm going home, he announced, and left. Sakura chewed her lip, looking between the pouting, cross Naruto and the smiling teacher. Sensei, she said anxiously, we're not going to, oh, I'm sorry, Naruto, but we're not getting held back because Slitlaria-sensei? The question came out in a rush, as if speed would blur it and make it less painful for the youngest member of the team. The girl felt awful, Naruto tried so hard, but she had to know, she had to. Sensei looked at her kindly. Sakura, he said simply, in order to become a Chunin, you have to prove that you are a Chunin. That means surviving B-ranked situations, on your own. Genin have died in this exam. Now, I know I tend to over rather than underprotect, but be honest, what do you think? Sakura, who had gone a little white, just nodded, squeaked out some sort of thanks and farewell, and left in a hurry to avoid Naruto's accusing gaze. There was silence on the red bridge for a while. Kakashi happily watched the water flowing beneath them, his inner sadist purring contentedly. Finally, Naruto shifted and uncrossed his arms, putting hands on his hips instead. Well? Kakashi didn't look away from the clear water. Well, what, Narupup? Don't call me that. Aren't you going to tell me some bull about why I'm not in this exam too? Or am I supposed to be psychic? Kakashi finally turned to look directly at his son. His voice was light as he said, language, Narupup. And I already told you. You're just too little. His voice adopted a sing-song tone. Naruto growled and thumped his father's vest-clad chest. I'm not a baby. I know, but I could never let my little boy loose with all those nasty genin from other countries, now, could I? Kakashi sang, catching the fist that swung at him a second time, as well as the follow-up. Naruto kicked him instead, and he laughed. I hate you, Naruto said stoutly, and Kakashi felt the words that usually amused him drive a shard deep into his chest. This Chunin exam would fly by, and in a blink the next one would be here, then the next, and before he'd had time to catch his breath Naruto would be saying those words and actually meaning them. When that happened, the laughter drained out of his dad's face and the strong grip on his wrist slackened, allowing Naruto to slide away. Dad, he said cautiously. I didn't actually mean it, you know. I guess we've only been genin for, like, a year. In peacetime, don't most genin take double that before even attempting the Chunin exam? Dad? Oh, yes, that's what's normal, I suppose, Kakashi agreed, reaching out and tugging the blonde closer to card fingers through his hair, savoring the fact that he was still allowed to do so, knowing his moments with his son were counted. So can we watch the exam, yeah? Naruto said, beginning to lead the way home. Kakashi fell in step and settled into the casual conversation. Yes, you can, the parts that are open to the public. It will be good for you to see it, anyway. Awesome. So what's the exam like, anyway? Did you bring a puppy to our dinner? Asuma demanded. Kakashi smiled as he slipped into the booth. Ma, why not? Kurenai cooed. Ah, She's so cute, she said, lifting the dog from Kakashi's arms and holding her up. The puppy licked her nose. And so sweet. What's her name? Sakura too, Kakashi said, sounding vaguely amused. Naruto brought her home from the festival and named her after his teammate. She's so fluffy, said Genma, leaning away as if the dog's pink collar might infect him. Hand me a beer, Kakashi said instead of commenting on the relative poofiness of Sakura 2's fur. Well, here's to a successful mission. Asuma said, handing over one bottle and raising another. It was a C rank with Jonin, Anko said derisively. Not mine, Genma said dryly, clinking his bottle against Asuma's. Cheers. Let's eat before we get smashed, Kurenai suggested quickly, seeing how this could easily descend into the sort of chaos that got them kicked out hungry. Spoilsport, said Anko, setting down her already empty first drink. Are you guys happy with your intervention? Kakashi asked. He put up his hand to signal the waitstaff. A pretty young waitress spotted him and started to make her way to their table. Or do I need to brace myself for part 2? It seems to have helped, Guy offered. You have seen that your beloved offspring is capable. Hataki-san, you can't bring a puppy in here, it's a restaurant, the waitress said, reaching their table. Kakashi looked down at where Sakura too was chewing his fingers and then back up at the waitress. She's a Nin-ken, he lied with a perfectly straight face. The waitress looked at him disbelievingly. Like a good friend, Asuma backed Kakashi in his fib. It's true, he said. Not cool to try and separate a shinobi and his familiar. Fine, fine, the waitress sighed. Just try not to let it chew the furniture, okay? What can I get for you? By the time she had taken everyone's order, accounted for alterations and dealt with Anko changing her mind 3 times, the poor girl looked very ready to leave the difficult table. Perhaps she had learnt why her manager had been refusing to let his gaze wander in the direction of the large gathering of shinobi. All right, this will be out soon, she said, and vanished into the kitchen. Kakashi placed Sakura too on the table, where the puppy immediately began to attack a paper menu. Who's a fierce Nin-ken? Anko cooed. Who's a fluffy little killer? Sakura too growled at the menu, trying to shake her head to tear off a piece. Instead she ended up tumbling over in a mess of 2 large paws, teeth still clenched on the menu. She squirmed, found herself unable to get up without first releasing the menu, and seemed to accept her new reality. She blinked upside down at the humans and began to chew happily. Kakashi tickled her exposed stomach and smiled as her fluffy tail began to thump. Totally a Nin-ken, he told his friends. How is your kid, anyway? Asuma asked. Kakashi shrugged. Very pleased with himself but largely unchanged, he said. I am reasonably convinced that you didn't bring me back the wrong child. I meant his bloodline, Asuma said, rolling his eyes. Suppressed for now. Until we can sort it out. Kakashi used a dismissive tone, hoping to get him to drop the topic as soon as possible. To his surprise, Asuma nodded approvingly. Good. I was worried it was going to tear Naruto apart, he admitted. The way he screamed, I went to help him and couldn't touch him. Couldn't even get close. He burnt my hand. Sheepishly, Asuma showed his bandaged hand. Shit, man, Genma said. It wasn't often that something like that couldn't be healed to the point of not needing dressing after a visit to a medic. Is Naruto alright? Kurenai asked. She looked at Kakashi with eyes full of gentle concern. I didn't realize this was an unknown bloodline. He's fine, said Kakashi a little more firmly than he should have. Then, Sasuke seems to have adopted him as the world's most trying little brother in order to help him with bloodline groundwork. Wait, seriously? Anko demanded. She started to laugh. Holy crap, I have to see that. What a brilliant display of youthful teamwork. Guy cheered. What wonderful and immediate progress. I'm certain that his time exposed to my springtime of youth has triggered this new largesse. Guy seemed to have totally forgotten the frustration he had expressed to Kakashi after his time with Sasuke. Maybe, Kakashi said in the same tone he'd used to declare Sakura to a Ninken. You should approach him about extra training. Okay, maybe he was still a little hung up on how much of a brat the last Uchiha was. Nothing wrong with a little harmless revenge. You're lucky Jiraiya was close by to help, commented Kurenai, who had been told about the ceiling when she visited Kakashi during his team training. Ah, he's always around near the Chunin exam, Kakashi said, shrugging. He wasn't hard to track down. Before long, their meals had arrived and the gathering dissolved into theft and chopstick duels. Kakashi resorted to throwing Sakura two like a hand grenade to get an opening to steal two of Anko's dumplings. This was immediately followed by Anko lunging over the table in an attempt to retrieve them. She ended up in Kakashi's lap, wrestling him for the food clutched precariously in his chopsticks. They struggled for a long moment before Kakashi proved victor in terms of sheer strength and was able to stuff both dumplings into his mouth. Anko immediately picked his pocket in petty revenge. What is this? She exclaimed, coming away with a folded slip of paper. Kakashi made a grab but she was already over his shoulder, balancing on the backrest of the booth. Without pause she jumped to the other side and settled back into her seat. Oh, a letter, she crooned. She broke the seal and opened the paper. Give that back, Kakashi said. He looked at his peers, all of whom were starting to grin as they spotted a way to tease one of the most untouchable, and yet most vulnerable, members of their group. All the way from Hikashanta Outpost, Anko said, putting on her storytelling voice. Dear Kakashi, ooh, dear Kakashi, huh? A promising start, said Guy. Do you even need me here for this, or can you just mock me while Sakura too and I drink at the bar? Kakashi asked, trying to sound bored. We really do need you here, said Genma, grinning. Anko cleared her throat. Dear Kakashi, she read again, I'm sure by the time you get this, Naruto will be home safe and all your worries have not come to pass. Her tone changed. Ah, did you tell on us, Kakashi? Of course he told on us. He's always been a tattletale, said Asuma. Not always. Sometimes I solve my problems by beating the tar out of people who bug me, Kakashi threatened. Frustratingly, he was just laughed at even though he had personally beaten every person at that table into the ground at least once in his career. You do know that your friends are only trying to help you, Anko continued reading. I hope that Naruto learns lots and comes back with a good, ha. She's crossed out, good and written, boring, over the top. Anko began to laugh so hard that Genma took the letter from her hand to continue it himself. A boring story to tell you, he finished. All is well here. There has been some wild weather. I had a patient last night who was tossed off the cliff by the wind and fell 30 feet into the fjord. He only survived because he was very drunk, and because his friends managed to fish him out and bring him into the hospital wing of the outpost. Genma was interrupted by a theatrical snore. Anko, recovered from her laughing fit, was now miming sleep. Boring, she declared, popping up again. Gimme. Genma surrendered the letter easily and she looked down the page. Okay, patient story, moved to new quarters, got a new uniform, blah, 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 oh. Here we go. I've been thinking about you a lot. Uhu, said the rest of the table in unison. Okay, give me my letter back now, Kakashi said, trying to sound stern enough to not give away how his heart rate had skyrocketed. This was starting to sound like the sort of thing he'd really much prefer to keep private. The joke was suddenly changing from annoying to genuinely threatening. Naturally, Anko ignored him. I was wondering if you really meant it when you wrote that you would like to see me if I was ever in town. I have some leave coming up and I thought I might come back to Konoha for a visit. I can't believe that Kakashi has a pen pal girlfriend. Asuma exclaimed. It is most unjust for you to keep this a secret, my rival, added Guy, who was enjoying this just as much as everyone else. Kakashi glared at him. She's not my girlfriend. We're friends. I'm friends with Kurenai, too. I don't appreciate the tone in which you said that, Kurenai said primly. Have some more alcohol and be a good sport. Kakashi grumbled, but he did accept the half-finished beer that Genma handed him. Don't be afraid to tell me if you'd rather I not, Anko continued to read. But I'd love to see you in person and get to know Naruto a little better. Right soon. Rin, wait, Rin, she blurted. Your mystery sweetheart is Rin. She's not my sweetheart, Kakashi said again. We were teammates. We are now friends. Can I have my letter back now? Do we need another intervention? Genma asked, and it was toned very much like a threat. Kakashi growled. Rin made a mistake last time she was in town. She overreacted, but her priorities were in line with my own. She just wanted to protect Naruto. Holy shit, he is in love, complained Asuma. Fuck. Kakashi wrangling just got like 20 times harder. I don't need to be wrangled, Kakashi protested. Asuma just waved like he was shooing the words away. He dug in his pocket for his cigarettes and pulled one out of the pack to light up. You're all making more of this than you should, Kakashi tried, thoroughly exasperated with the extended and varied overreaction. Rin was your friend, too, remember? Good point, said Kurenai, who had spent many mornings arranging flowers and trading hair care tips with Rin in her youth. Perhaps we too should reconnect with our comrade? Guy suggested. If my rival Kakashi has taken it upon himself to extend the youthful hand of friendship, we should follow suit. Hey, good idea, Guy, said Anko, sitting up straighter. When she comes to town, we're having a class reunion dinner. She leveled a finger at Kakashi. You bring her to see us. We'll make friends. Kakashi dropped his face to rest on the table. A delighted puppy rushed across the table to lick his exposed ear. Someone get me another beer, he ordered his impossible friends. Honestly, whose bright idea was it to have friends? The ruined Hyuga compound was bustling with noise and movement. It was likely more activity than those serene acres had ever known. Buildings were being gutted to the barest salvageable bits and scaffolding was going up all over the place. Builders and bricklayers and stone masons and tilers and electricians scrambled all over the site, busily following the plans that Hayashi and the clan elders had finally signed off on. Rebuilding had begun. Picking their way through the worksite of their old to new home was a tall, imposing figure in white followed by a smaller figure in cream. Hayashi paused frequently to inspect some work or another. Neji trailed a few feet behind, deep in stubborn teenage boredom. He didn't know why his uncle had brought him along, but it was monotonous and frustrating. Neji, Hayashi said. Neji hurried to catch up to his guardian. Yes, sir. Hayashi nodded towards a wooden frame. You might not recognize it, but this is to become our new family home, he said. We are in the master bedroom right now. Off to that side will be the girls' rooms, and your room will be down to the left. What do you think? Sir? Of the construction, Hayashi clarified. What do you think? Neji gave him an alarmed look, but duly turned his gaze to studying the wooden framework. It looks solid, uncle. The work is good, it will stand for a long time to come. But if you were to offset the jibbing, so that they alternated, it would mean that the wall to each room stood alone, with several millimeters of space between them. Oh? And what would that achieve? Hayashi asked. Neji lifted his head, clearly deciding to stay the course despite his nerves. It would leave a layer of air as insulation. It would soundproof the house, for very little extra cost. When Neji chanced a look at his uncle's face, he found the almost unheard-of sight of a slow smile spreading across Hayashi's face. Just a small one, but it was there. "What a wonderful notion," he said, and the proud look in his eyes was enough to kindle something beneath Neji's sternum. They continued their pilgrimage in silence. Again, it was Hayashi who broke it. "I hear from Hinata that you have recently completed a mixed team C rank," he said. Neji's face didn't change. He nodded. "Yes, uncle. Uchiha Sasuke-san was assigned to our squad. And the mission was a success?" Honestly, it was like pulling teeth getting Neji to open up. The boy tipped one shoulder up half an inch before the muscles in his back tensed to suppress the motion. Hayashi didn't respond, which was as good as a congratulations. He was forever scolding his children not to resort to such vulgar means of communicating their thoughts. "The mission was completed successfully," Neji said carefully. "There were some interpersonal issues that made us an ineffective team in itself, despite that outcome." "Yes, clashes like that can make things difficult," Hayashi agreed. He hopped over a pile of plasterboard in a graceful two-point bound and waited for Neji to clamber over himself. "And Sasuke-kun? What did you think of him?" he prompted as his nephew scaled the plasterboard and slid down the other side without causing it to collapse. "He is a fine shinobi." Neji could have been reading a script verbatim for all the expression in his voice. "He is skilled and intelligent, and shows both autonomy and ingenuity." "He does," Hayashi agreed. "Not unlike yourself in that regard. I rather wondered if the two of you would rub each other the wrong way." Neji didn't look very happy with the news that his uncle found himself and the bratty tag-along kid similar. "He has no manners," he complained. "And no interest in cohesive teamwork. He's talented, but a liability in the field." "Yes. Sasuke-kun's troubles are well known," Hayashi agreed. He reached out to pet a peach tree that had mostly survived, but would be uprooted to make way for a new footpath. Then he indicated to his shadow that they were to scale the scaffolding surrounding one of the new buildings so they could inspect the progress being made on the roof. "He is inconsolable, sir. And very driven," Neji said. "Echem. And this troubles you?" Neji was quiet, looking at his feet as they picked their way across scaffolding. Hayashi watched him, wondering if his nephew would admit to noticing parallels between the Uchiha boy and himself. He chose not to notice the dirty smudges that were appearing on Neji's pale clothing as they progressed through the construction site. "I believe that the path Sasuke-kun has chosen will lead only to suffering," Neji said at length, and Hayashi inclined his head. "It is very likely," he said. "What ought Sasuke-kun do instead? What would you counsel him, were you in his confidence? To accept his situation, and make peace with it?" That was a guess, and a question. The child was fishing for the answer his uncle wanted. Hayashi folded his hands before him, letting his muslin robe fall over them in a graceful cascade. It was still a pristine white, no trace of the dust and grime surrounding them. "Would you accept such advice, in Sasuke-kun's position?" he asked dryly. "Would you consider it good advice?" "No, sir," Neji admitted quietly. "I don't think I would. And perhaps quite rightly so. Such loss, such betrayal, is hard to simply accept. There must be restitution for great wrongs. So he should let hatred fester?" Neji asked. "And fix himself on the pursuit of revenge?" They were no longer discussing Uchiha Sasuke, if they ever really had been. Hayashi considered his answer carefully. "I think that such a path cannot lead to fulfillment. As you yourself have already observed," he said. "However, I do think that the emotions must be addressed in the end. How, is hard to say." He paused, letting the heavy moment rest on his heart for a few moments, then continued. "Neji, you too have known great loss, and the weight of a clan," he said. "You and Sasuke-kun have much in common. But you have a great many advantages that Sasuke-kun does not. You still have the love and support of your family, even if your father is no longer with us. And I will protect and shelter you as long as I live. Neji was looking at him with wide eyes. Hayashi put a hand on his shoulder. Try to be kind to Sasuke-kun, he said. His burden is heavier than yours, and there are forces at work that neither of you understand. Yes, uncle. Good lad. Come on, let's get some food. My treat. Naruto said. The others eyed him suspiciously. Where did you suddenly get funds from? Sasuke asked. Naruto grinned and held up a slender brown rectangle. I stole Dad's wallet when he took off his pouch during training today. Just because I could. You cheeky little brat, exclaimed Sakura with absolute affection. Let's try the barbecue place Ino's team always goes to. Haven't we already done a team meal there? Naruto wondered, but pointed his feet towards the restaurant anyway. Sakura pointedly didn't answer. You're different, Sasuke said. He was looking at Sakura like he couldn't quite figure her out. Like she was an ornamental box on the mantel he'd ignored his whole life, only to suddenly realize it had a hidden compartment built in. Sakura met his eyes and only blushed a little. On the mission, she said, the C rank on Kurenai-sensei's team, she was amazing. I've never seen anything like that before, not from a woman. And she's so pretty and confident and, I froze up, when we were attacked by the bandits. Kurenai-sensei saved me. When the battle was over, she started to shout at me. I've never seen her so angry. And she said if I wanted to be a kunoichi, I had better learn to be a good one before I got myself and my team killed. That's pretty harsh, Naruto mused. Sasuke didn't say anything. He understood, in a way that the younger boy didn't yet. Sakura had been rattled as he had been, shown every inch of her limitations and dared to improve them. I think she was just trying to give me a bit of a wake-up call, Sakura was saying to Naruto, shrugging. She wasn't being nasty for the sake of it. And it made me think, I'd never be able to live with myself if I got you or Sasuke-kun killed, so I need to get better. Her eyes slid back to Sasuke. Besides, Kurenai-sensei said that you might like me better if I was less of a burden. She told me to become a rival, if I can. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. He privately doubted Sakura's ability to ever get to a level where he might be able to consider her a rival. On the other hand, it was an admirable goal. Much better than her fawning over him until he couldn't breathe, anyway. Hey, look over there. Naruto broke through his thoughts by gesturing at a little cluster of people off to the right, nearly 20 feet away. It was a group of ninja. They were kids, dressed strangely and looking very out of place standing on the corner of a crossroad beneath a large tree. They had the look of a genin team about them, one blonde girl, a boy in black with a large pack strapped to him, and a short redhead with a mean expression. They're from Suna, Sakura reported, her sharp eyes picking up the symbols on their clothing. Here for the exam, I bet. Do you think they're lost? Naruto asked. They did look pretty scared. He took a step towards them only to find his way suddenly blocked by his teammate. Come on, let's go, Sasuke said. He gripped Naruto's elbow and tugged, pulling him along. They'll find their way. Stay away from those people, Naruto. They're foreigners. Sakura said they're from Suna, Naruto protested, struggling against he hold. Suna are our allies. Don't trust that, Sasuke said, glaring at Sakura. You shouldn't tell the kid stuff like that when he doesn't understand. And you, to Naruto, make sure you stay away from the foreign teams. Especially the ones who look half unhinged. Sasuke-kun is right, Naruto, Sakura put in, looking sheepishly at her crush. I didn't think. That is, Konoha, has all sorts of alliances and treaties with other villages, but it doesn't mean much. Not when there's something to be gained by double-crossing. They'd betray us in a heartbeat. So use that brain I know you have, Sasuke growled, rapping his knuckles hard against Naruto's skull. If you can do algebra you can remember the basics of stranger danger. Or do I need to dump you in the first-year academy class for a refresher? Ow! Stop that, you jerk! Naruto said, managing to squirm his way to freedom and jumping up to walk along the top of a handy fence, out of range. He rubbed his sore head resentfully. You don't have to be mean, you know, Sasuke. We'd still love you if you were nice. Sasuke missed a step and stumbled, causing Sakura to try and help him, causing Sasuke to scowl and go pink, causing Naruto to laugh. I think it's turning my dad gray, all the stress from having so many strangers in the village, he said, offering a new topic before Sasuke stormed off in a huff of bruised pride. He flipped himself off the fence, landing easily on his feet. Sakura giggled, and he grinned at her. He says the color is my fault, but I think he's just a nervous personality, he added, fishing. That got even Sasuke to smirk. Maybe we added a few, Sakura suggested. Because now he has 3 of us to worry over. Sasuke snorted. If you think our teacher wastes a single one of his worries on us you're dreaming, Sakura, he said. He spends them all on the brat. That's not my fault, Naruto complained. Sure it is, said Sasuke in a mocking tone. You're daddy's little boy. Naruto shouted at him in wordless outrage, Sakura laughed, and the next moment the team were racing together down the street. The strange Suna team was completely forgotten. Finally, the day of the exam actually arrived. Team 7 met as usual by the Red Bridge, each feeling pretty put out by the lack of examination in their immediate future. So when Kakashi turned up and almost immediately dismissed them, it was a delightful surprise. Go and check out the pre-exam jitters, Kakashi had said. Meet back here at 10:30, when they've all gone inside to sit the written test. We're going to be covering reconnaissance and information gathering, so make sure you keep your eyes open at the academy. I'm going to ask you some questions. The Jonin had run all the way to the building where the exam was to be held, only to come to a stop in the middle of the play yard. There were so many people milling around. Really, it was pretty exciting. Ugh, look at those guys from grass, Sakura said in an undertone, and Naruto obligingly looked around until he spotted them. Pretty creepy, he agreed. But I bet we could take them. No, Sakura said. Look at their clothes. Is that really the fashion there? How do they move? What? Naruto glanced at Sasuke just in time to see Sasuke glancing at him. The two shared an unexpected moment of camaraderie in the form of male bewilderment. Why do you care? Sasuke demanded. Sakura shrugged. I don't, I guess. I'm just judging them for their life choices, she said, grinning. But seriously, sleeves falling over their hands? Not exactly practical shinobi wear. Said the girl wearing the pink dress. At least I'm not going to trip over my clothes when I do a high kick. Hey, I've seen you fall on your face doing high kicks before. Might want to keep the fact that you didn't need your clothes to trip you to yourself, Sasuke said, crossing his arms. Rude. Sakura pouted at him. Series ends here. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, smash that like button and subscribe for more content. Support the original author by clicking their profile link in the pinned comment of the first video of this series. They deserve the love. Want early access and exclusive content? Join my Patreon community, link below. Your support fuels these videos. Drop a comment with your thoughts, and I'll catch you in the next video. Stay entertained, stay safe.